Weird scenes inside the canyon. Laurel Canyon, covert ops, and the dark heart of the hippie dream. Written by David McGowan with a foreword by Nick Bryant. Foreword. Oscar Wilde said of art, "Those who go beneath the surface do so at their peril." And author David McGowan has found that Wilde's quote is quite prophetic for the rock and roll scene that thrived in Laurel Canyon in the 1960s and 70s. Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon is McGowan taking a hammer to the icons and mythologies of 1960s counterculture, reducing them to dust, swept away by gusts of pomp, pretense, and even deceit. McGowan, though, isn't yielding his hammer with the zeal of an establishment conformist or neocon, but rather in the same forlorn spirit as Nietzsche declaring that God is dead. As a homegrown product of Los Angeles, with an encyclopedic knowledge of the Southern California rock scene, McGowan appears to be essentially declaring that the gods of his youth are dead. Laurel Canyon was the fountainhead for the peace, love, and brown rice vibes that overflowed America's airwaves as the Vietnam War raged. But lurking beneath its tie-dyed and florid veneer was an exquisite darkness of drugs, unbridled debauchery, full-tilt depravity, and shocking carnage. When readers of this book are delivered to Laurel Canyon's blood-drenched tapestry of murder and mayhem, they will have to decide whether or not those sinister synchronicities are uncanny coincidences, conspiracies, or perhaps a kaleidoscope blending of both. Sprinkled throughout these pages is the ominous spectre of the military intelligence complex, and perched quite literally atop Laurel Canyon was a top-secret lookout mountain laboratory, which seems to be McGowan's grand metaphor for Dr. Strangelove having a bird's-eye view of the nascent hippie movement, treating it as though it were a petri dish brimming with a lethal biological weapon that could be unleashed in meticulously monitored increments. Indeed, many of Laurel Canyon's rock and roll idols had former incarnations steeped in the world of military intelligence operations. Jim Morrison, aka the Lizard King, was one such example. Mr. Mojo Rising didn't much like to talk about his parents, and was even known to tell reporters that his parents were dead. But as it turns out, Lizard King Sr. was not only alive and well, he just happened to be the commander of the US warships that allegedly came under attack by North Vietnamese torpedo boats in the Gulf of Tonkin, Tonkin, sparking America's napalm-fueled bloodbath in Vietnam. Frank Zappa, another major mover and shaker of the Laurel Canyon scene, was certainly the raddest of the rad, so surely he couldn't have had any connections to the military intelligence complex, right? Not exactly. According to various accounts collected by McGowan, Zappa was a pro-military autocrat who didn't really resonate with the counterculture's peace and love vibe. Like the Lizard King's dad, Zappa Sr. was a cog in the intelligence community's dark machinations. Francis Zappa was a chemical warfare specialist with a top security clearance at Edgewood Arsenal near Baltimore, Maryland. Some readers might recognize Edgewood as the location of ominous mind control experiments conducted by the CIA under the rubric of MKUltra. Guilt by familial association has the potential to be an ill-fated formula for speculation, but McGowan relates accounts of Laurel Canyon luminaries whose own hands were possibly awash in the blood of the military intelligence complex. Consider, for example, Popper John Phillips, who penned the smash hit San Francisco. Be sure to wear flowers in your hair, imploring thousands of runaways to make Bacchanalian pilgrimage to the city of the Bay. The son of a Marine Corps captain, Phillips was among the more prominent fixtures of Laurel Canyon, who had a particularly interesting interrelationship with the military machine. Rock superstar Stephen Stills was the co-founder of two Laurel Canyon dynamos, Buffalo Springfield, and of course Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Sorry, and Young. Surely then, hippie icon Stills couldn't possibly be enmeshed in the military intelligence complex. Maybe, maybe not. The progeny of yet another military family, Still spent chunks of his childhood in El Salvador, Costa Rica, and Panama, where the US has a history of spreading a genocidal form of democracy. And McGowan has sifted through accounts of Stills actually confessing to running around the jungles of Vietnam in the early 1960s, anecdotes generally dismissed, as the author notes, as drug-fueled delusions. Tales of drugs, unbridled debauchery, and full-tilt depravity are often populated by ethical eunuchs whose elite deviance yields to particularly malignant appetites, and the people calling Laurel Canyon home were no exception. McGowan introduces us to Asian beatnik Vito Paulakas. I know I haven't said that right. And his freaks, a dance troupe of Dionysian goddesses who accompanied Vito to the LA nightclubs where the fledgling Laurel Canyon bands were playing early gigs. In addition to saturating the dance floors with sultry young nubiles for emerging bands, Vito was also a purveyor of teenage girls for the up-and-coming rockers. McGowan also comments on Vito's swift exodus to Haiti for reasons explained herein. Vito Paulikas certainly isn't a household name, but he was far from being a fringe player on the Laurel Canyon scene, where he and his freaks mingled freely with rock and roll's burgeoning royalty. McGowan collects anecdotes suggesting that Vito may have played a key role in the formation and early success of the Byrds, though his name is conspicuously absent from the autobiographical tome of Byrds co-founder David Crosby. We also find Vito in a string of low-budget films, and in a cameo appearance on one of rock's first concept albums, Zappa's Freak Out. Vito's parental skills, however, left a lot to be desired, as evidenced by the very mysterious and bizarre death of his son Godo, or Goddo. Further excavating the idolatry of his youth, McGowan encounters Laurel Canyon fixture Billy Briers, a male madam and gay porn entrepreneur. Briers was investigated for trafficking child pornography in the 1970s, whereupon his stable of male hustlers began coughing up the names of frequent flyers at his bordello, the most notable among them being super freak G-Man J, Edgar Hoover and partner Clyde Tolson. The 1960s was a revolutionary epoch, not only in music but also in Hollywood, and McGowan discusses the symbiosis between the Laurel Canyon music scene and Hollywood's Young Turks, with the box office phenomenon Easy Rider providing a salient nexus between Laurel Canyon rockers and Hollywood upstarts. Many of those upstarts, including Warren Beatty, Peter and Jane Fonda, Jack Nicholson, Candice Bergen, Marlon Brando, Roman Polanski, and Sharon Tate, Peter Lawford, Dennis Hopper, Ryan O'Neal, Mia Farrow, Peter Sellers, Zsa Zsa Gabor were among Papa John and Mama Michelle Phillips's circle of friends. Also making the rounds in Laurel Canyon was America's favorite psychopath, Charles Manson. And Charlie and his family weren't just a peripheral flock of crazed killers among the Laurel Canyon's sovereigns. To the contrary, the family mingled with many of the canyon's rock stars. Manson even laid down tracks in Brian Wilson's home studio, stunning the likes of Neil Young. He had this kind of music that nobody else was doing, said Neil of Charlie. He had this kind. I've just said that. I thought he really had something crazy, something great. He was like a living poet. Charlie also impressed Terry Melcher, the Byrds' first producer, and a major force in sculpting the Laurel Canyon music scene. Melcher also recorded Manson, finding him to be a much more amicable character than David Crosby. Manson's homicidal lieutenant, Bobby Beausoleil, also had some impressive moves as a guitarist. and an occultist. Beau Soleil played in a number of forgotten bands that had an occult topspin, one of which even opened for Buffalo Springfield. Bobby eventually landed a gig as a guitarist for the Grassroots, which later transmuted into the Laurel Canyon band Love. McGowan also touches on the grisly Four on the Floor or Wonderland murders, which left notorious drug dealer Ron Launis and three of his gang bludgeoned to death on the floor of a house on Laurel Canyon's Wonderland Avenue. Launius dealt drugs to Laurel Canyon's aristocracy, as well as to porn star John Holmes. Then, in the twilight of his career, Holmes also befriended LA crime boss, club owner Eddie Nash, who he then betrayed with fatal consequences. Truth be told, the Manson and Wonderland murders were merely spatters on Laurel Canyon's blood-drenched tapestry. In the pages of this fascinating book, McGowan chronicles the tale after tale of suicide and murder while delivering readers to a web of sinister synchronicities. Ultimately, it is up to the reader to decide whether Laurel Canyon in its heyday was the counterculture haven portrayed by other chroniclers of the era, or whether it was the epicenter of intrigues whose ripple effects are like the aftershock of a nuclear bomb. Nick Bryant, July the 29th, 2013. Preface. It began innocently enough. In my normal, everyday life, I spend a fair amount of time researching corruption and criminality in the realms of politics and law enforcement. Much of that research has taken me down some very dark and twisted paths. But this was going to be different. I was, after all, going to be vacationing in a lush tropical paradise, and I really just wanted to turn off my brain for a couple of weeks and forget all about that. Not long before this much anticipated break from reality, my eldest daughter had given me a copy of Michael Walker's Laurel Canyon, the inside story of rock and roll's legendary neighborhood, which chronicles the Los Angeles music scene of the late 1960s through to the 1970s. It seemed like the ideal escapist entertainment that would undoubtedly conjure up many fond memories of the music that provided the soundtrack to my formative years. What could be further removed from my usual reading material? As is often the case, though, things didn't work out exactly as planned. Alarm bells started going off in my head soon after arriving at my destination and diving into the book. What was this about secret underground tunnels connected some of the iconic Laurel Canyon properties? And what about all those mysterious fires that wiped away the homes of a number of prominent singers and musicians? And why were there so many violent deaths so closely associated with a scene that was supposed to be about peace and love? And what of Walker's throwaway mention of a secret fortified military installation sitting right smack dab in the middle of hippiedom? And why did at least a few of America's new minstrels seem to come from career military families and from the world of covert intelligence operations? And how exactly did the calls or allusions to paedophilia fit into this increasingly curious scene? While Walker had done a decent job of telling the Laurel Canyon story from a mainstream perspective, there seemed to be much more intriguing story hidden in the details that he tended to cast aside as interesting but largely meaningless incongruities. Before I was even halfway through my sorely needed rest and relaxation time, I was champing at the bit to get back home and dig deeper into this story. And immediately upon my return, I began devouring everything I could find that had been written on the subject. Although I'm regarded by many as a conspiracy theorist, which is more often than not utilized as a pejorative term, I do all of my research through very mainstream channels. I'm a big believer in the notion that the truth is out there, but don't expect it to be delivered to you in a tidy package by any mainstream media outlets. Finding it involves assembling a jigsaw puzzle of sorts, with the goal being to gather up all the bits and pieces of information that other writers tend to present as throwaway facts and/or interesting anomalies. Sometimes those bits and pieces end up being no more than interesting anomalies. But past experience has taught me that if those divergent facts are properly assembled, a new picture often begins to emerge that is strikingly at odds with what is widely accepted as our consensus reality. At the end of the day, it is really all about pattern recognition. If, for example, just a few prominent Laurel Canyon musicians happen to come from military intelligence families, then we could probably safely write that off as interesting but largely inconsequential aberration. But if an uncanny number of the leading lights of the Laurel Canyon scene grew up in such an environment, then that is clearly a meaningful pattern. And if a few of the new breed of stars happen to have violent death intrude upon their personal lives, then that would be a tragic but largely inconsequential fact. But when it becomes clear that violent death surrounded the entire scene, with whole families at times dying off under suspicious circumstances, then that again is a distinguishing pattern, and one that has been all but ignored by other chroniclers of the scene. There is little doubt in my mind that this book will not be warmly received by all readers. In our celebrity-driven culture, calling into question the character and motivations of so many widely admired and respected figures from the entertainment community is never a good way to win popularity contests. Sorry. And when those revered figures are overwhelmingly viewed as icons of various leftist causes, it is definitely not the way to win fans among those who consider themselves to be liberals, progressives, or leftists. But while my sympathies lie solidly in the leftward flanks of the political spectrum, there are no sacred cows in either this book or in any of my past work. I really have no agenda other than to seek out unspoken truths and better my own understanding of the world we live in. I have no political party affiliations and have never been associated in any way with any governmental or quasi-governmental entities. And for the record, I was not born into the world of military intelligence operations. My rather uneventful childhood was spent in a quiet slice of suburbia with two public school teachers as parents. I've never claimed to be in possession of any inside information or to have any access to any highly placed confidential sources. My research and the views expressed in my work are very much my own. While amongst all of my past and present literary contributions are generally regarded as being quite controversial, the individual facts contained in this volume are not really controversial at all. All of them, as previously noted, have been mined from very respectable mainstream sources. It is only the way that I have presented those facts, in other words, the way that I have chosen to assemble the puzzle, that makes them controversial. There will undoubtedly be those who will stridently claim that I have carefully cherry-picked my facts to paint an unnecessarily dark portrait of many of their iconic figures who make up the cast of this story. Anyone, so the argument goes, could be made to look bad through such a journalistic approach. I would strongly disagree with that assessment, however. Such criticisms, in my opinion, completely miss the point of the book, which is that when stripped of the usual spin that accompanies them, and when assembled so that they become part of overriding patterns, these anomalous facts reveal truths that would not otherwise be visible. Another criticism I appreciate is that I did not go out and attempt to speak directly to the people who made up the scene. True enough, but the primary reason for that is that there is very little chance that the aging rock stars and their handlers would have wanted anything to do with me. Other chroniclers of the era have gained access to those involved, but that access has come, or so it appears to me, with a steep price in journalistic integrity. The inevitable result is what amounts to puff pieces with a mind-numbing sameness, with the same tired anecdotal stories uncritically told over and over again in the very same way, even when those stories can't possibly be true. I have no desire to serve as a publicist for the estates of Jim Morrison, John Phillips, or Frank Zappa. Nor do I have any interest in filling the pages of this book with the same apocryphal tales told by other scribes. There are any number of literary offerings listed in the bibliography that will provide that type of reasoning experience. My goal here is to break new ground and open readers' minds to the possibility that other writers may have left out some of the most important elements of this underreported tale. The story of the scene that played out in Laurel Canyon from the mid-1960s through the end of the 1970s is an endlessly fascinating one. It wasn't until fairly recently that the mainstream version of the tale was belatedly told, and even now it remains a story unknown by most of those who were not a part of it. Virtually everyone has heard of the Hort-Ashbury scene up north in San Francisco, but even most native Anglini- mm, Angelinos remain ignorant of the even larger music and counterculture scene that played out in Hollywood Hills. It seems a bit odd that nearly a full half-century after the fact, the Haight is almost universally regarded as the birthplace of hippies and flower children, despite the fact that the Laurel Canyon scene preceded and largely inspired what became a parallel scene up north. Why is it so that the Haight has been thrust into the spotlight for so long, while so little attention has been paid to the scene that spawned it? Perhaps the Laurel Canyon scene was hiding so many dark secrets that it was better to just let it lie undisturbed. And perhaps it is now time to shine a light into some of the darker corners of the canyon to see what kind of skeletons might be hiding there. Chapter 1: Village of the Damned, by way of an introduction. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. Thank you lucky stars I didn't sing that. Join me now, if you have the time, as we take a stroll down memory lane to a time nearly 5 decades ago. A time when America last had uniformed ground troops fighting a sustained and bloody battle to impose some decidedly Orwellian democracy on a sovereign nation. It is the first week of August 1964, and US warships under the command of US Navy Admiral George Stephen Morrison have allegedly come under attack while patrolling Vietnam's Tonkin Gulf. This event, subsequently dubbed the Tonkin Gulf Incident, will result in the immediate passing by the US Congress of the obviously pre-drafted Tonkin Gulf Resolution, which will in turn quickly lead to America's deep immersion into the bloody Vietnam quagmire. Before it is over, well over 50,000 American bodies, along with literally millions of Southeast Asian bodies, will litter the battlefields of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. For the record, the Tonkin Gulf incident appears to differ somewhat from other alleged provocations that have driven this country to war. This was not, as we have seen so many times before, a false flag operation, which is to say an operation that involves Uncle Sam attacking himself and then pointing an accusatory finger at someone else. It was also not, as we have also seen on more than one occasion, an attack that was quite deliberately provoked. No, what the Tonkin Gulf incident actually was, as it turns out, is an attack that never took place at all. The entire incident, as has been all but officially acknowledged, was spun from whole cloth. It is quite possible, however, that the intent was to provoke a defensive response, which could have been cast as an unprovoked attack on US ships. The ships in question were on an intelligence mission and were operating in a decidedly provocative manner. It is quite possible that when Vietnamese forces failed to respond as anticipated, Uncle Sam decided to just pretend as though they had. Nevertheless, by early February 1965, US will, without a declaration of war and with no valid reason to wage one, became indiscriminately bombing North Vietnam. By March of that same year, the infamous Operation Rolling Thunder will commence. Over the course of the next 3.5 years, millions of tons of bombs, missiles, rockets, incendiary devices, and chemical warfare agents will be dumped on the people of Vietnam in what can only be described as one of the worst crimes against humanity ever perpetrated on this planet. Also in March of 1965, the first uniformed US soldier officially sets foot on Vietnamese soil, although Special Forces units masquerading as advisors and trainers have been there for at least 4 years, and likely much longer. By April 1965, fully 25,000 uniformed American kids, most still teenagers, barely out of high school, are slogging through the rice paddies of Vietnam. By the end of the year, US troop strength will have surged to 200,000. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the world, in those early months of 1965, a new scene is just beginning to take shape in the city of Los Angeles. In a geographically and socially isolated community known as Laurel Canyon, a heavily wooded, rustic, serene, yet vaguely ominous slice of LA, nestled in the hills that separate the Los Angeles basin from the San Fernando Valley. Musicians, singers, and songwriters suddenly begin to gather as though summoned there by some unseen Pied Piper. Within months, the hippie flower child movement is begotten there, along with the new style of music that will provide the soundtrack of the tumultuous second half of the 1960s. Beginning in the mid 1960s and carrying through the decade of the 1970s, an uncanny number of rock music superstars will emerge from Laurel Canyon. The first to drop an album is the Byrds, whose biggest star will prove to be David Crosby. The band's debut effort, Mr. Tambourine Man, is released on the summer solstice of 1965. It will quickly be followed by releases from the John Phillips-led Mamas and Papas, If You Can Believe Your Eyes and Ears, January 1966, Love with Arthur Lee, Love, May 1966, Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out, June 1966, Buffalo Springfield featuring Stephen Stills and Neil Young, Buffalo Springfield, October 1966, and The Doors, January 1967. One of the earliest on the Laurel Canyon Sunset Strip scene is Jim Morrison, the enigmatic lead singer of The Doors. Jim will quickly become one of the most iconic, controversial, critically acclaimed, and influential figures to take up residence in Laurel Canyon. Curiously enough, the self-proclaimed Lizard King has another claim to fame as well, albeit one that none of his numerous chroniclers will feel is of much relevance to his career and possible untimely death. He is the son, as it happens, of the aforementioned Admiral George Stephen Morrison. And so it is that even while the father is actively conspiring to fabricate an incident that will be used to massively accelerate an illegal war, the son is positioning himself to become an icon of the hippie anti-war crowd. Nothing unusual about that, I suppose. It is, a small world and all. And it is not as if Jim Morrison's story is in any way unique. During the early years of its heyday, Laurel Canyon's father figure is a rather eccentric personality known as Frank Zappa. Though he and his various Mothers of Invention lineups will never attain the commercial success of the band headed by the Admiral's son, Frank will be a hugely influential figure among his contemporaries. Ensconced in an abode dubbed the Log Cabin, which sat right in the heart of Laurel Canyon at the crossroads of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Lookout Mountain Avenue, Zappa will play host to virtually every musician who passes through the canyon in the mid to late 1960s. He will also discover and sign numerous acts to his various Laurel Canyon-based record labels. Many of these acts will be rather bizarre and somewhat obscure characters. Think Captain Beefheart and Larry Wildman Fisher. Don't have to think, I've just got to look right. It's all on Mark's shelf. But some of them, such as psychedelic rocker come shock rocker Alice Cooper, will go on to superstardom. Zappa, along with certain members of his sizable entourage, the Log Cabin was run as an early commune, with numerous hangers-on occupying various rooms in the main house and the guest house, as well as the peculiar caves and tunnels lacing the grounds of the home. Far from the quaint homestead, the name seems to imply, the Log Cabin was a cavernous five-level home that featured a 2,000-plus foot square living room, with three massive chandeliers and an enormous floor-to-ceiling stone fireplace. Will also be instrumental in introducing the look and attitude that will define the hippie counterculture. Although the Zappa crew prefers the label freak, Nevertheless, Zappa will never really make a secret of the fact that he has nothing but contempt for the hippie culture and that he will help create with which he will surround himself. Given that Zappa is, by various accounts, a pro-military, rigidly authoritarian control freak, it is perhaps unsurprising that he will not feel a kinship with the youth movement that he will help nurture. And it is probably safe to say that Frank's dad also would have had little regard for the youth culture of the 1960s, given that Francis Zappa was, in case you were wondering, a chemical warfare specialist assigned to, where else, the Edgewood Arsenal near Baltimore, Maryland. Edgewood is, of course, the longtime home of America's chemical warfare program, as well as a facility frequently cited as being deeply enmeshed in MK Ultra operations. Curiously enough, Frank Zappa literally grew up at the Edgewood Arsenal, having lived the first 7 years of his life in military housing on the grounds of the facility. The family later moved to Lancaster, California, near Edwards Air Force Base, where Francis Zappa continued to busy himself doing classified work for the military intelligence complex. His son, meanwhile, prepped himself to become an icon of the peace and love crowd. Again, nothing unusual about that, I suppose. Zappa's manager is a shadowy character by the name of Herb Cohen, who had come out of who had come out to LA from the Bronx with his brother, Mutt, just before the music and club scene began heating up. Cohen, a former US Marine, had spent a few years traveling the world before his arrival on the Laurel Canyon scene. Those travels, curiously, had taken him to the Congo in 1961, at the very time that leftist Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba was being tortured and killed by our very own CIA. Not to worry, though. According to one of Zappa's biographers, Cohen wasn't in the Congo on some kind of nefarious intelligence mission. No, he was there, on the contrary, to supply arms to Lumumba, in defiance of the CIA. Because that is a kind of thing that globe-trotting ex-Marines did in those days, as we'll see soon enough when we take a look at another Laurel Canyon luminary. Making up the other half of Laurel Canyon's first family is Frank's wife, Gail Zappa, known formally as Adelaide Sloatman. Gail hails from a long line of career naval officers, including a father who spent his life working on classified nuclear weapons research for the US Navy. Gail herself once worked as a secretary for the Office of Naval Research and Development. She also once told an interviewer that she had heard voices all her life. Many years before their nearly simultaneous arrival in Laurel Canyon, Gail had attended a naval kindergarten class with Mr. Mojo Rising himself, Jim Morrison. It is claimed that as children, Gail once hit him over the head with a hammer. The very same Jim Morrison had later attended the same Alexandria, Virginia high school as two other future Laurel Canyon luminaries, John Phillips and Cass Elliot. Papa John Phillips, more so than probably any of the other illustrious residents of Laurel Canyon, will play a major role in spreading the emerging youth counterculture across America. This one really depresses me. I love the mamas and papas. His contribution will be twofold. First, he will co-organise the famed Monterey Pop Festival, which, through unprecedented media exposure, will give mainstream America its first real look at the music and fashions of the nascent hippie movement. Second, Phillips will pen an insipid song known as San Francisco, Be Sure to Wear Flowers in Your Hair, which will quickly rise to the top of the charts. Along with the Monterey Pop Festival, the song will be instrumental in luring a disenfranchised, a preponderance of whom will be underage runaways, to San Francisco to create the Haight-Ashbury phenomenon and the famed 1967 Summer of Love. Before arriving in Laurel Canyon and opening the doors of his home to the soon-to-be famous, the already famous, and the infamous, such as Charlie Manson, whose family also spent time at the log cabin and at the Laurel Canyon home of Mama Cass Elliot, which, in case you didn't know, sat right across the road from the Laurel Canyon home of Abigail Folger and Wojtek Frykowski. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. John Edmund Andrew Phillips was, shockingly enough, yet another child of the military intelligence complex, the son of US Marine Corps Captain Claude Andrew Phillips and a mother who claimed to have psychic and telekinetic powers, John attended a series of elite military prep schools in the Washington, D.C. area, culminating in an appointment to the prestigious U.S. Navy Academy at Annapolis. Annapolis, that's difficult to say. Annapolis. After leaving Annapolis, John married Susie Adams, a direct descendant of founding father John Adams. Susie's father, James Adams Jr., had been involved in what Susie described as cloak and dagger stuff with the Air Force in Vienna, or what others like to call covert intelligence operations. Susie herself would later find employment at the Pentagon, alongside John Phillips's older sister Rosie, who dutifully reported to work at the complex for nearly 30 years. John's mother, Dean Phillips, also worked for most of her life for the federal government in some unspecified way. And John's older brother, Tommy, was a battle-scarred former U.S. Marine who found work on the Alexandria police force as a cop, albeit one with a disciplinary record for exhibiting a violent streak when dealing with people of color. John Phillips, of course, though surrounded throughout his life by military intelligence personnel, did not involve himself in such matters, or so we are to believe. Before succeeding in his musical career, however, John did seem to find himself, quite innocently of course, in some rather unusual places. One such place was Havana, Cuba, where Phillips arrived at the very height of the Cuban Revolution. For the record, Phillips has claimed that he went to Havana as nothing more than a concerned private citizen, with the intention of, you're going to love this one, fighting for Castro. Because as I mentioned earlier, a lot of folks in those days travelled abroad to thwart CIA operations before taking up residence in Laurel Canyon and joining the hippie generation. During the 2 weeks or so that the Cuban Missile Crisis played out, a few years after Castro took power, Phillips found himself cooling his heels in Jacksonville, Florida, alongside the Mayport Naval Station. Anyway, let's move on to yet another of Laurel Canyon's earliest and brightest stars, Mr. Stephen Stills. Stills will have the distinction of being a founding member of two of Laurel Canyon's most acclaimed and beloved bands, Buffalo Springfield, and needless to say, Crosby, Stills and Nash. I love them as well. In addition, Stills will pen perhaps the first and certainly one of the most enduring anthems of the 60s generation, for what it's worth, the opening lines of which appear at the top of this chapter. Stills' follow-up single will be entitled Bluebird. That's one of Mark's favourite songs, which, coincidentally or not, happens to be the original code name assigned to the CIA's MKUltra program. It's so depressing, this book. We've read it before and forced ourselves down this rabbit hole. Seriously, I had to force Mark down this rabbit hole at the pain of death. Anyway, enough about me. Before his arrival in Laurel Canyon, Stephen Stills was the product of yet another career military family. Raised partly in Texas, young Stephen spent large swathes of his childhood in El Salvador, Costa Rica, the Panama Canal Zone, and various other parts of Central America, alongside his father, who was, we can be fairly certain, helping to spread democracy to the unwashed masses in that endearingly American way. As with the rest of our cast of characters, Stills was educated primarily at schools on military bases and at elite military academies. Among his contemporaries in Laurel Canyon, he was widely viewed as having an abrasive, authoritarian personality. Nothing unusual about any of that, of course, as we have already seen. There is, however, an even more curious aspect to the Stephen Stills story. Stephen will later tell anyone who will sit and listen that he had served time for Uncle Sam in the jungles of Vietnam. These tales will be universally dismissed by chroniclers of the era as nothing more than drug-induced delusions. Such a thing couldn't possibly be true, it will be claimed, since Stills arrived on the Laurel Canyon scene at the very time that the first uniformed troops began shipping out, and he remained in the public eye thereafter. And it will, of course, be quite true that Stephen Stills could not have served with uniformed ground troops in Vietnam. But what will be ignored is the undeniable fact that the US had thousands of advisors, which is to say, CIA Special Forces operatives, active in the country for a good many years before the arrival of the first official ground troops. What will also be ignored is that given his background, his age, and the timeline of events, Stephen Stills not only could indeed have seen action in Vietnam, he would seem to have been a prime candidate for such an assignment. After which, of course, he could rather quickly become, stop me if you've heard this one before, an icon of the peace generation. Another of those icons, and one of Laurel Canyon's most flamboyant residents, is a young man by the name of David Crosby, founding member of the seminal Laurel Canyon band The Byrds, as well as, of course, Crosby, Stills and Nash. Crosby is, not surprisingly, the son of Annapolis graduate and World War II military intelligence officer Major Floyd Delafield Crosby. Like others in his story, Floyd Crosby spent much of his post-service time traveling the world. Those travels landed him in places like Haiti, where he paid a visit in 1927, when the country just happened to be, coincidentally of course, under military occupation by the US Marines. One of the Marines doing that occupying was a guy that we met earlier by the name of Captain Claude Andrew Phillips. But David Crosby is much more than just a son of Major Floyd Delafield Crosby. David Van Cortlandt Crosby, as it turns out, is a scion of the closely intertwined Van Cortlandt, Van Schluer, and Van Rensselaer families. Brilliant. And while you're probably thinking, the Van Who families, I can assure you that if you plug those names in over at Wikipedia, you can spend a pretty fair amount of time reading up on the power yielded by this clan for the last, 2.25 centuries or so. Suffice it to say that the Crosby family tree includes a truly dizzying array of US senators and congressmen, state senators and assemblymen, governors, mayors, judges, Supreme Court justices, Revolutionary and Civil War generals, signers of the Declaration of Independence, and members of the Continental Congress. It also includes, I should hasten to add, for those of you with a taste for such things, more than a few, excuse me, high-ranking Masons. Stephen Van Rensselaer III, for example, reportedly served as Grand Master of Masons for New York. And if all that isn't impressive enough, according to the New England Genealogical Society, David von Courtart Crosby is also a direct descendant of Founding Fathers and Federalist Papers authors Alexander Hamilton and John Jay. If there is, as many believe, a network of elite families that has shaped national and world events for a very long time, then it is probably safe to say that David Crosby is a bloodline member of that clan, which may explain, come to think of it, why his semen seems to be in such demand in certain circles. Because, if we're being honest here, it certainly can't be due to his looks or talent. That's rude. That's rude. If America had royalty, then David Crosby would probably be a duke or a prince or something similar. But other than that, he is just a normal, run-of-the-mill kind of guy who just happened to shine as one of Laurel Canyon's brightest stars, and who, I guess I should add, has a real fondness for guns, especially handguns, which he has maintained a sizable collection of for his entire life. According to those closest to him, it is a rare occasion when Mr. Crosby is not packing heat. I feel like an idiot saying that. John Phillips also owned and sometimes carried handguns, and according to Crosby himself, he has, on at least one occasion, discharged a firearm in anger at another human being, all of which made him, of course, an obvious choice for the flower children to rally around. Another shining star on the Laurel Canyon scene just a few years later will be singer-songwriter Jackson Browne, who is, are you getting as bored with this as I am, the product of a career military family. Browne's father was assigned to post-war reconstruction work in Germany, which very likely means that he was in the employ of the OSS, precursor to the CIA. As readers of my earlier work, Understanding the F Word, may recall, US involvement in post-war reconstruction in Germany largely consisted of maintaining as much of the nasty infrastructure as possible, while shielding war criminals from capture and prosecution. Against that backdrop, Jackson Browne was born in a military hospital in Heidelberg, Germany. Some 2 decades later, he emerged as... oh, never mind. Let's talk instead about three other Laurel Canyon vocalists who will rise to dizzying heights of fame and fortune: Jerry Beckley, Dan Peek, and Dewey Bunnell. Individually, these three names are probably unknown to virtually all readers, but collectively, as the band America, the three will score huge hits in the early 70s with songs such as Ventura Highway, A Horse with No Name, and the Wizard of Oz themed The Tin Man. I guess I probably don't need to add here that all three of these lads were products of the military intelligence community. Beckley's dad was the commander of the now defunct West Ruislip, USAF base near London. I should know that one. England, a facility deeply immersed in intelligence operations. Banners and Peake's fathers were both career Air Force officers, serving under Beckley's dad at West Ruislip, which is where the three boys met. We could also, I suppose, discuss Mike Naismith of the Monkees and Corey Wells of Three Dog Night, two more hugely successful Laurel Canyon bands, who both arrived in LA not long after serving time with the US Air Force. Naismith also inherited a family fortune estimated at $25 million. Graham Parsons, who would briefly replace David Crosby in the Byrds before fronting the Flying Burrito Brothers, was the son of Major Cecil Ingram, Coondog Connor II, a decorated military officer and bomber pilot who reportedly flew over 50 combat missions. Parson was also an heir, on his mother's side, to the formidable Snively family fortune, said to be the wealthiest family in the exclusive enclave of Winter Haven, Florida. The Snively family was a proud owner of Snively Groves, Inc., which reportedly owned as much as one-third of all the citrus groves in the state of Florida. And so it goes as one scrolls through the roster of Laurel Canyon superstars. What one finds, far more often than not, are the sons and daughters of the military intelligence complex and the sons and daughters of extreme wealth and privilege. Oftentimes, you'll find both rolled into one convenient package. Every once in a while, you also stumble across a former child actor like Brandon DeWild or Mickey Dolenz, an eccentric prodigy of Van Dyke Parks. You might also encounter some former mental patients, such as James Taylor, who spent time in two different mental institutions in Massachusetts before hitting the Laurel Canyon scene, or Larry Wildman Fisher, who was institutionalized repeatedly during his teen years, once for attacking his mother with a knife, an act that was gleefully mocked by Zappa on the cover of Fisher's first album. Finally, you might find the offspring of an organized crime figure like Warren Zevon, the son of William "Stumpy" Zevon, a lieutenant for infamous LA crime lord Mickey Cohen. All these folks gathered nearly simultaneously along the long winding roads of Laurel Canyon. They came from across the country, although the Washington, D.C. area was noticeably overrepresented, as well as from Canada and England, and, in at least one case, all the way from nasty Germany. I've got to censor myself if you're wondering why I'm saying that. I forget sometimes. They came even though at the time there was no music industry in Los Angeles. They came even though at the time there was no live music scene to speak of. They came even though, in retrospect, there was no discernible reason for them to do so. It would, of course, make sense these days for an aspiring musician to venture out to Los Angeles, but in those days, the centers of the music universe were Nashville, Memphis, and New York. It wasn't the industry that drew the Laurel Canyon crowd, you see, but rather the Laurel Canyon crowd that transformed Los Angeles into the epicenter of the music industry. To what, then, do we attribute this unprecedented gathering of future musical superstars in the hills above Los Angeles? What was it that inspired them all to head out west? Perhaps Neil Young said it best when he told an interviewer that he couldn't really say why he headed out to LA circa 1966. He and others were just going like lemmings. Chapter 2. Power to the People. Call this a counterculture? Everyone there had at one time or another been into Satanism, or like myself, had dabbled around the edges for sexual kicks. That was a quote from Sammy Davis Jr., referring to the victims of 10050 Cielo Drive. the Sharon Tate murders. In the previous chapter, we met a sampling of some of the most successful and influential rock and music superstars who emerged from Laurel Canyon during its glory days. But there were, alas, more than just musicians and singers and songwriters who would come together in the canyon. They were destined to become the spokesmen and de facto leaders of a generation of disaffected youth. As Carl Gottlieb noted in David Crosby's co-written autobiography, the unprecedented mass appeal of the new rock and roll gave the singers a voice in public affairs. That, of course, makes it all the more curious that these icons were, to an overwhelming degree, the sons and daughters of the military intelligence complex and the scions of families that have yielded vast wealth and power in this country for a very long time. It could of course be argued that there was nothing necessarily nefarious in the fact that so many of these icons of a past generation hailed from military intelligence families. Perhaps it could be suggested they had embarked on their chosen careers as a form of rebellion against the values of their parents, and that I suppose might be true in a couple of cases. But what are we to conclude from the fact that such an astonishing number of these folks, along with their girlfriends, wives, managers, etc., hail from a similar background? Are we to believe that the only kids from that era who had musical talent were the sons and daughters of Navy admirals, chemical warfare engineers, and Air Force intelligence officers? Are they just the only ones who were signed to lucrative contracts and relentlessly promoted by their labels and the media? If these artists were rebelling against, rather than subtly promoting, the values of their parents, then why didn't they ever speak out against the people they were allegedly rebelling against? Why did Jim Morrison never denounce or even mention his father's key role in escalating one of America's bloodiest illegal wars? And why did Frank Zappa never pen a song exploring the horrors of chemical warfare, though he did pen a charming little ditty entitled Ritual Dance of the Child Killer? And which Mamas and Papas song was it that laid waste to the values and actors of John Phillips's parents and in-laws? And in which interview exactly did David Crosby and Stephen Stills disown the family values that they were raised with? We will be taking a much closer look at these performers, as well as at many of their contemporaries, as we endeavour to determine how and why the youth counterculture of the 1960s was given birth. According to virtually all the accounts that I have read, this was essentially a spontaneous organic response to the war in Southeast Asia and to the prevailing social conditions of the time. Conspiracy theorists, of course, have frequently opined that what began as a legitimate movement was at some point co-opted and undermined by intelligence operations such as CONTELPRO. Entire books, for example, have been written examining how presumably virtuous musical artists were subjected to FBI harassment and or whacked by the CIA. Here we will, as you may have already ascertained, take a decidedly different approach. The question that we will be tackling is a more deeply troubling one. What if the musicians themselves and various other leaders and founders of the movement were every bit as much as a part of the intelligence community as the people who were supposedly harassing them? What if, in other words, the entire youth culture of the 1960s was created not as a grassroots challenge to the status quo, but as a cynical exercise in discrediting and marginalizing the budding anti-war movement and creating a fake opposition that could be easily controlled and led astray? And what if the harassment these folks were subjected to was largely a stage-managed show designed to give the leaders of the counterculture some much-needed street cred? What if, in reality, they were pretty much all playing on the same team? I should probably mention here that contrary to popular opinion, the hippie flower child movement was not synonymous with the anti-war movement. As time passed, there was, to be sure, a fair amount of overlap between the two movements, and the mass media outlets, as is their wont, did their very best to portray the flower power generation as the torchbearers of the anti-war movement. After all, a ragtag band of unwashed, drug-fueled long hairs sporting flowers and peace symbols was far easier to marginalise than, say, a bunch of respected college professors and their concerned students. The reality, however, is that the anti-war movement was already well underway before the first aspiring hippie arrived in Laurel Canyon. The first Vietnam War teach-in was held on the campus of the University of Michigan in March 1965. The first organized walk on Washington occurred just a few weeks later. Needless to say, there were no hippies in attendance at either event. That problem would soon be rectified, and the anti-war crowd, those who were serious about ending the bloodshed in Vietnam anyway, would be none too appreciative. As Barry Miles has written in his coffee table book Hippie, there were some hippies involved in anti-war protests, particularly after the police riot in Chicago 1968, when so many people got injured, but on the whole, the movement activists looked on hippies with disdain. Peter Coyote, narrating the documentary Hippies on the History Channel, added that some on the left even theorized that the hippies were the end result of a plot by the CIA to neutralize the anti-war movement with LSD, turning potential protesters into self-absorbed navel-gazers. As exacerbated, Abby Hoffman once described the scene as she remembered it thusly. There were all these activists, Berkeley radicals, White Panthers, all trying to stop the war and change things for the better. Then we got flooded with all these flower children who were into drugs and sex. Where the hell did the hippies come from? As it turned out, they came, initially at least, from a rather private, isolated, largely self-contained neighborhood in Los Angeles known as Laurel Canyon. In contrast to the other canyons slicing through the Hollywood Hills, Laurel Canyon has its own market, the semi-famous Laurel Canyon Country Store, its own deli and cleaners, its own elementary school, the Wonderland School, its own boutique shops and salons, and in more recent years, its own celebrity rehab facility, named, as you may have guessed it, the Wonderland Center. During its heyday, the canyon even had its own management company, Lookout Management, to handle the talent. At one time, it even had its own newspaper. One other thing that I should add here is that this has not been an easy line of research for me to conduct, primarily because I have been, for as long as I can remember, a huge fan of 1960s music and culture. Though I didn't come of age, so to speak, until the 1970s, I have always felt as though I was cheated by being denied the opportunity to experience firsthand the era that I was so obviously meant to inhabit. During my high school and college years, while my peers were mostly into faceless corporate rock, think Journey, Foreigner, Kansas, Boston, etc., and perhaps worse yet, the twin horrors of the new wave and disco music, I was faithfully spinning my Hendrix, Joplin, and Doors albums, which I still have, in the original vinyl versions. While my colour organ, remember those, competed with my black light and strobe light. I grew my hair long until well past the age when it should have been sheared off. I may have even strung beads across the doorway to my room. But is it possible that I am confusing my life with that of Greg Brady, who, as we all remember, once converted his dad's home office into a groovy bachelor pad? Anyway, one of the most difficult aspects of this journey that I have been on for the last 15 years or so has been watching so many of my former idols and mentors fall by the wayside, as it became increasingly clear to me that people who I once thought were the good guys were, in reality, something entirely different. The first to fall, naturally enough, were the establishment figures, the politicians who I once quite foolishly looked up to as people who were fighting the good fight within the confines of the system to bring about real change. Though it now pains me to admit this, there was a time when I admired the likes of Egads, George McGowan and Jimmy Carter, as well as California Poles Tom Hayden and Jerry Brown. I even had high hopes, oh so many years ago, for, am I really admitting this in print, Bill Clinton. Since I mentioned Jerry Governor Moonbeam Brown, by the way, I must now digress just a bit. As luck would have it, Jerry Brown was, curiously enough, a long-time resident of a little place called Laurel Canyon. As readers of my previous work, Programmed to Kill, I've got that, I'm going to read that, but that is dark, may recall, Brown lived on Wonderland Avenue, not too many doors down from 8763 Wonderland Avenue, the site of the infamous Four on the Floor murders, regarded by grizzled LA homicide detectives as the most bloody and brutal multiple murder in the city's very bloody history. As it turns out, the most bloody mass murder in LA's history took place in one of the city's most serene, pastoral, and exclusive neighborhoods, and strangely enough, the case usually cited as the runner-up for the title of bloodiest crime scene. The murders of Stephen Parent, Sharon Tate, Jay Sabering, Wojtek Frykowski, and Abigail Folger at 10050 Celio Drive in Benedict Canyon, just a couple of miles to the west of Laurel Canyon, had deep ties to the Laurel Canyon scene as well. As previously mentioned, victims Folger and Frykowski lived in Laurel Canyon at 2774 Woodstock Road, in a rented home right across the regular visitors to Cass Elliott's home. No. In a rented home right across the road from a favoured gathering spot for Laurel Canyon royalty. Many of the regular visitors to Cass Elliott's home, including a number of shady drug dealers, were also regular visitors to the Folger-Frykowski home. Frykowski's son, by the way, was stabbed to death on June 6, 1999, 30 years after his father met the same fate. Victim Jay Saberg's acclaimed hair salon sat right at the mouth of Laurel Canyon, just below the Sunset Strip, and it was Seberg, alas, who was credited with sculpting Jim Morrison's famous mane. One of the investors in his Seberg International business venture was none other than Mr. John Phillips. Sharon Tate was also well known in Laurel Canyon, where she was a frequent visitor to the homes of friends like John Phillips, Cass Elliott, and Abigail Folger. And when she wasn't in Laurel Canyon, many of the canyon regulars, both famous and infamous, made themselves at home at her place on Celio Drive. Canyonite Van Dyke Parks, for example, dropped by for a visit on the very day of the murders, and Danny Doherty, the other papa in the Mummers and Papas, had claimed that he and John Phillips were invited to the Celio Drive home on the night of the murders, but as luck would have it, they never made it over. Similarly, Chuck Negron of Three Dog Night, a regular visitor to the Wonderland Death House, had set up a drug buy on the night of that mass murder, but he fell asleep and never made it over. Along with the victims, the alleged killers also lived in or were very much a part of the Laurel Canyon scene. Bobby Cupid Beausoleil, for example, lived in a Laurel Canyon apartment during early months of 1969. Charles Tex Watson, who allegedly led the death squad responsible for the carnage at Celio Drive, lived for a time in a home on, guess where, Wonderland Avenue. During that time, curiously enough, Watson co-owned and worked in a wig shop in Beverly Hills, Crown Wig Creations Limited, that was located near the mouth of Benedict Canyon. Meanwhile, one of Jay Seberg's primary claims to fame was his expertise in crafting men's hairpieces, which he did in his shop near the mouth of Laurel Canyon. A typical day in the late 1960s would find Watson crafting hairpieces for an upscale Hollywood clientele near Benedict Canyon, and then returning home to Laurel Canyon, while Sebring crafted hairpieces for an upscale Hollywood clientele near Laurel Canyon, and then returned home to Benedict Canyon. And then one crazy day, as we all know, one of them became a killer, and the other his victim. But there's nothing odd about that, I suppose, so let's move on. Oh, wait a minute, we can't quite move on yet, as I forgot to mention that Seberg's Benedict Canyon home at 9820 Eastern Drive was a rather infamous Hollywood death house that had once belonged to Jean Harlow and Paul Byrne. The mismatched pair were wed on July 2nd, 1932, when Harlow, already a huge star of the silver screen, was just 21 years old. Just 2 months earlier, on September the 5th, Byrne caught a bullet to the head in his wife's bedroom. He was found sprawled naked in a pool of his own blood, his corpse drenched with his wife's perfume. Upon discovering the body, Byrne's butler promptly contacted MGM's head of security, Whitey Hendry, who in turn contacted Louis B. Mayer and Irving Thalberg. All three men descended upon the Benedict Canyon home to, tidy up a bit. You might be able to hear my tummy rumbling. That's not very professional, is it? A couple hours later, they decided to contact the LAPD. This scene would be repeated years later when Sebring's friends would rush to the very same home to clean up before officers investigating the Tate murders arrived. Byrne's death was, as is so often the case, written off as a suicide. His newlywed wife, strangely enough, was never called as a witness at the inquest. Byrne's other wife, which is to say his common-law wife, Dorothy Millette, reportedly boarded a Sacramento riverboat on September the 6th, 1932, the day after Paul's death. She was not seen floating belly up in the Sacramento. She was next seen floating belly up in the Sacramento River. Her death, as would be expected, was also ruled a suicide. Less than 5 years later, Harlow herself dropped dead at the ripe old age of 26. At the time, authorities opted not to divulge the cause of death, though it was later claimed that bad kidneys had done her in. During her brief stay on this planet, Harlow had cycled through 3 turbulent marriages and yet still found time to serve as godmother to Bugsy Siegel's daughter Millicent. Though Burns was the most famous body to be hauled out of the Eastern Drive house in a coroner's bag, it certainly wasn't the only one. Another man had reportedly committed suicide there as well, in some unspecified fashion. Yet another unfortunate soul drowned in the home's pool, and a maid was once found swinging from the end of a rope. Her death, needless to say, was ruled a suicide as well. That's a lot of blood for one home to absorb, but the house's morbid history, though a turn-off to many prospective residents, was reportedly exactly what attracted J. Seberg to the property. His murder would further darken the black cloud hanging over the home. As Laurel Canyon chronicler Michael Walker has noticed, LA's 2 most notorious mass murders, one in August 1969 and the other in July of 1981, both involving 5 victims, though at Wonderland one of the 5 miraculously survived, provided rather morbid bookends for Laurel Canyon's glory years. Walker, though, like others who have chronicled that time and place, treats these brutal crimes as though they were unfortunate aberrations. The reality, however, is that the 9 bodies recovered from Celio Drive and Wonderland Avenue constitute just the tip of a very large and very bloody iceberg. To partially illustrate that point, Diane Linkletter, daughter of famed entertainer Art Linkletter, legendary comedian Lenny Bruce, screen idol Sal Mineo, starlet Inga Stevens, and silent film star Raymond Navarro, all have something in common. All were found dead in their homes, either in or at the mouth of Laurel Canyon, in the decade between 1966 and 1976, and all 5 were, in all likelihood, murdered in those Laurel Canyon homes. Only 2 of them are officially listed as murder victims. Mineo, who was stabbed to death outside his home in 8563 Holloway Drive on February 2nd, 1976, and Novero, who was killed near the country store in a decidedly ritualistic fashion on the eve of Halloween 1968. Inga Stevens' death in her home at 8000 Woodrow Wilson Drive on April 30th, 1970, Walpurgis Night on the occult calendar, was officially a suicide, though why she opted to propel herself through a decorative glass screen as part of that suicide remains a mystery. Perhaps she just wanted to leave behind a gruesome crime scene, and simple overdoses can be so, bloodless and boring. Diane Linkletter, according to legend, sailed out of the window of her Shulman Towers apartment because, in her LSD-addled state, she thought she could fly. We know this because Art himself told us that it was so, and because the story was retold throughout the 1970s as a cautionary tale about the dangers of drugs. What we weren't told, however, is that Diane, born curiously enough on Halloween Eve in 1948, wasn't alone when she plunged 6 stories to her death on the morning of October the 4th, 1969. Au contraire, she was with a gent by the name of Edward Durston, who, in a completely unexpected turn of events, accompanied actress Carol Wayne to Mexico some 15 years later. Carol, alas, perhaps weighed down by her enormous breasts, managed to drown in barely a foot of water, while Mr. Durston promptly disappeared. As would be expected, he was never questioned by authorities about Wayne's curious death. After all, it is quite common for the same guy to be the sole witness to 2 separate accidental deaths. Art also neglected to mention that just weeks before Diane's curious death, another member of the Linkletter clan, Art's son-in-law, John Zwire, caught a bullet to the head in the backyard of his Hollywood Hills home, but that, of course, was an unconnected suicide. I'm not even going to discuss here the circumstances of Lenny Bruce's death from acute morphine poisoning on August 3rd, 1966, because to be perfectly honest, I don't know too many people who don't already assume that Lenny was whacked. I'll just note here that his funeral was well attended by the Laurel Canyon rock icons, and control over his unreleased material fell into the hands of a guy by the name of Frank Zappa, and another unsavory character named Phil Spector, whose crack team of studio musicians, dubbed the Wrecking Crew, were the actual musicians playing on many studio recordings by such Laurel Canyon bands as the Monkees, the Byrds, the Beach Boys, and the Mamas and the Papas. Chapter 3. Dig! The Laurel Canyon Death List. I mean, fuck, he auditioned for Neil Young for fuck's sake. Graham Nash, explaining to author Michael Walker how close Charles Manson was to the Laurel Canyon scene. During the 10-year period during which Lenny Bruce, Raymond Navarro, Sal Mineo, Diane Linkletter, Inga Stevens, Sharon Tate, Jay Seberg, Wojtek Frykowski, and Abigail Folger all turned up dead, numerous other people connected to Laurel Canyon did as well, often under very questionable circumstances. The list includes, but is certainly not limited to, all of the following names: Marina Elizabeth Habe, whose body was carved up and tossed into the heavy brush along Mulholland Drive, just west of Beaumont Drive, on December the 30th, 1968. Habe, just 17 at the time of her death, was the daughter of Hans Habe, who emerged to the US from fascist Austria circa 1940. Shortly thereafter, Hans married a General Foods heiress and began studying psychological warfare at the Military Intelligence Training Center. After completing his training, he put his psychological warfare skills to use by creating 18 newspapers in occupied Germany under the direction, no doubt, of the OSS. Christine Hinton, who was killed in a head-on collision on September the 30th, 1969. At the time, Hinton was a girlfriend of David Crosby and the founder and head of the Byrds. At that time, Hinton was a girlfriend of David Crosby and the founder and head of the Byrds fan club. She was also the daughter of a career Army officer stationed at the notorious Presidio military base in San Francisco. Another of Crosby's girlfriends from that same era was Shelley Roker, who grew up on the Hamilton Air Force Base in Marin County. Jane Doe, number 59, found dumped into the heavy undergrowth of Laurel Canyon in November 1969, within sight of where Habe had been dumped less than a year earlier. The teenage girl, who was never identified, had been stabbed 157 times in the chest and throat. Alan Blind Owl Wilson, singer, songwriter, and guitarist for the Laurel Canyon blues rock band Canned Heat, was found dead in his Topanga Canyon home on September 3rd, 1970. His death was written off as a suicide overdose. Wilson had moved to Topanga Canyon after the band's Laurel Canyon home. on Lookout Mountain Avenue, next door to Joni Mitchell and Graham Nash's home, burned to the ground. Blind Owl was just 27 years old at the time of his death. A little more than a decade later, Wilson's former bandmate Bob the Bear Hite, or Hit, H-I-T-E, who had once acknowledged in an interview that he had partied in the canyons with various members of the Manson family, died of a heart attack at the ripe old age of 36. Jimi Hendrix, who reportedly briefly occupied the sprawling mansion just north of the log cabin after he moved to LA in 1968, died in London under seriously questionable circumstances on September the 18th, 1970. Though he rarely spoke about it, Jimmy had served a stint in the US Army with the 101st Airborne Division at Fort Campbell. His official records indicate that he was forced into the service by the courts and then released after just 1 year when he purportedly proved to be a poor soldier. One wonders, though, why he was assigned to such an elite division if he was indeed such a failure. One also wonders why he wasn't subjected to disciplinary measures rather than being handed a free pass out of his ostensibly court-ordered service. In any event, Jimmy himself once told reporters that he was given a medical discharge after breaking an ankle during a parachute jump. One biographer has claimed that Jimmy faked being gay to earn an early release. The truth, alas, remains rather elusive. At the time of Jimmy's death, the first person called by his girlfriend Monica Danneman last to see Hendrix alive was Eric Burden of the Animals. 2 years earlier, Burden had relocated to LA and taken over ringmaster duties from Frank Zappa after Zappa had vacated the log cabin and moved into a less high-profile Laurel Canyon home. Within a year of Jimmy's death, a reported prostitute turned groupie named Devon Wilson, who had been with Jimmy the day before his death, plunged from an eighth-floor window of New York's Chelsea Hotel on March the 5th, 1973. A shadowy character named Michael Jeffrey, who had managed both Hendrix and Burden, was killed in a mid-air plane collision. Jeffrey was known to openly boast of having organized crime connections and of working for the CIA. After Jimmy's death, it was discovered that Jeffrey had been funneling most of Hendrix's gross earnings into an offshore account in the Bahamas linked to international drug trafficking. Years later, on April 5, 1996, Danneman, the daughter of a wealthy German industrialist, was found dead near her home in a fume-filled Mercedes. Jim Morrison, who for a time lived in a home on Rothdale Trail behind the Laurel Canyon Country Store, may or may not have died in Paris on July 3, 1971. The events of that day remain shrouded in mystery and rumour, and the details of the story, such as they are, have changed over the years. What is known is that on that very same day, Admiral George Stephen Morrison delivered the keynote speech at a decommissioning ceremony for the aircraft carrier USS Bonhomme Richard, from where 7 years earlier he had helped choreograph the Tonkin Gulf incident. A few years after Jim's death, his common-law wife, Pamela Courson, dropped dead as well, officially of a heroin overdose. Like Hendrix, Morrison had been an avid student of the occult with a particular fondness for the work of Aleister Crowley. According to supergroupie Pamela Desbar, he had also read all he could about incest and sadism. Also, like Hendrix and Wilson, Morrison was just 27 at the time of his possible death. Brandon the Wild, a good friend of David Crosby and Gram Parsons, was killed in a freak accident in Colorado on July 6, 1972, when his van plowed under a flatbed truck. In the 1950s, de Wild had been an in-demand child actor since the age of 8. He had appeared on screen with some of the biggest names in Hollywood, including Alan Ladd, Lee Marvin, Paul Newman, John Wayne, Kirk Douglas, and Henry Fonda. Around 1965, de Wild fell in with Hollywood's Young Turks, through whom he met and befriended Crosby, Parsons, and various other members of the Laurel Canyon Club. De Wild was just 30 at the time of his death. Christine Fracher, a former governess of Moon Unit Zappa and the Zappa family's former housekeeper at the log cabin, died on November 5, 1972, of an alleged drug overdose. though friends suspected foul play. As Miss Christine Fracker had been a member of the Zappa-created GTOs, a musical act of sorts composed entirely of very young groupies, she was also the inspiration for the song Christine's Tune, Devil in Disguise by Graham Parsons, Flying Burrito Brothers. Fracker may have been in her early 20s when she died, possibly even younger. Danny Whitten, a guitarist, vocalist, songwriter with Neil Young's sometime band Crazy Horse, died of an overdose on November the 18th, 1972. According to rock and roll legend, Whitten had been fired by Young earlier that day during rehearsals in San Francisco. Young and Jack Leach, Phil Spector's former top assistants, had given Whitten $50 and put him on a plane back to LA. Within hours he was dead. Whitten was just 29. Bruce Berry, a roadie for Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, died of a heroin overdose in June 1973. Berry had just flown out to Maui to deliver a shipment of cocaine to Stephen Stills and was promptly sent back to LA by Crosby and Nash. Berry was a brother of Jan Berry of Jan and Dean. Dean Torrance, the Dean of Jan and Dean, had played part in the fake kidnapping of Frank Sinatra Jr. just a couple of weeks after the JFK assassination. The staged event was a particularly transparent effort to divert attention away from the questions that were cropping up after the initial shock had passed about the events in Dealey Plaza. Clarence White, a guitarist who had played with the Byrds, was run over by a drunk driver who killed on July the 14th, 1973. White had grown up near Lancaster, not far from where Frank Zappa spent his teen years. At least one member of White's immediate family was employed at Edwards Air Force Base. The driver who killed young Clarence, just 29 years old at the time of his death, was given a 1-year suspended sentence and served no time. Graham Parsons, formerly with the International Submarine Band, the Byrds and the Flying Burrito Brothers, allegedly overdosed on a speedball at the Joshua Tree Inn on September the 9th, 1973. Just 2 months before his death, Parsons' Topanga Canyon home had burnt to the ground. After his death, his body was stolen from LAX by the Burritos road manager Phil Kaufman and then taken back out to Joshua Tree and ritually burned on the autumnal equinox. Kaufman had been a prison buddy of Charlie Manson's at Terminal Island. When Phil was released from Terminal Island in March of 1968, he quickly reunited with his old pal, who had been released a year earlier. By the time of Graham's death, his family had already experienced its share of questionable deaths. Just before Christmas 1958, Parsons' father sent Graham, along with his mother and sister, off to stay with family in Florida. The next day, just after the winter solstice, Ingram Cecil Connor Jr. caught a bullet to the head. His death was recorded as a suicide, and it was claimed that he had sent his family away to spare them as much pain as possible. It seems just as likely, however, that Cecil knew his days were numbered and wanted to get his family out of the line of fire. The next year, 1959, Graham's mother married again, to Robert Ellis Parsons, who adopted Graham and his sister Avis. 6 years later, in June of 1965, Graham's mother died the day after a sudden illness landed her in her hospital. According to witnesses, she died almost immediately after a visit from her husband, Robert Parsons. Many of those close to the situation believed that Parsons had a hand in her death. Very shortly thereafter, Robert Parsons married his stepdaughter's teenage babysitter. Lovely. Following his mother's death, Parsons briefly attended Harvard University and then launched his music career with the formation of the International Submarine Band, which quickly found its way to, where else, Laurel Canyon. Graham's death in 1973 at the age of 26 left his younger sister Avis as the sole surviving member of the family. She was killed in 1993, reportedly in a boating accident at the age of 40. Mama Cass Elliot, the Earth Mother of Laurel Canyon, whose circle of friends included musicians, Mansonites, young Hollywood stars, the wealthy son of a State Department official, singer-songwriters, assorted drug dealers, and some particularly unsavory characters, the LAPD once described as some kind of hit squad, died in the London home of Harry Nilsson on July 29, 1974. Nilsson had been a frequent drinking buddy of John Lennon in Laurel Canyon and on the Sunset Strip. At 32, at 32, Cass had lived a long and productive life, by Laurel Canyon standards. 4 years later, in the very same room of the very same London flat, still owned by Harry Nilsson, Keith Moon of The Who also died at the age of 32 on September the 7th, 1978. Though initial press reports held that Cass had choked to death on a ham sandwich, the official verdict was heart failure. Her actual cause of death could likely be filed under knowing where too many of the bodies were buried. Moon reportedly died from a massive overdose of a drug used to treat alcohol withdrawal. Amy Gossage, Graham Nash's girlfriend, was murdered in her San Francisco home on February the 13th, 1975. Just 20 years old at the time, she had been stabbed nearly 50 times and was bludgeoned beyond recognition. Amy's father, a famed advertising PR executive, had died of leukemia in 1969. Not long after, her half-sister had been killed in a car crash. In May of 1974, her mother, the daughter of a wealthy banking family, died as well, reportedly of cirrhosis of the liver. That just left Amy, aged 19, and her brother Eben, aged 20, both of whom reportedly had serious drug dependencies. Amy's brutal murder, cleverly enough, was pinned on Eben. Police had conveniently found blood-stained clothes along with a hammer and scissors sitting on the porch of Eben's apartment, looking very much as though it had been planted. A friend of Eben's would later remark, perhaps quite tellingly, "If Eben did kill her, I'm convinced he doesn't know he did it." Tim Buckley, a singer-songwriter signed to Frank Zappa's record label and managed by Herb Cohen, died of a reported overdose on June 29, 1975. Buckley had once appeared on an episode of The Monkees, and, like Monkey Peter Tork and so many others in this story, he hailed from Washington, D.C. He was the son of a mentally unbalanced and occasionally violent World War II hero. Buckley was just 28 at the time of his death, which reportedly shocked many of his friends and relatives. Despite having released 9 albums during his short life, Buckley died in debt, which probably had nothing to do with his management by Cohen. His son Jeff Buckley, also an accomplished musician, managed to remain on this planet 2 years longer than his dad did. He was 30 when he died in a bizarre drowning incident on May 29, 1997. Phyllis Major Brown, wife of singer-songwriter Jackson Browne, reportedly overdosed on barbiturates on March 25, 1976. Her death was, you all should know the words to this song by now, ruled a suicide. She was just 30 years old. There are a few other curious deaths we could add here as well, though they were more indirectly related to the Laurel Canyon scene. Nevertheless, they deserve an honorable mention. Bobby Fuller, singer-songwriter, guitarist for the Bobby Fuller Four, was found dead in his car near Grauman's Chinese Theatre on July 18, 1966, after being lured away from his home by a mysterious 2 to 3 a.m. phone call of unknown origin. Fuller is best known for penning the hit song I Fought the Law, which had just hit the charts when he supposedly committed suicide at the age of 23. There were multiple cuts and bruises on his face, chest and shoulders, dried blood around his mouth, and a hairline fracture to his right hand. He had been thoroughly doused with gasoline, including in his mouth and throat. The inside of the car was doused as well, and an open book of matches lay on the seat. It was perfectly obvious that Fuller's killer or killers had planned to torch the car, destroying all evidence, but likely got scared away. The LAPD nevertheless ruled Fuller's death a suicide, despite the coroner's conclusion that the gas had been poured after Bobby's death. Police later decided that it wasn't a suicide after all, but rather an accident. They didn't bother to explain how Fuller had accidentally doused himself with gasoline after accidentally killing himself. At the time of his death, one of Fuller's closest confidants was a prostitute named Melody who worked at PJ's nightclub, where Bobby frequently played. The club was co-owned by Eddie Nash, who would many years later orchestrate the Wonderland Massacre. A few years after Bobby's death, his brother and bass player Randy Fuller teamed up with drummer Dewey Martin, formerly of Buffalo Springfield. Gary Hinman, a musician, music teacher, and part-time chemist, was brutally murdered in his Topanga Canyon home on July the 27th, 1969. Convicted of his murder was Mansonite Bobby Beausoleil, who had played rhythm guitar in a Laurel Canyon band known as the Grassroots, which later achieved a fair amount of fame under the name Love. Janis Joplin, vocalist extraordinaire, was found dead of a heroin overdose on the 4th of October 1970 at the Landmark Hotel about a mile east of the mouth of Laurel Canyon, where she occasionally visited. Indications were that she had taken or been given a hot shot many times stronger than standard street heroin. Joplin's father, by the way, was a petroleum engineer for Texaco, and though it might normally seem an odd coupling, it somehow seems perfectly natural in the context of this story that Janis once dated that great crusader in the war on all things immoral, William Bennett. Like Morrison, Hendrix and Wilson, Joplin died at the age of 27. Duane Allman and Berry Oakley, lead guitarist and bass player for the Allman Brothers, were killed in freakishly similar motorcycle crashes on October 29, 1971 and November 11, 1972. Respectively, Allman was the son of Willis Allman, a U.S. Army sergeant who had been murdered by another soldier near Norfolk, Virginia, home of the world's largest naval installation, on December 26, 1949. In 1967, Duane and his younger brother Greg, then billing themselves as the Allman Joys, ventured out to Los Angeles. While there, Greg auditioned and was almost signed for the Laurel Canyon band Poco, which featured Buffalo Springfield alumni Richie Furay and Jim Messina, as well as future Eagle Randy Meisner. Duane was killed when a truck turned in front of his motorcycle at an intersection and inexplicably stopped. Just over a year later, Oakley had a similar run-in with a bus, just 3 blocks from where Allman had been killed. Following the crash, Berry had dusted himself off and declined medical attention, insisting that he was okay. 3 hours later, he was rushed to the hospital where he died. Both Oakley and Allman were just 24 years old. Ugh. Gary Thane, bassist for the band Uriah Heep, yet another group with a keen interest in magic and the occult, with album titles such as Demons and Wizards and Magician's Birthday, was found dead on December 8, 1975, 5 years to the day before Nilsson's sidekick John Lennon would be gunned down at the Dakota Apartments in New York City. Thane had once played with sometime Canaanite Jimi Hendrix, and his first live appearance with Uriah Heep was at the Whiskey A Go Go on February 1st, 1972. His death was, alas, attributed to a drug overdose. Thane is yet another member of the 27 Club. Tommy Bolin, best known as a guitarist for the band Deep Purple, was also found dead of a reported drug overdose almost exactly 1 year later, on December 4th, 1976. Though varying stories have surfaced concerning the circumstances of his death, Bolin had previously played for the James Gang, in the position once filled by Joe Walsh, who, by the time of Bolin's death, had become a member of Laurel Canyon's most commercially successful band, the Eagles. Bolin died a couple of years shy of making the 27 Club. It wasn't only the musicians with ties to Laurel Canyon who died young and often under questionable and sometimes quite violent circumstances. The dark undercurrents pulsing through the canyons in the early 1970s that left such a trail of destruction extended well beyond the Hollywood Hills, as illustrated by the deaths of a handful of mostly forgotten figures in the rock community. Phil King, an early frontman for the Blue Oyster Cult, a band whose album art and song lyrics suggested a keen interest in the occult, was shot 3 times in the back of the head in New York City on April 27, 1972, just 3 days shy of Volkswagen Night. 3 months later, on July 24, 1972, Bobby Ramirez, the drummer for for an early formation featuring frontman Edgar Winter, was beaten and stabbed to death in a Chicago bar. He was 23 years old. Rory Storm, the founder and frontman for the UK's Rory Storm and the Hurricanes, was found dead on September the 28th, 1972. Born Alan Caldwell on the autumnal equinox of 1939 in Liverpool, England, Storm had close ties to that other, far more famous band from Liverpool. The Hurricanes' original drummer was none other than Richie Starkey, who left the band to join John, Paul, and George, becoming Ringo Starr in the process. It is said that George Harrison, who dated Storm's younger sister, initially wanted to join the Hurricanes, but had to settle for the Quarrymen when he was deemed too young. That same sister would later date a young Paul McCartney. Popular on the Liverpool-Hamburg club circuit, the Hurricanes at times shared the stage with the Beatles, both before and after Starr's defection. Rory's band, though, which he initially wanted to name Dracula and the Werewolves, never caught fire the way the Beatles did, and by the late 1960s, early 70s, Storm had to find work as a DJ. In Amsterdam, at the time of his father's death, 1972, Rory returned to Liverpool to be with his grieving mother. On September 28, 1972, just 1 week after Rory's 33rd birthday, both mother and son turned up dead in a family home, in a rather unlikely turn of events. It was claimed that both had independently committed suicide on the same day in different rooms of the same house. Storm reportedly had sleeping pills in his system, but not in sufficient concentrations to have caused his demise, leaving the actual cause of death something of a mystery. Ronald Pigpen McKernan, a founding member of the Grateful Dead from its early incarnations as the Zodiacs and the Warlocks, died on March 8, 1973. A vocalist and multi-instrumentalist, McKernan had a short romantic relationship with a somewhat longer friendship with fellow Def Leppard member Janis Joplin. Pigpen was found dead at his home, reportedly of a gastrointestinal hemorrhage. His death is primarily of interest because he was, like Joplin, 27 years old at the time, qualifying him for membership in the 27 Club. Alongside charter members Joplin, Brian Jones, Jimi Hendrix, and Jim Morrison, and more recent Hall of Famers such as Kurt Cobain and Amy Winehouse. Graham Bond, who was widely considered to be a founding father of the 1960s British R&B boom, was killed on May 5, 1974, when he was reportedly run over by a train at London's Finsbury Park station. His death, to no one's surprise, was ruled a suicide. Bond, who was adopted and believed himself to be the biological son of occultist spy Aleister Crowley, had a deep fascination with the occult. He also reportedly struggled with what the psychiatric community refers to as manic depressive disorder, which was aggravated by chronic drug abuse. Bond was just 36 years old at the time of his death. Pete Ham, a singer-songwriter guitarist and the leader of the British band Badfinger, another outfit with close ties to those lads from Liverpool, was found swinging from the end of a rope on April 23, 1975. Ham's band was first signed by the Beatles' own Apple label, and their first single, Come and Get It, was penned by Paul McCartney. According to Rocklaw, McCartney recorded the song himself and then insisted that Ham's band play and record it exactly the same way. So Paul also personally auditioned all four members of Badfinger to decide who would provide the lead vocal on the single. Ham's greatest claim to fame, though, was being the co-writer of the oft-recorded Without You, a song that became a monster hit around the world when it was committed to vinyl in 1972 by John Lennon's Sunset Strip Laurel Canyon sidekick Harry Nilsson. The very same Harry Nilsson whose London flat served as a death scene for both Mama Cass and Keith Moon. The song received numerous awards, and Ham and his band moved over to Warner Brothers Records with the expectation that Badfinger was soon to become quite a sensation. It wasn't meant to be. Within a few years, Pete Ham was unemployed and turned up dead in his garage. Ham is yet another member of the 27 Club, though not by much. His death came just 3 days before his 28th birthday. His passing was barely reported on, due in part to the fact that neither Warner Brothers nor the Beatles organisation bothered to make an announcement or issue any public comment. Just 1 month later, his girlfriend gave birth to a daughter that Ham was to never know. 8.5 years later, on November the 18th, 1983, Tom Evans, Ham's former bandmate and the co-writer of Without You, was also found swinging from the end of a rope. Shit happens, it appears. Chapter 4. Related Lives and Related Deaths. No one here gets out alive. Jim Morrison. Before moving on from the Laurel Canyon death list, there are a few more celebrity deaths that demand a closer inspection. The first is a truly tragic tale of a rising star in Laurel Canyon, who by the time of her death had been completely forgotten. The second is the story of a man who had only tangential ties to Laurel Canyon, but whose life and death may provide one of the keys to understanding the canyon scene. And the third is the story of a guy who had no real connections to Laurel Canyon, but whose life arc has been so illuminatingly bizarre that it merits inclusion here. Judy Lynn Sill was born in Studio City, California, not far from the northern entrance to Laurel Canyon, on October the 7th, 1944. Almost a quarter century later, she would be favorably compared to such other Laurel Canyon singer-songwriters as Joni Mitchell, Judy Collins, and Carole King. When she died, though, on November the 23rd, 1979, not a single obituary was published to note her passing. Judy's father, Milford Bud Sill, was reportedly a cameraman for Paramount Studios, and numerous Hollywood connections. When Judy was still quite young, however, Bud moved the family to Oakland and opened a bar known as Bud's Bar. He also operated a side business as an importer of rare animals, which required him to spend a considerable amount of time traveling in Central and South America. Such a business, it should be noted, would provide an ideal cover for covert intelligence work. In any event, Bud Seal was dead by 1952, when Judy was just 7 or 8 years old. Depending on who is telling the story, Bud died either from pneumonia or a heart attack. Following Bud's death, the family relocated back to Southern California, and Judy's other brother, Dennis, though still in his teens, took over the family importing business. That career didn't last long, though, as Dennis soon turned up dead down in Central America, either from a liver infection or a car accident. The animal importing business, I guess, is a rather dangerous one. Following Bud's death, Judy's mother, Anita, met and married Ken Muse, an Academy Award-winning animator for Hanna-Barbera, who was described by Judy as an abusive, violent alcoholic. At 15, Judy fled her violent home and lived with an older man with whom she pulled off a series of armed robberies in the San Fernando Valley. Those activities landed her in reform school, which did little to curb her appetite for drugs, crime, and alcohol. She spent the next few years with a serious heroin addiction, which she financed by dealing drugs and turning tricks in some of LA's seedier neighborhoods. In 1963, Judy had cleaned herself up enough to enroll in junior college. In the early winter of 1965, however, Judy's mum, her last surviving family member, died either of cancer or of complications arising from her chronic alcoholism. Take your pick, the details of this story will likely remain forever elusive. Barely an adult, Judy was left all alone in the world, and thus began another downward spiral into drugs and crime, which culminated in her being arrested and possibly serving time on forgery and drug charges. In the late 1960s, with her addictions apparently temporarily curbed, Sill joined the Laurel Canyon scene, where she attempted to forge a career as a singer-songwriter. Her first big break came when she sold the song Lady O to the Turtles, yet another Laurel Canyon band to hit it big in the mid-1960s, best known for the hit single Happy Together. The Turtles were led by lead vocalist-songwriter Howard Kaylan, who happened to be, small world that it is, a cousin of Frank Zappa's manager and business partner Herb Cohen. The band released a song which featured Judy's guitar work in 1969. The next year, Seal became the first artist signed to David Geffen's fledgling Asylum record label. The year after that, her self-titled debut album became Asylum's first official release. The first single from the album, Jesus Was a Crossmaker, was produced by Graham Nash, whom she opened for on tour following the album's release. Though critically well received, the album's sales were disappointing, in part because the record was overshadowed by the debut albums of Jackson Browne and the Eagles, both released by Asylum shortly after the release of Judy's album. Seal's second album, 1973's Heart Food, was even more of a commercial disappointment. Nevertheless, in 1974, she began to work on a third album in Monkey Mike Nesmith's recording studio. Prior to completion, however, she abandoned the project and promptly disappeared without a trace. What became of her between that time and her death some 5 years later remains largely a mystery. It is assumed that she once again descended into a life of drugs and prostitution, but no one seems to know for sure. It is alleged that she was seriously injured when her car was rear-ended by actor Danny Kaye, causing her to suffer from chronic back pain thereafter, thus contributing to her drug addictions. According to a friend of hers, she lived in a home that featured an enormous photo of Bela Lugosi above the fireplace, a large ebony cross above her bed, and racks of candles. She is said to have read extensively from Rosicrucian manuscripts and from the writings of Aleister Crowley, to have possessed a complete collection of the work of Helen Blavatsky, and to have been a gifted tarot and card reader. What is known for sure is that, on the day after Thanksgiving 1979, Judy Seal, the last surviving member of her family, was found dead in a North Hollywood apartment. The cause of death was listed as acute cocaine and codeine intoxication. It was claimed that a suicide note was found, but friends insisted that the supposed note was either a portion of a diary entry or an unfinished song. One of her friends would later note that, at some point in her life, Judy began to realize that there was a part of her that wasn't under her conscious control. I'm guessing that the guy up for review could relate to that. Phil Ochs, a folk singer, songwriter, and political activist, was found hanged in his sister's home in Far Rockaway, New York, on April the 9th, 1976. Throughout his life, Ochs was one of the most overtly political of the 1960s rock and folk music stars. A regular attendee at anti-war civil rights and labour rallies, Ochs appeared to be, at all times, an unwavering political leftist. He named his first band the Singing Socialists. That all changed, however, excuse me, and rather dramatically, in the months before his death. Born in El Paso, Texas, on December the 19th, 1940, Phil and his family moved frequently during the first few years of his life. His father, Dr. Jacob Ochs, had been drafted by the U.S. Army and assigned to various military hospitals in New York, New Mexico, and Texas. In 1943, Dr. Ochs was shipped overseas, returning 2 years later with a medical discharge. Upon his return, he was immediately institutionalized and didn't return to his family for another 2 years. During that time, he was subjected to every psychiatric treatment, inverted commas, imaginable, including electroshock therapy, inverted commas. When he finally returned to his family in 1947, he was but a shell of his former self, described by Phil's sister as almost like a phantom. Beginning in the fall of 1956, Phil Ochs began attending Staunton Military Academy, the very same institution that future serial killer cult leader Gary Heidnik would attend just 1 year after Ochs graduated. During Phil's 2 years there, a friend and fellow band member was found swinging from the end of a rope. I probably don't need to add here that the death was ruled as suicide. Following graduation, Phil enrolled at Ohio State University, but not before, oddly enough, having a little plastic surgery done to alter his appearance. Doing such things, needless to say, was rather uncommon in 1958. In early 1962, just months before his scheduled graduation, Ox dropped out of college to pursue a career in music. By 1966, he had released 3 albums. In 1967, under the management of his brother, Michael Ox, Phil moved out to Los Angeles. Michael had begun working the previous year as an assistant to Billy James, who maintained a party house at 8504 Ridpath in, you guessed it, Laurel Canyon. As the 1970s rolled out, and with his career beginning to fade, Phil Ox began to travel internationally, usually accompanied by vast quantities of booze and pills. Those travels included a visit to Chile not long before the US-sponsored coup that toppled Salvador Allende. In the summer of 1975, Phil Ox's public persona abruptly changed. Adopting the name John Butler Train, Ox proclaimed himself a CIA operative and presented himself as a belligerent right-wing thug. He told an interviewer that, on the first day of summer 1975, Phil Ox was murdered in Chelsea Hotel by John Train. For the good of society's public and secret, he needed to be gotten rid of. That symbolic assassination on the summer solstice took place at the same hotel that Devon Wilson had flown out of a few years earlier. One of Ox's biographers would later write that Phil John actually believed he was a member of the CIA. Also, in those final months of his life, Ox began compiling curious lists with entries that apparently reference US biological warfare research. Shellfish toxin, Fort Detrick, cobra venom, Chantilly racetrack, hollow silver dollars, New York Cornell Hospital. Many years before Ox's metamorphosis, in an interesting bit of foreshadowing, psychological warfare operative George Estabrooks explained in his book Hypnotism how US intelligence agencies had been working to create the perfect spy. We start with an excellent subject. We need a man or woman who is highly intelligent and physically tough. Then we start to develop a case of multiple personality through hypnotism. In his normal waking state, which we will call personality A or PA, this individual will become a rabid communist. He will join the party, follow the party line, and make himself as objectionable as possible to the authorities. Note that he will be acting in good faith. He is a communist, or rather his PA is a communist and will behave as such. Then we develop personality B, PB, the secondary personality, the unconscious personality if you wish, although this is somewhat of a contradiction in terms. This personality is rabidly American and anti-communist. It has all the information possessed by PA, the normal personality, whereas PA does not have this advantage. My super spy plays his role as a communist in his waking state, aggressively, consistently, fearlessly. But his PB is a loyal American, and PB has all the memories of PA. As a loyal American, he will not hesitate to divulge those memories. Estabrooks never explained what would happen if the programming were to go haywire and personality B were to emerge and become the conscious personality. But my guess is that such a person would be considered a severe liability and would be treated accordingly. They might even find themselves swinging from the end of a rope. Phil Ox was 35 at the time of his death. Stacey Sutherland, the lead guitarist and a founding member of the 13th Floor Elevators, was shot to death on August 24, 1978. Despite considerable critical acclaim, the Elevators had only lasted a few years, from late 1965 through early 1968. Sutherland was imprisoned in 1969 on drug charges and reportedly drank heavily after that. He was just 32 when he was shot and killed by his wife Bunny during a domestic dispute. The shooting, curiously enough, was determined to be accidental, which I suppose means that Bunny accidentally picked up the gun, accidentally disengaged the safety, accidentally pointed it at her husband, accidentally put her finger on the trigger, and then accidentally pulled the trigger. Even more interesting is the story of the band's frontman during the group's brief period of existence. Sutherland was overshadowed by the enigmatic Rocky Erickson. Born Roger Kynard Erickson on July 15, 1947, Rocky was a musical prodigy who took up the piano at age 5 and the guitar at age 10. He was also, according to 2005 documentary feature You're Gonna Miss Me, a severely abused child. There are strong indications, according to the filmmakers, that architect father Roger, who rarely spoke to the family, sexually abused Rocky and his 4 younger brothers. Though all but forgotten now, Erickson was a hugely influential figure in the mid to late 1960s. Before there was a San Francisco scene, Texan Rocky had coined the term psychedelic rock and was the first to use feedback and distortion. His distinctive vocals were a major influence on fellow Texan Janis Joplin, who considered joining the Elevators before being shuffled off to San Francisco and superstardom. Erickson was also considered to be very good looking and was an immensely charismatic figure who was well liked by all who met him, men and women alike. Rocky began his music career at a young age after making the curious decision to drop out of high school just a few weeks shy of graduating. By December 1965, he had formed the Elevators with Sutherland and a psychology student by the name of Tommy Hall, who was not a musician but who appears to have nevertheless been the driving force behind the concept of creating psychedelic band. Hall was a very outspoken, Leary-esque advocate of hallucinogenic drugs like LSD and magic mushrooms. He later became a devout follower of Scientology. The band's first album, The Psychedelic Sounds of the 13th Floor Elevators, was released in November 1966, when singer-songwriter Rocky was just 19. The band's sophomore effort, Easter Everywhere, was released the following November. Just months later, though, the group's run would effectively end, though 2 more albums were subsequently released by the band's label. The Elevators' final performance was at a World's Fair in San Antonio, Texas, on, of all days, April the 20th, 1968. It was there, it is said, that Rocky suffered a complete breakdown and began speaking gibberish. He was still just 20 years old. Erickson was diagnosed as being a paranoid schizophrenic and was forced to endure involuntary electroconvulsive therapy. While hospitalized, he began hearing voices telling him horrible things. A doctor treating him at the time claimed that Rocky would not recover and would be a vegetable for the rest of his life. After reportedly escaping with the help of a friend, Erickson headed to San Francisco, where he started doing heroin and other hard drugs and soon developed hepatitis. Returning to Austin, Rocky was busted with a single marijuana joint. An attorney convinced him to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. A ridiculous defense given the charge, and Erickson was quickly hustled off to Austin State Hospital. He was still just 20 years old at the time of his arrest. Supposedly due to escape attempts, Rocky was transferred to Rusk State Hospital, a stark, barren, maximum security facility for the criminally insane. While there, Erickson was subjected to more forced ECT treatments and the forced administration of Thorazine for 3.5 years. God. Also, while confined there, he put together a prison band known as the Missing Links. One member of the band had killed 2 kids and raped and stabbed his own mother. Another had been involved in the rape and murder of a young boy in Houston. A third had killed his own parents and a sibling. And then there was Rocky, who had been in possession of an insignificant amount of marijuana. As 1972 came to a close, it was determined that Rocky's sanity had been restored, and he was released soon after. He was, however, just a shell of his former self. God. In the mid-70s, Erickson formed a new band, Rocky Erickson and the Aliens, whose albums, I Think of Demons, 1980, and The Evil One, 1981, revealed the frontman's then current obsessions. At about the same time, he told an interviewer that, "The devil you see, he's my friend. He also told an interviewer that an alien had taken possession of his body, a belief that he still claimed to hold as recently as 2005. During the 1980s, Erickson withdrew from public view and continued his descent into madness. It is said that he developed a bizarre obsession with the US mail, particularly junk mail solicitations, and that he indulged that obsession for years, poring for hours over his and other people's mail. That chapter of his life reached a peak when he was arrested on mail theft charges after it was discovered that he had taken mail from neighbours and had it displayed in his home. He was, alas, once again institutionalized. Throughout the 1990s, Rocky appears to have continued to live a bizarre and troubled life. A reporter for Rolling Stone, who attempted to interview him in 1995, described a heartbreaking scene. The formerly charismatic singer looked nothing like his younger self, with his teeth reduced to rotting stumps and his hair wild and matted. Multiple televisions, stereos, and police scanners blared at maximum volume throughout his home, creating a cacophony of noise apparently intended to drown out the ever-present voices in his head. Rocky's fortunes began to change in the following decade after his younger brother Sumner was awarded legal custody of the troubled icon in 2001. In fact, it could be argued that Erickson deserves a special place of honour on this list in that he appears to have pulled off the unlikely feat of returning from the dead. Rolling Stone, after all, wrote an obituary for Rocky and the band way back in December 1968. But more than 40 years later, in 2010, Erickson released an album of new material entitled True Love Cast Out All Evil. That disc was released, naturally enough, on April the 20th, and in March of 2012, Rocky completed his first ever tour of Australia and New Zealand. One final note on Erickson. In 1990, a tribute album containing covers of Rocky songs by such artists as R.E.M. and ZZ Top was released. The title of that collection, Where the Pyramid Meets the Eye, a tribute to Rocky Erickson, was an obvious reference to the Masonic symbol that graces the back of the US dollar bill and that plays such a key role in various one-world conspiracy theories. The title was derived from a comment made by Erickson. And with that, I think we can move on now from the Laurel Canyon death list, at least temporarily. The list is not yet complete, mind you, since we have only covered the years 1966 to 1976. Rest assured then that we will continue to add names as we follow the various threads of this story. Lots of names. It is, as it turns out, an inordinately long list. Chapter 5. Desirable People. The Canyon's Peculiar Past. Charles R. Chuck Heath was born in March of 1938. The family lived on Farmdale Avenue, near the base of Laurel Canyon, close to where Studio City is located today. And that was Jeffrey Dunn writing in The Lies of Sarah Palin. Chuck Heath is Sarah Palin's father. Until around 1913, Laurel Canyon remained an undeveloped slice of LA, a pristine wilderness, rich in native flora and fauna. That all began to change when Charles Spencer Mann and his partners began buying up land along what would become Laurel Canyon Boulevard, as well as on Lookout Mountain. A narrow road leading up to the crest of Lookout Mountain was carved out, and upon that crest was constructed a lavish 70-room inn with sweeping views of the city below and the Pacific Ocean beyond. The Lookout Inn featured a large ballroom, riding stables, tennis courts, and a golf course, among other amenities. But the inn, alas, would only stand for a decade. In 1923, it burned down, as tends to happen rather frequently in Laurel Canyon. In 1913, Mann began operating what was billed as the nation's first trackless trolley to ferry tourists and prospective buyers from Sunset Boulevard up to what would become the corner of Laurel Canyon Boulevard, and Lookout Mountain Avenue. Around that same time, he built a massive tavern roadhouse on that very same corner, dubbed the Laurel Tavern. The structure boasted a 2,000 plus square foot formal dining room, guest rooms, and a bowling alley in the basement level. The Laurel Tavern, of course, would later be acquired by Tom Mix, after which it would be affectionately known as the Log Cabin. Shortly after the log cabin was built, a department store mogul, or a wealthy furniture manufacturer, there is more than one version of the story, or perhaps the man owned more than one business, built an imposing castle-like mansion across the road, at the corner of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and what would become Willow Glen Road. The home featured rather creepy towers and parapets, and the foundation is said to have been riddled with secret passageways, tunnels, and hidden chambers. The grounds of the estate were laced with trails leading to grottos, elaborate stone benches, and hidden caves and tunnels. Across Laurel Canyon Boulevard, the grounds of the Laurel Tavern log cabin were also laced with odd caves and tunnels. As Michael Walker notes, in Laurel Canyon, running up the hillside behind the house was a collection of man-made caves built out of stucco, with electric wiring and light bulbs inside. According to various accounts, one secret tunnel, running under what is now Laurel Canyon Boulevard, connected the log cabin or its guest house to the Houdini estate. The claim is frequently denounced as an urban legend, but given that both properties are known to possess unusual geological features, it's not hard to believe that the tunnel system on one property was connected at one time to the tunnel system on the other. The tavern itself, as Gail Zappa would later describe it, was huge and vault-like and cavernous. With these two rather unusual structures anchoring an otherwise undeveloped canyon, and the Lookout Inn sitting atop uninhabited Lookout Mountain, man set about marketing the canyon as a vacation and leisure destination. The land that he carved up into subdivisions with names like Bungalow Land and Wonderland Park were presented as the ideal location to build vacation homes. But the new inn and roadhouse and the new parcels of land for sale definitely weren't for everyone. The roadhouse was essentially a country club, or what Jack Bulware of Mojo described as a masculine retreat for wealthy men, and Bungalow Land was openly advertised as a high-class, restricted park for desirable people only. Desirable people, of course, tended to be wealthy people without a great deal of skin pigmentation. As the website of the current Laurel Canyon Association notes, restrictive covenants were attached to the new parcel deeds. These were thinly veiled attempts to limit ownership to white males of a certain class. While there are many references to the bigotry of the developers in our area, it would appear that some residents were also prone to bias and lawlessness. This article was published in a local paper in 1925. Frank Sanseri, the man who was flogged by self-styled "white knights" on Lookout Mountain in Hollywood several months ago, was found not guilty by a jury in Superior Lodge Shays courtroom of having unlawfully attacked Estrella Jolly, aged 11. Wealthier residents were also attracted to Laurel Canyon with the creation of the Hollywood film industry in 1910. The canyon attracted a host of photoplayers, including Wally Reed, Tom Mix, Clara Bow, Richard Dix, Norman Kerry, Raymond Navarro, Harry Houdini, and Bessie Love. The author of this little slice of Laurel Canyon history would clearly like us to believe that the wealthier residents were a group of quite separate from the violent vigilantes roaming the canyon. The history of such groups in Los Angeles, however, clearly suggests otherwise. Paul Young, for example, has written in LA Exposed of Los Angeles' early vigilance committees, which stepped in to take care of outlaws on their own, often with the complete absolution of the mayor himself. Judge Lynch, for example, formed the Los Angeles Rangers in 1854 with some of the city's top judges, lawyers, and businessmen, including tycoon Phineas Banning of the Banning Railroad. And there was the Los Angeles Home Guard, another bloodthirsty parliamentary organization made up of notable citizens, and the much feared El Monte Rangers, a group of Texas wranglers that specialized in killing Mexicans. Lovely. As one would expect, there was no regard for the victims' rights in such kangaroo courts. Victims were often dragged from their homes, jail cells, even churches, beaten, horsewhipped, tortured, mutilated, or castrated before being strung up on the nearest tree. Before moving on, I need to mention here that of the 8 celebrity residents of Laurel Canyon listed by the association, fully half died under questionable circumstances, and three of the 4 did so on days with occult significance. While Bessie Love, Norman Carey, Richard Dix, and Clara Bow all lived long and healthy lives, Raymond Navarro, as we have already seen, was ritually murdered in his home on Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the eve of Halloween 1968. On January the 18th, 1923, matinee idol Wallace Reid was found dead in a padded cell at the mental institution to which he had been confined, just 31 years old. Reid's death was attributed to his morphine addiction, though it was never explained how he would have fed that habit while confined to a cell in a mental hospital. Tom Mix died on a lonely stretch of Arizona highway in the proverbial single-car crash on October the 12th, 1940, the birthday of notorious occultist Aleister Crowley, when he quite unexpectedly encountered some temporary construction barricades that had been set up alongside a reportedly washed-out bridge. Although he wasn't speeding, by most accounts, Mix was nevertheless allegedly unable to stop in time and veered off the road, while a crew of what was described as workmen reportedly looked on. It wasn't the impact that killed Mix, though, but rather a severe blow to the back of the head and neck, purportedly delivered during the crash by an aluminium case he had been carrying in the back seat of his car. There is now a roadside marker at the spot where Mix died. If you should happen to stop by to have a look, you may as well pay a visit to the Florence Military Reservation as well, since it's just a stone's throw away. Harry Houdini died on Halloween Day 1926, purportedly of an attack of appendicitis precipitated by a blow to the stomach. The problem with that story, however, is that medical science now recognizes it to be an impossibility. According to a recent book about the famed illusionist, The Secret Life of Houdini by William Kalash and Larry Sloman, Houdini was likely murdered by poisoning. Questions have been raised. The book notes by the curious lack of an autopsy, an experimental serum that Houdini was apparently given in the hospital, and indications that his wife Bess may have been poisoned as well, though she survived. On March 23, 2007, an exhumation of Houdini's remains was formally requested by his surviving family members. It is unclear at this time when or even if that will happen. Houdini's death on October 31st, 1926, came exactly 8 years after the death to occur in what would become known as the Houdini House. In 1918, not long after the home was built, a lovers' quarrel arose on one of the home's balconies during a Halloween birthday party. The gay lover of the original owner's son reportedly ended up splattered on the ground below. According to legend, the businessman succeeded in getting his son off the hook, but only after paying off everyone he could find to pay off, including the trial judge. The aftermath of the party proved to be financially devastating for the family, and the home was apparently put up for sale. Not long after that, as fate would have it, Harry Houdini was looking for a place to stay in the Hollywood area. As he had decided to break into the motion picture business, he found the perfect home in Laurel Canyon, the home that would forever after carry his name. By most accounts, he lived there from about 1919 through the early 1920s, during a brief movie career in which he starred in a handful of Hollywood films. A key scene in one of those films, The Grim Game, was reportedly shot at the top of Lookout Mountain, very near where the Lookout Inn then stood. On October the 31st, 1959, precisely 33 years after Houdini's death and 41 years after the unnamed party guest's death, The distinctive mansion on the corner of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Willow Glen Road burned to the ground in a fire of mysterious origin. The ruins of the estate remain today undisturbed for nearly 50 years. On October 31st, 1981, exactly 22 years after the fire across the road, the legendary log cabin on the other side of Laurel Canyon Boulevard also burned to the ground in yet another fire of mysterious origin. Some reports speculated that it was a drug lab explosion. And 25 years after that, on October 31st, 2006, The Secret Life of Houdini was published, challenging the conventional wisdom on Houdini's death. Far more compelling than the revelation about Houdini's death, however, was something else about the illusionist that the book revealed for the first time. Harry Houdini was engaged in doing intelligence work for both the US Secret Service and Scotland Yard, and his travelling escape act, as it turns out, was pretty much a cover for those activities. In very much the same way that an actor by the name of John Wilkes Booth appears to have used his career as a travelling stage performer as a cover for intelligence operations, it is a time-honoured tradition that seems to remain largely unchanged to this day. The Sloman book, of course, doesn't make such reckless allegations about any performers other than Houdini. What the book does do, however, is compellingly document that Houdini was, in fact, an intelligent asset who used his magic act as cover. Not only did the authors obtain corroborating documentation from Scotland Yard, they also received an endorsement of their claim from no less an authority than John McLaughlin, former acting director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Words. Difficult, aren't they? It appears then that, of the 8 celebrity residents of Laurel Canyon listed on the Laurel Canyon Association website, at least 2, Navarro and Houdini, and quite possibly as many as 4, were murdered. That seems like a rather high homicide rate, given that, statistically speaking, a white person in this country has about a 1 in 345,000 chance of being murdered. Non-white persons, of course, have a far greater chance of becoming the victims of a homicide, but nowhere near the 1 in 4 to 1 in 2 odds that a white celebrity living in Laurel Canyon faced. Statistically speaking, if you were a famous actor in the 1920s, you would have been better off playing a round of Russian roulette than living in Laurel Canyon. Anyway, 2 ambitious projects in the 1940s brought significant changes to Laurel Canyon. First, Laurel Canyon Boulevard was extended into the San Fernando Valley, providing access to the canyon from both the north and the south. The boulevard became a winding thoroughfare, providing direct access to the west side from the valley. Traffic, needless to say, increased considerably, which probably worked out well for the planners of the other project, because it meant that the increased traffic brought about by that other project probably wasn't noticed at all. And that's good, you see, because the other project was a secret one. What would become known as Lookout Mountain Laboratory was originally envisioned as a fortified air defense center, built in 1941, and nestled in 2.5 secluded acres off what is now Wonderland Park Avenue. The installation was hidden from view and surrounded by an electrified fence. By 1947, the facility featured a fully operational movie studio. In fact, it is claimed that it was the world's only completely self-contained movie studio, with 100,000 square feet of floor space. The covert studio included sound stages, screening rooms, film processing labs, editing facilities, an animation department, and 17 climate-controlled film vaults. It also had a helicopter pad and a bomb shelter. Over its lifetime, the studio produced some 19,000 classified motion pictures, more than all the Hollywood studios combined, which I guess makes Laurel Canyon the real motion picture capital of the world. Officially, the facility was run by the US Air Force and did nothing more nefarious than process AEC footage of atomic and nuclear bomb tests. The studio, however, was clearly equipped to do far more than just process film. There are indications that Lookout Mountain Laboratory had an advanced research and development department that was on the cutting edge of new film technologies. Such technological advances as 3D effects were apparently first developed at the Laurel Canyon site, and Hollywood luminaries like John Ford, Jimmy Stewart, Howard Hawks, Ronald Reagan, Bing Crosby, Walt Disney, Hedda Hopper, and Marilyn Monroe were given clearance to work at the facility on undisclosed projects. There is no indication that any of them ever spoke of their work at the clandestine studio. The facility retained as many as 250 producers, directors, technicians, editors, animators, etc., both civilian and military, all with top security clearances, and all reporting to work in a secluded corner of Laurel Canyon. Accounts vary as to when the facility ceased operations. Some claim it was in 1969, while others say the facility remained in operation longer. In any event, by all accounts, the secret bunker had been up and running for more than 20 years before Laurel Canyon's rebellious teen years, and it remained operational for the most turbulent of those years. The existence of the facility remained unknown to the general public until the early 1990s, though it had long been rumored that the CIA operated a secret movie studio somewhere in or near Hollywood. Filmmaker Peter Curran was the first to learn of its existence through classified documents he obtained while researching his 1995 documentary Trinity and Beyond. And yet, even today, nearly 20 years after its limited public disclosure, one would have trouble finding even a single mention of this secret military intelligence facility anywhere in the conspiracy literature. I think we can all agree, though, that there is nothing the least bit suspicious about a covert military facility operating in the epicenter of hippie culture. So let's move on. In the 1950s, Barney Hoskins has written in Hotel California, Laurel Canyon was home to all the hippiest young actors, including, according to Hoskins, Marlon Brando, James Dean, James Coburn, and Dennis Hopper. It was home to Natalie Wood as well. In fact, Natalie lived in the very home that Cass Elliot would later turn into a Laurel Canyon party house. And like the home's later occupant, Wood died young under rather mysterious circumstances, as did to a lesser extent Canyonite James Dean, and as did, come to think of it, a few other people with very close ties to Canyonite Dennis Hopper. Dean, Hopper's close friend and co-star, died in a near head-on collision on September 30th, 1955, at the tender age of 24. Then there was Nick Adams, who had formerly roomed with Hopper. Like Hopper, Adams had worked alongside James Dean in Rebel Without a Cause. According to Dean himself, Adams had worked alongside Dean even earlier than that, when both were young male prostitutes working the mean streets of Hollywood. Adams died on February 6, 1968, at the age of 36, in his home at 2126 El Robe Lane in Coldwater Canyon, one canyon west of Laurel Canyon, thus narrowly sparing Adams from a spot on the Laurel Canyon death list. Adams's official cause of death was listed as suicide, of course, but no one really seems to believe that. Actor Forrest Tucker has bluntly declared that all of Hollywood knows Nick Adams was knocked off. Nick's relatives reportedly received numerous hang-up calls on the day of his death, and his tape recorder, journals, and various other papers and personal effects were conspicuously missing from his home. His lifeless body, sitting upright in a chair, was discovered by his attorney, Irvin Tip Ruder, on June 10, 1981. Roeder and his wife, actress Jenny Maxwell, best known for being spanked by Elvis in Blue Hawaii, were gunned down outside their Beverly Hills condo. Next to fall was Sal Mineo, who, like Dean and Adams, had worked with Hopper on Rebel Without a Cause, and remained a friend thereafter. Like Hopper, Mineo was a regular in the Sunset Strip clubs where the Doors, Love, the Byrds, and the Mothers played. He had been alongside Hopper and Peter Fonda during the infamous riot on the Sunset Strip in November 1966. And as has already been discussed, Mineo was stabbed to death in close proximity to those very same clubs on February 12, 1976. Last of all was Natalie Wood, who also appeared in Rebel Without a Cause, and who had at various times dated both Dennis Hopper and Nick Adams. Wood died on November the 29th, 1981, in a drowning incident off Catalina Island that has never been adequately explained. At the time, she was in the company of actors Robert Wagner and Christopher Walken. Natalie was 43 when she was laid to rest. Of the four actors stricken with what has been dubbed the Rebel Without a Cause curse, two were former residents of Laurel Canyon, another lived at and was killed at the mouth of the canyon, and the fourth lived just a mile away, as the crow flies, in neighboring Coldwater Canyon. As I may have mentioned previously, Laurel Canyon seems to be a rather dangerous place to live. The list of famous former residents of Laurel Canyon also includes the names W. C. Fields, Mary Astor, Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle, Errol Flynn, Orson Welles, and Robert Mitchum, who was infamously arrested on marijuana charges in 1948 at 8334 Ridpath Drive, the same street that would later be home to rockers Roger McGowan, Don Henley, and Glenn Frey, as well as Paul Rothchild, producer of both The Doors and Love. Mitchum's arrest, by the way, appears to have been a thoroughly staged affair that cemented his Hollywood bad boy image and gave his career quite a boost, but I guess that's not really relevant here. Another famous resident of Laurel Canyon was science fiction writer Robert Heinlein, who resided at 8775 Lookout Mountain Avenue. Like so many other characters in this story, Heinlein was a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, and he had served as a naval officer. After that, he embarked on a successful writing career, and despite the fact that he was, by any objective measure, a rabid right-winger, his work was warmly embraced by the Flower Power generation. If that capsule biography sounds vaguely familiar, by the way, it is probably because it is virtually identical to the biography of a guy named L. Ron Hubbard, whom you may have heard of. Heinlein's best-known work is the novel Stranger in a Strange Land, which many in Laurel Canyon scene found to be hugely influential. Ed Sanders has written in The Family that the book helped provide a theoretical basis for Manson's family. Charlie frequently used "strange land" terminology when addressing his flock, and he named his book family-born son Valentine Michael Manson in honor of the book's lead character. David Crosby was a big Heinlein fan as well. In his autobiography, he references Heinlein on more than one occasion and proclaims that, in a society where people can go armed, it makes everybody a little more polite. As Robert Heinlein says in his books, Frank Zappa was also a member of the Robert Heinlein fan club. Barry Miles notes in his biography of the rock icon that his home contained a copy of Saint-Exupéry, The Little Prince, and other essential 60s reading, including Robert Heinlein's sci-fi classic Stranger in a Strange Land, from which Zappa borrowed the word discorporate for the song Absolutely Free. And that, fearless readers, brings us to the Laurel Canyon era that we are primarily concerned with, the wild and woolly 1960s. But before returning to that era, what conclusions can be drawn from this brief look at early canyon history? For one, it appears that murder and random acts of violence have been part of the culture of the canyon since the earliest days of its development. It also appears that intelligence operatives posing as entertainers have likewise been a part of the canyon since the earliest days. And finally, it seems that intelligence operatives, who didn't even bother to pose as entertainers, were streaming into the canyon to report to work at Lookout Mountain Laboratory for at least 20 years before the first rock star set foot there. We are supposed to believe that all of the musical icons who settled in Laurel Canyon in the 1960s and 70s just sort of spontaneously came together. One finds the word serendipitous sprinkled freely throughout the literature. But how many peculiar coincidences do we have to overlook in order to believe that this was just a chance gathering? Let's suppose, hypothetically speaking, that you happen to be Jim Morrison and have recently arrived in Laurel Canyon and now find yourself fronting a band that is on the verge of taking the country by storm. Just a mile or so down Laurel Canyon Boulevard from you lives another guy who also recently arrived in Laurel Canyon and who also happens to front a band on the verge of stardom. He happens to be married to a girl that you attended kindergarten with, and her dad, like yours, was involved in atomic weapons research and testing. Admiral George Morrison for a time did classified work at White Sands. Her husband's dad, meanwhile, is involved in another type of weapons of mass destruction research, chemical warfare. This other guy's business partner manager is a spooky ex-Marine who just happens to have a cousin who, bizarrely enough, also fronts a rock band on the verge of superstardom. And this third rock star on the rise also happens to live in Laurel Canyon, just a mile or two from your house. Just down a couple of other streets, also within walking distance of your home, live two other kids who, wouldn't you know it, also happen to front a new rock and roll band. These two kids happen to attend the same Alexandria, Virginia high school that you attended, and one of them also attended Annapolis, just like your dad did, and just like your kindergarten friend's dad did. Though all of you hail from the Washington, D.C. area, you now find yourselves on the opposite side of the country in an isolated canyon high above the city of Los Angeles, where you are all clustered around a secret military installation. Given his background in research on atomic weapons, your father is probably familiar to some extent with the existence and operations of Lookout Mountain Laboratory, as is the father of your kindergarten friend. The question that naturally arises here, I suppose, is this. What do you suppose the odds are that all of that just came together purely by chance? When early installments of this story were posted online, I received a fair amount of negative feedback. Among other things, I was accused of inferring guilt by association and of engaging in character assassination. One rather strident respondent complained that it was unfair to take a few isolated facts about an individual and use them to paint a sinister picture. To some extent, these are valid complaints, and yes, it is fairly easy to gather together a few different isolated facts and use them to paint a much different portrait of these artists and pen an impassioned defense of any of them. Jim Morrison and Frank Zappa seem to have the most rabid fans, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. But what I ask is that you try to stand back and take in the big picture, and then ask yourself the following question. Exactly how many coincidences does it take to make a conspiracy? And yes, by the way, I am very much aware of the fact that Jim Morrison was fond of telling interviewers that his parents were dead, and that, according to legend, he did so because they were, in essence, dead to him. But as one photograph reveals, Jim's dad wasn't dead to him just months before his emergence as a rock star. The photo reproduced at the front of this book shows the two Morrisons on the bridge of the USS Bonhomme Richard in January 1964. It seems rather obvious to me that telling people that your parents are dead could be a very effective way of avoiding talking about who your father really is. It was such an effective strategy, in fact, that it took over 4 decades for the truth to finally come out. Chapter 6. Vito and his Freakers, the sinister roots of hippie culture. Call them freaks, the underground, the counterculture, flower children or hippies. They're all loose labels for the youth culture of the 60s. Barry Miles, author of Hippie. Vito was in his 50s, but he had four-way sex with goddesses. He held these clay sculpting classes on Laurel Avenue, teaching rich Beverly Hills dowagers how to sculpt. And that was the Birds' rehearsal room. Then Jim Dixon had the idea to put them on at Cyro's, on the basis that all the freaks would show up and the Birds would be their Beatles, Kim Fowley. And what have we got today? P. Diddy freak-offs. Freak, that word. This is how I remember my life. Other folks may not have the same memories, even though we might have shared some of the same experiences. So begins David Crosby's autobiography, Long Time Gone, co-written by Carl Gottlieb. As it turns out, quite a few other folks seem to remember some people in Crosby's life who are all but ignored in a lengthy book. The names are casually dropped only once, and not by Crosby, but rather in a quote from Bird's manager, Jim Dixon, in which he describes a scene at the Sunset strip clubs when the Birds were playing. We had them all. We had Jack Nicholson dancing, we had Peter Fonda dancing with Odetta, we had Vito and his freakers. Following that brief mention by Dixon, Gottlieb briefly explains to readers that Vito and his freakers were an acid-drenched extended family of brain-damaged cohabitants, and that in an incredibly self-indulgent 489-page tome is the only mention you will find of Vito and his freakers. Despite the fact that, by just about all other accounts, the group dismissed as brain-damaged cohabitants played a crucial role in the early success of Crosby's band, and in the early success of Arthur Lee's band, and in the early success of Frank Zappa's band, and in the early success of Jim Morrison's band, but especially in the early success of David Crosby's band. As Barry Miles noted in his biography of Frank Zappa, the Byrds were closely associated with Vito and the Freaks. Vito I can't say it. Paulicas, his wife Sue, and Carl Franzoni, the leaders of a group of about 35 dancers whose antics enlivened the Byrds' early gigs. In Waiting for the Sun, Barney Hoskyns wrote that the early success of the Byrds and other bands was due in no small part to the roving troupe of self-styled freaks led by ancient beatnik Vito Paulicas and his trusty, lusty sidekick Carl Franzoni. Alban Snoopy Feister, former drummer and keyboardist for the band Love, went further still, claiming that Vito actually got the Byrds together. As I remember, they did a lot of rehearsing at his pad. According to various other accounts, the Byrds did indeed utilize Vito's pad as a rehearsal studio, as did Arthur Lee's band. More importantly, the Freaks drew the crowds into the clubs to see the fledgling bands perform. But as important as their contribution was to helping launch the careers of the Laurel Canyon bands, Vito and his Freakers were notable for something else as well. According to Barry Miles, writing in his book Hippie, the first hippies in Hollywood, perhaps the first hippies anywhere, were Vito, his wife Sue, Captain Fuck and their group of about 35 dancers, calling themselves freaks. They lived a semi-communal life and engaged in sex orgies and free-form dancing whenever they could. Some of those who were on the scene at the time agree with Miles's assessment that Vito and his troupe were indeed the very first hippies. Arthur Lee, for example, boasted that they started the whole hippie thing. Vito, Carl, Sue, Beetle Bob, Brian and me. One of David Crosby's fellow Byrds, Chris Hillman, also credited the strange group with being at the forefront of the hippie movement. Carl and all those guys were way ahead of everyone on hippiedom fashion. Ray Manzarek of the Doors remembered them as well. There were these guys named Carl and Vito who had a dance troupe of gypsy freaks. They were let in for free because they were these quintessential hippies, which was great for tourists. If these rather colourful people really were the very first hippies, the very first riders of that countercultural wave, then we should probably try to get to know them. As it turns out, however, this is not such an easy thing to do. Most accounts, and there aren't all that many, offer little more than a few first names, with no consensus agreement on how those first names were even spelled. Carl with a K or a C appear interchangeably, as do Sue and Sue, so one's starts with an S, one starts with a Z, and Goddo and Goddo, so one's got a T on the end and one hasn't. But for you, dear readers, because I am a giver, I have gone the extra mile and shifted through the detritus to dig up at least some of the sordid details. He's so funny, Dave McGowan. By all accounts, the troupe was led by one Vito Paulicas, which I need to say. Learn how to say that. But I won't. I'm not a giver. It transpires. Whose full name was, of course, oh, here we go, was Vit, Vit, Vitiatus Alfonso Paulicas, born the son of a Lithuanian sausage maker on May the 20th, 2013. Vito hailed from Lawrence, Massachusetts, though some accounts claim it was Lowell, Massachusetts. Parents John and Rose Paulakas had three other kids, giving Vito an older sister named Albina and two younger brothers, Bron- Bronislaw and John. Hallelujah for John. Some accounts claim that from a young age, Vito developed a habit of running afoul of the law. According to Miles, for example, Vito spent a year and a half in a reformatory as a teenager and was busted several times after that. A family member disputes those claims. What isn't disputed is that in 1938 he was convicted of armed robbery and handed a 25-year sentence following a botched attempt at holding up a movie theatre. In 1932, at the height of the Great Depression, he had won a marathon dance competition held at Revere Beach. His winnings had given him a taste of the good life, and he was thereafter unable to sustain, leading to the robbery attempt. In 1942, just 4 years after his conviction, Vito was released into the custody, so to speak, of the U.S. Merchant Marines, a branch of the U.S. Navy during wartime, ostensibly to escort ships running Lend-Lease missions. Following his release from the service, circa 1946, he arrived in Los Angeles. 2 years later, a curious event played out in another part of the country, as documented in the February 23, 1948 edition of Time magazine. One morning last week, bespectacled Bryant Bowden, editor of the weekly Okeechobee News, sauntered into the Okeechobee courthouse and stopped to eye the bulletin board in the main hall. Among the marriage license applications, which by Florida law must be publicly posted for 3 days before a ceremony, he saw something which made him goggle. Winthrop Rockefeller, 35, of New York, the fourth of John D. Rockefeller's Jr. 5 sons and one of the most eligible bachelors in the world, has stated his intention of marrying one Eva Sears, also of New York. Editor Bowden had a bitter moment. His paper would not be published for 2 days. Then he remembered that he was the Okeechobee correspondent for the Associated Press. He telephoned the AP office in Jacksonville. A few hours later, the whole U.S. journalistic horizon glowed a bright pink with the fireworks he had torched off. While the first headlines blazed, and while Manhattan gossip columnists scrambled to assure their readers that they had known all about the romance for months, herds of reporters were dispatched to find the answer to the question, who is Eva Sears? Hearst Cholly Knickerbocker Giggsy Cassini. I'm sorry? Hearst's Cholly Knickerbocker Higgs Giggy Cassini. I don't even think I'm speaking English anymore. I don't know what these words mean. Haughtily announced that she was Mrs. Barbara Paul Sears of the fine old Philadelphia Pauls, and thus a society girl of impeccable pedigree. He was wrong. Indeed he was. So who was this mystery woman? This woman who, as it turns out, had once had a chief career in Hollywood before moving to Paris and taking a job as a secretary at the US Embassy. She appears to have gone by many names at different times in her life, including Eva Paul Sears, Barbara Paul Sears, and Bobo Rockefeller. None of them, however, was the name she was given at the time of her birth. As Time noted, her parents were Lithuanian immigrants, and she was born Yvette Paulakiut in a coal patch near Noblestown. Even that, however, was not her real name, at least not by American custom and tradition. In her parents' homeland, Paulakiut is the feminine version of Paulikas. Eva Paul's father, as it turns out, just happened to be the brother of Vito Paulikas' father. I hope you're keeping up with this because I'm not. Somebody married somebody else and had a complicated name, and then somebody married somebody else and they also had a complicated name. That's where I am with this. A fact verified by and brought to my attention by a member of the Paula Cass family. I'm no genealogist, and I've obviously no reader, but I'm pretty sure that that means that the self-styled king of the hippies was let's just call him king of the hippies. That's so much easier to say. Was improbably enough a first cousin of Bobo Rockefeller and a cousin-in-law, for lack of a better term, of Winthrop Rockefeller himself. Vito was also a cousin of the couple's only child, Winthrop Paul Rockefeller, who would later serve as a lieutenant governor of the state of Arkansas. The Paulicus family, I think I've said it different every time I've said it. The Paulicus family, alas, missed Winthrop and Bobo's day of celebration. According to Time, Bobo's mother and stepfather were unable to attend the ceremony because they were making a batch of Lithuanian cheese on their Indiana farm. I guess we all have our priorities. Truth be told, though, the Paulicas clan has a somewhat different explanation. They were deliberately excluded from the ceremony as it was felt they were a bit too uncultured to break bread with the likes of the Duke and Duchess of Windsor and the Marquis of Blandford. As for Vito, he appears to have rather quickly established himself in Los Angeles as a respected artist-sculptor. As early as August of 1949, the Los Angeles Times announced that an art exhibition at the Biltmore Hotel was to feature his work. In May 1956, another announcement held that there would be an exhibit by Vito and his students, to be held at the Vito Clay Studios on Laurel Avenue. Another announcement in February of 1958 alerted readers that a gallery on La Cin... I've heard of this one. Cienega Boulevard would be featuring the work of sculptor Vito Bouleca. 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 Ba-o-le-eka. And the next year, in May 1959, a gallery on Beverly Boulevard, I'm not even trying now, am I? Was scheduled to host an exhibit featuring works from Vito Clay Studios. Okay, I need to rein it in, pull it together, get my professional head on, which I don't actually own. Also during the decade of the 1950s, Vito married and fathered two children, though that marriage had melted down by the time of the 1960s. It was Vito's second marriage, his first having been to a teen bride back in his marathon dancing days, before his prison stint. On July the 7th, 1961, he married yet again, to the aforementioned Sue, whose real name was Susan Cynthia Schaefer. Vito was 48 at the time, and Sue was just 18. She had been only 16 when they met. Of course she had. Vito and Sue made their home in an unassuming building at the corner of Laurel Avenue and Beverly Boulevard, just below the mouth of Laurel Canyon, and practically within spitting distance of Jay Sebring's hair salon. At street level was Sue's clothing boutique, which has been credited by some scenesters with being the very first to introduce hippie fashions. Upstairs were living quarters for Vito, Sue, and their firstborn son, Goddo. Downstairs was what was known as the Vito Clay Studio, where, according to Miles and various others, Paula Cass made a living of sorts by giving clay modelling lessons to Beverly Hills matrons who found the atmosphere in his studio exciting. According to most accounts, it wasn't really the Mayan tomb decor of the studio that many of the matrons found so exciting, but rather Vito's reportedly insatiable sexual appetite and John Holmesian's physique. In any event, Vito's students also apparently included such Hollywood luminaries as Jonathan Winters, Mickey Rooney, and Steve Allen. As for his erstwhile sidekick, Carl Orsetz Franzoni, he has claimed in interviews that his mother was a countess and his father was a stone carver from Rutland, Vermont. The family was brought from Italy, from the quarries in the northern part of Italy, to cut the stone for the monuments of the United States. That would make his ancestor, it stands to reason, of considerable importance in the Masonic community. And there were in fact a couple of brothers named Franzoni, who were brought over from Italy in the early 1800s to carve the Masonic monuments of Washington. According to Ina Thayer I'm just going to give up, I think. According to Ina Thayer Frares, they built the Capitol. Giuseppe Franzoni, who came over with his brother Carlo, had especially good family connections in Italy, he being a nephew of Cardinal Franzoni and son of the president of the Academy of Fine Arts at Carrara. Also making their way to the New World were Francisco Lardella, a cousin of the Franzoni brothers, and Giovanni Andre, a brother-in-law of Giuseppe Franzoni. By Carl Franzoni's own account, he himself grew up as something of a young hoodlum in Cincinnati, Ohio, and later went into business with some shady Sicilian characters selling mail-order breast and penis pumps out of an address on LA's fabled Melrose Avenue. I didn't see that one coming. As Franzoni remembered it, his business partner's name was Scalacci, Joe Scalacci. I don't know. The same name as the famous murderer Scalacci, probably from the same family. Probably so. Franzoni, born circa 1934, hooked up with the older Paula Cass sometime around 1963 and soon became his constant sidekick. Also in the troupe was a young Rory Flynn, Canyonite Errol Flynn's statuesque daughter, a bizarre character named Ricky Applebaum, who had half a moustache on one side of his face and half a beard on the other. Most of the young girls who would later become part of Frank Zappa's GTO project, and a lot of other colourful characters who donned pseudonyms like Linda Bop Butchie, Beetle Bob, Emerald, and Karen Yum Yum. For God's sake. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Also flitting about the periphery of the dance troupe were Navy brat Gail Sloatman and a curious character on the LA music scene by the name of Kim Foley. Sloatman and Foley were, for a time, closely allied and even cut a record together, America's Sweethearts, that Foley produced. In 1966, Foley produced a record for Vito as well, billed as Vito and the Hands. The 7-inch single, Where It's At, which featured the musicianship of some of Frank Zappa's Mothers of Invention cohorts, came no closer to entering the charts than did Foley and Sloatman's effort. Sloatman, though, soon found work as an assistant too, and booking agent for Elmer Valentine, whom we will meet shortly. Foley, as with so many other characters in this story, has a rather interesting history. He was born in 1939, the son of actor Douglas Foley, a World War II Navy veteran and attendee of St. Francis Xavier Military Academy. According to the younger Foley's account, he was initially abandoned to a foster home, but later taken back and raised by his father. He grew up in upscale Malibu, California, where he shared his childhood home with a bunch of actors and guys from the Navy. At the age of 6.5, Foley had an unusual experience that he later shared with author Michael Walker. Dressed up in a sailor suit by his dad and his Navy buddies, he was taken to a photographer named William, who took a picture of me in the sailor suit. His studio was next door to the Canyon Country Store. Right after that, he was driven down Laurel Canyon Boulevard to the near-mythical Schwab's drugstore, where everybody cheered, and two chorus girls grabbed my 6-year-old cock and balls and stuck a candy cigarette in my mouth. Brilliant. It's probably safe to assume, oh, it actually turns my stomach over. You know, you can't, if you can just read or listen to this and not have some sort of visceral emotion or feeling, then we've probably been, the envelope's been pushed a bit too far, hasn't it? And you can't be blasé about this. So, child abuse. It's probably safe to assume that childhood experience such as that helped to prepare Fowley for his later employment as a young male street hustler, a profession that he practiced on the seedy streets of the City of Angels. By Foley's own account, I should add, just as it was James Dean himself who claimed to have worked those same streets with Nick Adams. It's appalling, isn't it? Following that, Fowley spent some time serving with the Army National Guard, after which he devoted his life to working in the LA music industry as a musician. Oh, I can't get that out of my mind. It's so dark, isn't it? As well as, according to some accounts, a master manipulator. I'm going to have a little break after this chapter and do some art, listen to some Lord of the Rings, because I no doubt it's going to get darker and you've got to interject with some light, haven't you? Around 1957, Fowley played in a band known as the Sleepwalkers alongside future Beach Boy Bruce Johnston, at times a diminutive young artist named Phil Spector, who had moved out to LA with his mother not too many years earlier, following the suicide of his father when Phil was just 9. Sat in with the group. During the 1960s, Fowley was best known for producing such ridiculous yet beloved novelty songs as the Hollywood Argyle's Alley Oop and the Rivingtons' Papa Mo Mo. I swear to God. Though he also did more respectable work, such as collaborating on some Bird tracks and having some of his original songs covered by both the Beach Boys and the Flying Burrito Brothers. In 1975, Fowley would have perhaps his greatest success when he created the Runaways, further lowering the bar that Frank Zappa had already set rather low some years earlier when he had created and recorded the GTOs. The Runaways featured underage versions of Joan Jett and Lita Ford, whom Fowley tastefully attired in leather and lingerie. And he would later boast, everyone loved the idea of 16-year-old girls playing guitars and singing about fucking. Some of the young girls in the band, including Cherry Curry, would later accuse Fowley of requiring them to perform sexual services for him and his associates as a prerequisite for membership in the group. Prior to assembling the Runaways, one of Fowley's proudest accomplishments was producing the 1969 album I'm Back and I'm Proud by rockabilly pioneer Gene Vincent, featuring backing vocals by Canaanite Linda Ronstadt. Just 2 years later, Vincent, a Navy veteran raised in that penultimate Navy town, Norfolk, Virginia, died unexpectedly on October the 12th, 1971. Due reportedly to a ruptured stomach ulcer. Not long before his death, Vincent had been on tour in the UK, but he had hastily returned to the US due to pressure from, among others, promoter Don Arden, known none too affectionately as the Al Capone of pop. Arden had a penchant for guns and violence, and he was known to openly boast of his affiliation with powerful organised crime figures, in addition to being a business partner of the equally nefarious Michael Jeffrey. Ugh, I'm having a bit of a moment. Arden was also the father of Sharon Osbourne and the former manager of her husband's band Black Sabbath. But here I have surely digressed, so let's try to bring this back around to where we left off. How many more pages on this chapter? Not many. I want to do something less dark for a bit. At least as early as 1962, not long before Carl Franzoni joined the group, the Freak Troupe was already hitting the clubs a couple of nights a week to refine their unique style of dance, perhaps best described as an epileptic seizure set to music. Epileptic seizure set to music. Oh, God. And show off their distinctively unappealing, though soon to be quite popular fashion sense. In those early days, they danced to local black R&B bands and to a band out of Fresno known as the Gauchos. In dives far removed from the fabled Sunset Strip, because Franzoni has said, there were no white bands in LA yet, and there were no clubs on Sunset Boulevard. That, of course, was all about to quickly change. As if by magic, new clubs began to spring up along the legendary Sunset Strip beginning around 1964. And old clubs considered to be long past their prime miraculously re-emerged. In January 1964, a young Chicago vice cop named Elmer Valentine opened the doors to the now world-famous Whiskey A Go-Go nightclub. Just over a year later, in spring of 1965, he opened a second soon-to-be wildly popular club, The Trip. Not long before that, near the year of 1964, the legendary Ciro's nightclub, I don't know if that's spelled right, Ciro, nightclub, began undergoing extensive renovations. Opened in 1940 by Billy Wilkerson, an associate of Bugsy Siegel, the upscale club had flourished for the first 20 years of its existence, with a clientele that regularly included Hollywood royalty and organized crime figures. By the early 1960s, though, the Strip was dead, and the once prestigious club had gone to seed. Ciro's reopened in early 1965, just before the Trip opened its doors, and just in time, as it turns out, to host the very first club appearance by the musical act that was about to become the first Laurel Canyon band to commit a song to vinyl, The Byrds, 1967. Gazzarri's had opened up on the Strip as well, and in the early 1970s, Valentine would open yet another club that endures to this day, the Roxy. Smaller clubs like the London Fog, where the Doors got their first booking as the house band in early 1966, opened their doors to the public in the mid-1960s as well. The timing of the opening of Valentine's first two clubs and the reopening of Ciro's could not have been any more fortuitous. The paint was barely dry on the walls of the new clubs when bands like Love and the Doors and the Byrds and Buffalo Springfield and the Turtles and the Mothers of Invention and the Mamas and the Papas and the Lovin' Spoonful came knocking. The problem, however, was that the new clubs were not yet known to the general public. Is it Ciro or Cairo? Ciro had been long left for dead, and nobody had the slightest idea who any of these new-fangled bands were. What was needed then was a way to create a buzz around the clubs that would draw people in and kick-start the Strip back to life, as well as, of course, launch the careers of the new bands. The bands themselves could not be expected to fill the new clubs, since, besides being unknown, they also, and yeah, I know that you don't really want to hear this, and I will undoubtedly be deluged with letters of complaint, but I'm going to say it anyway, weren't very good. I think they were quite good. Mm, Maybe I don't. I thought they were quite good. At least not in their live incarnations. Now that could be true because I literally Mama Cass's voice is to die for. Okay, now there's a weird thing. I'm going off on a tangent because I'm gonna. Mama Cass, I used to die for her voice. Oh my God, what a beautiful voice. And I was just listening to, I don't know where I heard this bit of information, but I read about Mama Cass because thought she had a beautiful voice. And it said that when she wanted to join the Mamas and the Papas, John Phillips thought her voice was too deep. She used to do musical theatre before, she used to be like go on the stage. If it was just me and Mark, I would do an impression of the sort of things she used to sing, but she used to do musical theatre. You know that kind of how they sing in musical theatre. Like, sorry, but you know what I mean? It's all a bit like that. So she used to sing a bit like that. So John Phillips used to think her voice was too deep for the Mamas and the Papas. So then she had an accident or something, bang on the head or something. And then all of a sudden, her voice, according to them, was now good enough to do the harmonies in the Mamas and the Papas, right? Okay, that's a load of shit. I said to Mark, more like she was MK Ultra'd. I went down that route. And then I was listening to this playlist on Spotify, and it just went on and on and on because I was doing some art, so I forgot. And then all of a sudden, the Mamas and the Papas came on live. Mama Cass sounded like a man. I thought it was one of the Papas singing the Mama Cass song. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I got my attention, looked up, looked at it. No, it was Mama Cass singing live. And I was like, this is rubbish. This, where's her beautiful voice gone? And it just sounds like musical theatre. So this in this book really rings true after my organic experience of, I even said to Mark, she's, what's going on? And that weird story about how her voice then became lower to fit in with the harmonies after she got her head banged. And now it just say on it they weren't very good, at least not in their live incarnations. And I've had that experience with the Mamas and the Papas. Just thought I'd interject that because maybe that's true. Well, it is true with Mama Cass, unfortunately. To be sure, they sounded great on vinyl. God, that's so interesting. But that was largely due to the fact that the band members themselves didn't actually play on their records. Honestly, Mama Cass live does not sound like Mama Cass on vinyl. And I came to that conclusion all by my little self. Thank you. Moving on. At least not in the early days. And the rich vocal harmonies that were a trademark of the Laurel Canyon sound were created in the studio with a good deal of multi-tracking and overdubs. On stage, it was another matter entirely. I literally had that experience. Wow, that's just proof that. I'm looking over there to where Mark sits as if I'm like, well, and Mark's like, yeah, he's at work. He's nowhere near me. You're here in spirit, babe. Moving on. Wow, that's so sad. Enter then the wildly flamboyant and colourful Freak Squad, who were one key component of the strategy that was devised to lure patrons into the clubs. Vito and Carl's dancers were a fixture on the Sunset Strip scene from the very moment that the new clubs opened their doors to the public, and they were, by all accounts, treated like royalty by the club owners. As John Hartman, proprietor of the Kaleidoscope Club and brother of comedian Phil Hartman, acknowledged, he would let Vito and his dancers into the Kaleidoscope free every week because they attracted people. They were really hippies, and so we had to have them. They got in free pretty much everywhere they went. They blessed your joint. They validated you. If you're the essence of hippiedom and you're trying to be a hippie nightclub, you need hippies. As the aforementioned Kim Foley put it, with characteristic bluntness, a band didn't have to be good as long as the dancers were there. Indeed, the band was largely irrelevant, other than to provide some semblance of a soundtrack for the real show, which was taking place on the dance floor. Gail Zappa once candidly admitted that, even at her husband's shows, the real attraction was not on the stage. The customers came to see the freaks dance. Nobody ever talks about that, but that was the case. Frank Zappa added, as soon as they arrived, they would make things happen, because they were dancing in a way nobody had seen before, screaming and yelling out on the dance floor and doing all kinds of weird things. It's like me and Mark in the kitchen when we got the disco light on. They were dressed in a way that nobody could believe, and they gave life to everything that was going on. That was Frank Zappa. for reasons that clearly had more to do with boosting attendance at the clubs than with the dancing abilities displayed by the group. Vito and Carl seem to have become minor media darlings over the course of the 1960s and the 1970s. The two can be seen separately and together in a string of cheap exploitation films, including Mondo Bizarro from 1966, Something's Happening, aka the Hippie Revolt from 1967, the notorious Mondo Hollywood, also released in 1967, and You Are What You Eat with David Crosby, Frank Zappa, and Tiny Tim, which hit theatres in 1968. In 1972, Vito made his acting debut in a non-documentary film, The White Horse Gang. Paulicas reportedly also popped up on the Groucho Marx's You Bet Your Life, and Franzoni made an appearance on the 1968 Dick Clark TV special. The golden child, Godot Paulicas, was featured in a photo in Life magazine circa 1966, and the whole troupe showed up for an appearance on The Tonight Show. According to Barry Miles, According to Barry Miles, Vito also appeared regularly on The Joe Pine Show, and in between the bare-breasted girls in the late 50s and early 60s men's magazines. Joe Pine, for those of you too young to remember, is the guy we have to thank for paving the way for the likes of Bill O'Reilly, Rush Limbaugh, I don't know if I said that right, Sean Hannity, Michael Savage, Dom Imus, Morton Downey Jr., Something just literally jumped off the. What was that? Something just jumped off the floor behind my head. Oh, it was somebody's present. Okay. Oh, heightened professional. See, I need a break. I've done all of this up to chapter 5 in not in one go, but in one morning. Anyway, right. Blimey. I hope that's not broken. Moving on. Joe Pine, for those blah 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 blah. For Mr. Pine, you see, was the guy who pioneered the confrontational interview style favoured by so many today. The Jerry Springer, etc. The decorated Marine Corps veteran debuted as a talk radio host in 1950. This is so unprofessional, and quickly became known for insulting and demeaning anyone who dared to disagree with him, guests and listeners alike. In 1957, he moved his show to LA, and by 1965, he was nationally syndicated both on the radio and on television. His favoured targets, as you may have guessed, included hippies, feminists, gays, and anti-war activists, and his interviews frequently ended with his guest either walking off or being thrown off the stage. Nearing the peak of his popularity, Pine died on March the 27th, 1970, at the age of 45, reportedly of lung cancer. His ideological offspring, however, live on. Right, I am going to have a break to watch Lord of the Rings, do some art, and find out why that just jumped off by itself. I'm nowhere near the shelf, and something just completely flung itself off the shelf onto the floor, which is a little bit terrifying. Might go and light some sage. Okay, bye. Okay, it's 24 hours later. I watched all of the Lord of the Rings, and I did some painting. You don't care, you just want to listen to the book. Chapter 7. The Death of Godot Paulicus. Angers infant Lucifer. Oh, blimey. This is a quote. Vito would come in every night with an entourage, mostly 4 or 5 really great-looking girls. It's a weird parallel, but it was like a non-violent Manson situation, a little cult. So that was Lou Adler, manager, producer of the Mamas and the Poppers, co-organizer of the Monterey Pop Festival, investor in J. Seberg's hair salon, and business partner of mobster club owner Elmer Valentine. There's another quote. I have said for years that there are some similarities between Vito and Manson. Vito was sort of like a pimp. He was welcome as a VIP with the emerging rock crowd because he always showed up with these free-thinking 14 and 15-year-old girls that would be happy to satisfy their needs. Brilliant. A member of the Paula Cass family in an email correspondence with the author. Brilliant. Recruits for Vito and Carl's dance troupe weren't likely hard to come by, given that, according to Miles, Vito operated the first crash pad in LA, an open house to countless runaways where everyone was welcome for a night, particularly young women. Does he mean children? By the mid-1960s, the group had expanded into a second communal location, in addition to the basement studio at 303 Laurel Avenue. The ubiquitous log cabin. According to Jack Boulware, writing in Mojo, architect Robert Bird and his son built a new guest house, aka the Tree House, on the property in the early 1960s. And the following year, a communal family of weirdos moved into the cabin and treehouse, centered around two underground hipsters named Vito Paulacas and Carl Franzoni, organizers of free-form dance troupes at clubs along the Sunset Strip. By 1967, the dancers were splitting their rent. This is a quote: splitting their rent with staff from the hippie publication The Oracle. Retired journalist John Bilby recalls at least 36 people living and partying at the log cabin and treehouse, including the band Fraternity of Man. Tim Leary was definitely there. George Harrison and Ravi Shankar were there, Bilby says. For the record, Fraternity of Man was a one-hit wonder band, best known for the ever-popular novelty song, Don't Bogart Me. Tim Leary was, in this writer's humble opinion, best known for being a painfully obvious CIA asset. And The Oracle was a San Francisco-based publication with intelligent ties that specialized in pitching psychedelic occultism to impressionable youth. Leary, it probably should be noted, also had a home of his own in Laurel Canyon. According to Barry Miles, Franzoni's commune ended in May 1968, as that was when the Oracle moved out and our old friend Frank Zappa moved in. The lead mother had visited Carl at the log cabin on a previous trip and realized it was a perfect fit for his needs. And it was an easy move for Frank, since he was already living in Laurel Canyon at the home of Pamela Zarubica, aka Susie Cream Cheese. Yeah. At 8404 Kirkwood Drive, where Zappa had met his new wife, Gail, and where Gail's old kindergarten pal, Jim Morrison, was known to occasionally pass the time. Ms. Zarubica Cream Cheese was yet another member of Vito's dance troupe. As multiple sources remember it, Miles is mistaken in his contention that Franzoni's commune came to an end. Frank Zappa took over as ringmaster, to be sure, but Franzoni and all his cohorts stayed on. Carl had a room in the basement, where he was known to bowl in the middle of the night, usually naked and intoxicated. The doomed Christine Fricker had a room down there as well, as did other future GTOs. Various other members of the dance troupe occupied other nooks and crannies in both the main house and the guest house treehouse. Indeed, as Miles noted correctly, the freak dancers became so closely associated with the Mothers of Invention that they got dubbed as the Mothers Auxiliary, and Carl Franzoni in particular was included in a lot of group photographs. Vito and Carl also received vocal credits on the band's debut album, as did none other than Bobby Beausoleil. And that, in a nutshell, is the story of Vito and his freak dancers, or at least a sanitized version. Because there is, as it turns out, a very dark underbelly to this story. and much of it is centered around that angelic hippie child that the readers of Life magazine met in 1966, and who we now must sadly add to the Laurel Canyon death list. For young Godo Pelicus, you see, never made it past the age of 3. Paulicas. The specifics of the tragedy are difficult to determine, unfortunately, as there is little agreement in the various accounts of the event. According to Barry Miles, Vito and Sue's 3-year-old son Goddo had fallen through a trap door on the roof of the building and died. Michael Walker tells of a 2 or 3 year old Goddo falling to his death from a scaffold in the studio. An article in San Francisco Weekly had it as a 5-year-old boy who died when he fell through a skylight. Super groupie and former freak dancer Pamela DeBar agreed with the skylight scenario, but not the age. Vito's exquisite little puppet child Goddo fell through a skylight during a wacky photo session on the roof and died at age 3.5. Alban Feister of the band Love recalled a much darker scenario. Vito got married, had a baby, gave it acid, and it fell off the roof and died. When Robert Carl Cohen digitally remastered his notorious Mondo Hollywood for DVD release, he added postscripts for all the famous and infamous people who were featured in his film for Godot. Paulicas. He inserted the following caption: died aged 2, victim of medical malpractice. Thus we appear to have a further muddying of the waters. So muddy, in fact, that in addition to there being various competing fell from some scaffolding, fell through a trapdoor, crashed through a skylight accounts, there are at least 2 medical malpractice stories. Before reviewing those, though, it would perhaps be instructive to examine the context in which this tragedy played out. We know, for example, that a musician and a writer named Raphael told Michael Walker that he had been present one evening at Vito's place when Goddo was brought out. They passed that little boy around naked in a circle with their mouths. That was their thing about introducing him to sensuality. Are you fucking kidding me? It's no wonder I'm in a dark place at the moment. We also know that Vito and Sue had a rather odd reaction to the death of their firstborn son, an only child, as recounted by DeBar. I was beside myself with sorrow, but Vito and Sue insisted on continuing our plans for the evening. We went out dancing, and when people asked where little Goddo was, Vito said, "He died today." It was weird, really weird. Barry Miles, who was also close to the scene, had a similar recollection, though he attempted to put more positive spin on the reaction of the parents. Vito and Sue's 3-year-old son, Goddo, had fallen through a trapdoor on the roof of their building and died. That evening, Vito, Sue, and the gang went out as usual, dancing with an even fiercer intensity to assuage their grief. Goddo died at 7:30 p.m. on December the 23rd, 1966, some 36 hours before Christmas morning. Probably just a coincidence. On the side of reality that I live on, the death of a child at any time would deter most parents from going out and partying the night away. That it occurred virtually on the eve of Christmas makes Vito and Sue's actions that much more incomprehensible. Adding to the weirdness factor is the full text of the quote from the San Francisco Weekly that I previously presented an edited version of. Kenneth Anger's first candidate to play Lucifer, a 5-year-old boy whose hippie parents had been fixtures on the Los Angeles counterculture scene, fell through a skylight to his death. By 1967, Anger had relocated to San Francisco and was searching for a new Lucifer. As some readers may be aware, he soon found his new Lucifer in the form of Mansonite and former grassroots guitarist Bobby Beausoleil. And so it was that the soon-to-be convicted murderer replaced the cherubic hippie child as the face of Lucifer. But what was it, one wonders, that drew Anger's twisted eye to the young boy? Beausoleil has said that some of Anger's film projects were for private collectors. Every once in a while he'd do a little thing that wouldn't be for distribution. Biographer Bill Landis has written that projects such as those led at one time to Anger being investigated by the police on suspicion that he had been producing snuff films. Brilliant. Pamela de Bar has shed further light on the dark edges of the freak troupe with this description of a scene that Vito had staged one evening in his studio. Two tenderly young girls were tonguing each other. Everyone was silently observing the scene as if it were part of their necessary training by the headmaster. Vito, one of the girls on the four-poster, was only 12 years old, and a few months later Vito was deported to Tahiti for this very situation, and many more just like it. It was actually Haiti that Vito appears to have fled to, and then to Jamaica, which at the time had no extradition treaty with the United States, accompanied by his wife Sue and their new baby daughter, Groovy Nipples. Groovy Nipples Paula Cass. Born Groovy, spelt Gruvi. These people need to be shot, don't they? Born on June 23rd, 1967. The couple would have several more offspring, poor them, poor kids, each given an increasingly ridiculous name. B.P. Paulacas, born on December the 29th, 1969. Sky Paulacas, born bizarrely enough on what would have been Godot's 8th birthday, December the 1st, 1971. And Freakus Magicus Paulacas, born on January the 28th, 1974. Just a little more than a year before the couple divorced in March of 1975 in Northern California. According to Miles, Vito's flight from justice occurred in December of 1968, though other accounts vary. Carl Franzoni, meanwhile, became embroiled in some unspecified legal troubles of his own and went into hiding, later resurfacing in Canada by some reports. At around that time, Frank Zappa moved on to yet another location in Laurel Canyon, a high-security home on Woodrow Wilson Drive. Also at around that same time, according to author Ed Sanders, the Manson family came calling at the log cabin. One former Manson family associate claims that a group of 4 to 6 family members lived on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in the log cabin house once owned by cowboy actor Tim Mix. They lived there for a few weeks, in late 1968, in a cave-like hollow in back of the residence. According to Franzoni, Manson also came calling at the Vito Clay studio on Laurel Avenue. Applebaum took over Vito's place when Vito vacated at Beverly and Laurel, so he inherited all the people that came after that. He was the beginning of the Manson clan. Manson came there because he had heard about Vito, but Vito was gone. It makes perfect sense in retrospect that Charles Manson and his family came calling just as Vito fled the scene, and that a Mansonite replaced the freak child as the embodiment of Lucifer. For the truth, you see, is that in many significant ways, Charles Manson was little more than a younger version of Vito Paulicus. Consider, if you will, all of the following Manson-esque qualities of Paulacas, and to some extent Franzoni, seem to share. Vito considered himself to be a gifted artist and poet, as did our old friend Charlie Manson. Vito, according to Miles, was something of a guru, as was, quite obviously, Chuck Manson. Vito surrounded himself with a flock of very young, often underage women, as did Manson. Vito was considerably older than his followers, and so too was Charlie. When Vito addressed his flock, they listened with rapt attention as though they were being delivered the word of God, as was true with Manson as well. Carl Franzoni was known to wear a black cape and referred to himself as Captain Fuck. Nice. Well, Manson was also partial to black capes and would at times declare himself to be the God of Fuck. Vito is said to have had a virtually insatiable libido, as did, by numerous reports, Chuck Manson. Vito's flock adopted nicknames to aid in the depersonalization process, as did Charlie's. Vito's troupe included a Beverly Hills hairstylist named Sheldon Jarman, while Charlie's included a Beverly Hills hairpiece stylist named Charles Watson. Vito believed in introducing children to sexuality at a very young age, while in the Manson family, as Sanders has noted, infant sexuality was encouraged. Vito apparently liked to stage live sex shows for his followers involving underage participants, which was also a specialty of Charles Miles Manson. Finally, Vito encouraged his followers to drug themselves while he himself largely abstained, thus enabling him to at all times maintain control, while Manson limited his own drug intake for the very same reason. Franzoni and Manson were not, by the way, the only folks on the Laurel Canyon Sunset Strip scene who developed a fondness for black capes in the latter half of the 1960s. As Michael Walker noted, in Laurel Canyon, during that same period of time, David Crosby had taken to wearing an Oscar Wilde Frank Lloyd Wright-ish cape whenever he went. In unrelated news, Ed Sanders notes in his controversial The Family that around March 10, 1968, a convoy of 7 process automobiles containing 30 people and 14 Alsatian dogs journeyed toward Los Angeles. Vincent Bugliosi added in his best-selling Helter Skelter that in 1968 and 1969, the process launched a major recruiting drive in the United States. They were in Los Angeles in May and June of 1968, and for at least several months in the fall of 1969. As Gary Lachman wrote in Fortean Times in May 2000, the Process Church of the Final Judgment, often referred to as just the Process, was one of the most controversial cults of the 60s. Formed in 1963 in London as an offshoot of Scientology, the group was the brainchild of Robert Moore, a former cavalry officer who would soon adopt the name Robert de Grimston, and Mary Ann McLean, the proprietor of an elite prostitution ring with ties to the UK's so-called Profumo affair. According to various reports, McLean was at one time married to famed pugilist and Freemason Sugar Ray Robinson, who, as we will see in a later chapter, lived right around the corner from the future Love frontman Arthur Lee during that time. The group arrived in the States in 1968, establishing footholds in Los Angeles, San Francisco, New Orleans, New York, and Boston. The organization soon began producing a magazine that Lachman said had an editorial policy that favored Hitler, Satan, and Gore. Singer-songwriter Marianne Faithfull, who appeared in an issue of the magazine, later distanced herself from the group, saying that there was something almost like fascism about the process. The cult's fascist mindset was amply illustrated by their choice of a symbol, which Lachman accurately describes as bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Nazi swastika. In The Family, Sanders describes the process as a death-worshipping cult, composed of hooded snuffoids, who were directly connected to the Manson murders. Maury Terry likewise fleshed out connections between the process and New York Son of Sam murders in his equally controversial The Ultimate Evil. Spokespersons for the cult, not surprisingly, vehemently denied any involvement in any such murderous activities. One thing is certain, though: possessions were instantly recognizable on the streets of LA due to their curious habit of donning black capes wherever they went. In other news, it appears as though Frank Zappa also displayed some of the same less than admirable qualities shared by Manson and Paulikas. As DeBar observed, Vito was just like Frank. He never got high either. They were both ringmasters who always wanted to be in control. And as Barry Miles noted in his Zappa biography, Frank's daughter, Moon, recalls men with straggling beards, body odor, and bad posture who crouched naked near her playthings. Also, the Zappa children watched porn with their parents and were encouraged in their own sexuality as soon as they reached puberty. When they became teenagers, Gail insisted they shower with their overnight guests in order to conserve water. Apparently, the Zappas were having a hard time paying their DWP bill. People idolize these people. By the early 1970s, Vito Porlacas had resurfaced up north in Cotati, California, with Carl Franzoni once again at his side. The two were, by all accounts, treated like rock stars in the funky little town, and they are to this day proudly and prominently featured on the city's official website. By some accounts, Vito even served as mayor of the town, with Franzoni assisting as his director of parks and recreation. Porlacas also taught dance classes at Sonoma State College. Sue went to work for an attorney, leaving the hippie life behind. Franzoni, meanwhile, turned up now and then on that early version of America's Got Talent, known as The Gong Show, apparently as one of the worm dancers. The Gong Show, of course, was the brainchild of Chuck Barris, who famously claimed that during the days when he appeared to be working as a mild-mannered game show producer, he was actually on the payroll for the CIA. And that was while he was ostensibly serving as a chaperone to the couples who had won trips on the dating game. What he was really doing was carrying out assassinations, possibly like that Harry Houdini guy, who we'll discuss in a later chapter. Anyway, during the 1970s, the cabin and treehouse scene, according to Jack Boulware, grew creepy. Actually, it had always been pretty creepy. It likely just became a little more openly creepy. Eric Burden of the Animals moved in after Zappa vacated and the property continued to be communally occupied. In fact, it appears to have remained something of a commune throughout the 1970s, quite possibly right up until the time that it burned to the ground on October the 31st, 1981. Who paid the rent is anybody's guess. As is why such a prestigious property seems to have been made readily available to pretty much any communal family of weirdos who wanted to move in. Vito Porlacas and Carl Franzoni appear to have remained in Northern California throughout the 1980s and into the 1990s. Vito married once again for the fourth time while he was in his 60s. Franzoni was still milling about the Santa Rosa area as of early 2013. In February of 28, the aging freak, then reportedly 74, rode along on a tour of 1960s hotspots offered by a local tour company and delighted the crowd by reenacting his distinctive dance style in front of Vito's former studio. The tour operator billed Franzoni as the King of the Freaks, a title formerly held by his mentor, Vito Porlacas. The original king, alas, had died in October of 1992. His memorial service was held appropriately enough on October the 31st, 1992, All Hallows Eve. Returning now to the death of young Godo Polikas, filmmaker Robert Carl Cohen, in an emailed defense of his medical malpractice claim, provided a detailed account of the incident, one that he said was told to him by Carl Franzoni on the evening of the tragedy and retold later by Vito himself. Godot, 2.5 years of age at the time, was with his parents on the roof of 333 Laurel Avenue during an LA Free Press photo shoot. Two older children were holding his hands as they ran about. They led him onto a white painted glass skylight, which collapsed. Godot fell through, sustaining a cut to his head and bruises. His parents took him to Hollywood Emergency Hospital, where the doctors stitched the cut on his head and recommended he be taken to LA County General Hospital for observation overnight in case he sustained a concussion. A few hours later, Vito received a phone call from LA County General that Goddo had died. LA County DA Eval Younger, convinced that Goddo had been given drugs, ordered two separate autopsies by LA County Coroner Noguchi. The two autopsies both revealed that Goddo had no drugs in his system, and that the cause of death had been strangulation due to the child's breathing his own vomit. Vito sued LA County for wrongful death due to medical malpractice. The charge was that, in contradiction to standard medical practice, Goddo had been restrained by being strapped down on his back, something which is not normally done following a head injury, due to the possibility of the victim strangling on their own vomit. The reason this was done in Goddo's case was probably because the child was offending the hospital staff by repeating some of the first words he'd learned, i.e. fuck you. The LA authorities offered Vito a $20,000 pre-trial settlement, which he refused. I suggested to Vito that, since the case would be tried by a jury of mostly conservative people, usually retired civil servants, he get his long hair cut short, shave his beard and goatee, and wear a business suit and tie. Vito declined, changing his appearance. The jury ruled in favour of the hospital. A member of the Paulicas family heard a much different account, this one also coming directly from Vito. He, Vito, and Sue told me that Goddo fell from the roof through the skylight, as often told, but he died when, in the hospital, the district attorney's office insisted on testing Goddo for drugs to prove Vito was drugging his own child. The best way to test was with a spinal tap that killed him because he was so young. That was the story he told to me, and he elaborated about his screaming child being tied down in his presence for the spinal tap and then suddenly becoming lifeless. It is perfectly obvious that both versions of events cannot possibly be true. In one version, Vito was present when Goddo died, while in the other, he received notification over the phone. One version of reality holds that the boy was tested for drugs after his death, while the other version claims that the drug test was what killed him. Goddo was restrained in both versions of events, but in one it's so that he could be administered the spinal tap that killed him, while in the other it is the restraints that killed him. Restraints utilised because for some reason he was yelling "fuck you" at the hospital staff and no one knew of a non-violent way to deal with an injured 3-year-old. If the medical malpractice story is true, then why did Vito tell more than one version of it? This is clearly not a situation where memories could have faded over time. No parent could confuse such particulars as if they actually watched their child die, before, of course, donning their dancing shoes and heading out to the whiskey. There are, to be sure, a number of questions raised by the malpractice scenario, particularly with Cohen's account. For one thing, as if the reaction of the parents was not already difficult to understand, we are now being asked to believe that they went out dancing immediately after Goddo was essentially murdered. Also, why is it that no one else who was making the scene in those days seems to remember a malpractice trial? And why were kids being allowed to play unsupervised on a roof? And would a toddler who crashed through a skylight and then fell a considerable distance among shards of broken glass really sustain only a minor cut and a few bruises? And would a hospital really be so callous as to inform parents of the death of a child by telephone? And if Vito was so quick to file a suit against the city, why didn't he also sue his landlord for allowing such a dangerous condition to exist? As it turns out, Goddo's LA County certificate of death provides some insight into his short life and curious death. Clearly indicated is that the coroner found the cause of death to be shock due to hemorrhage into deep cervical and superior mediastinal areas. God. The death was deemed to be an accident that occurred when Godot fell through the skylight while playing. He did, though, die at Los Angeles General Hospital at 7:30 p.m., precisely 5 hours after the accident occurred at 2:30 p.m., though the times seem oddly approximate. The timeline offered up by the document certainly seems a bit odd. Despite the fact that Goddo died on December the 23rd, his autopsy was not completed until April the 13th, a delay of nearly 4 months. Was that delay caused by the fabled second autopsy? Even if that were the case, 4 months seems like an inordinately long time to hold up the release of the body for burial. To further add to the mystery, even after the body was released, it was almost another 4 months before it was buried. On May the 9th, 1967. Why did it take some 4.5 months to lay the child to rest? The tragedy was reported not by the parents, but by a Mr. Marvin Kahn, attorney. After a child has suffered a serious accident, do parents with nothing to hide generally delay the arrival of help by calling an attorney and having him contact the proper authorities? It appears that there are, and probably always be, unanswered questions surrounding the short life and curious death of the angelic hippie child who missed his big screen debut as Lucifer. I'll let a member of the Paulakis family provide the final words on the King of the Freaks. Asked by the author if he believed that Vito was a possible paedophile, he answered, "Probably, but I believe you have to go deeper into the libido and drives of so many rock stars and famous people who had an unhealthy relationship with sex and drugs. Any biography of the rockers of that time, and probably any time, just skirts around the reality that their greatest secret and shame includes the sex they had and have with very young girls and boys. Roman Polanski just got caught. I love hearing from people who tell me Vito saved their soul or protected them from danger when they were young and at risk. I am sure some became survivors and others fell deeper into the abyss. So it goes." Indeed. Chapter 8. All the Young Turks, Hollywood Tripping. This is a quote. As all halfway decent managers in the rock era have done, Jim Dixon worked on seducing the in-crowd and creating a buzz around the birds. The timing was perfect. LA's baby boomers were mobile, getting around, looking for action. And now they were joined by the hip elite of Hollywood itself, from Sal Mineo and Peter Fonda to junkie comic Lenny Bruce. So that was written by Barney Hoskins, writing in Waiting for the Sun. As important as the Freaks were to building an audience for the new Laurel Canyon bands, there was another group that played a key role as well: Hollywood's so-called Young Turks. Like the Freaks, the Turks became an immediate and constant presence on the newly emerging Sunset Strip scene, and as with the Freaks, their presence on the Strip was heavily promoted by the media. Locals and tourists alike knew where to go to gawk at the Freaks, and, as an added bonus, quite possibly rub shoulders with the likes of Peter Fonda, Jack Nicholson, Bruce Dern, Dennis Hopper, and Warren Beatty, along with their female counterparts, such as Jane Fonda, Nancy Sinatra, and Sharon Tate. And as with the Freaks, the Turks were also instrumental in distracting attention away from the less than stellar musicianship on the stage. After all, young men offered the chance to see Jane Mansfield in the flesh probably didn't even notice whether there was a band on the stage at all. Mansfield, by the way, like Manson, Susan Atkins, and Bobby Beausoleil, had direct ties to Anton LaVey and his Church of Satan. Many of these young and glamorous Hollywood stars forged very close bonds with the Laurel Canyon musicians. Some of them, including Peter Fonda, found homes in the canyon so that they could live, work, and party among the rock stars, and in their free time pass around John Phillips's wife Michelle to just about every swinging dick in the canyon, including Jack Nicholson, Dennis Hopper, Warren Beatty, Roman Polanski, and Gene Clark of the Byrds. Some of them never left. Jack Nicholson to this day lives in a spacious estate just off the portion of Mulholland Drive that lies between Laurel Canyon and Coldwater Canyon. Not far west of Nicholson's property, which now includes the neighbouring estate formerly owned by Marlon Brando, sits the longtime home of Warren Beatty. From the symbiotic relationship between Laurel Canyon actors and Laurel Canyon musicians arose a series of feature films that are now considered county cultural classics. One such film was The Trip, 1967, an unintentionally hilarious attempt to create a cinematic facsimile, facsimile of an LSD trip, written by, of all people, Jack Nicholson. The movie starred fellow Turks Peter Fonda, Dennis Hopper, and Bruce Dean. Seated in the director's chair was Roger Corman, who throughout his career worked side by side with David Crosby's dad on no less than 23 feature films. Recruited to supply the soundtrack for the film was Graham Parsons' International Submarine Band. Parsons' music, however, was ultimately not used, though the band does make a brief on-screen appearance. The house where most of the film was shot, at the top of Kirkwood Drive in Laurel Canyon, became the home of Love's Arthur Lee. Another psychedelic cult film of the late 1960s with deep roots in Laurel Canyon was the Monkees' 1968 big screen offering Head, also scripted by Nicholson, with assistance from Bob Rafelson. The movie included cameo appearances by Canyon dwellers Dennis Hopper, Jack Nicholson, and Frank Zappa. The music, performed of course by the Monkees, was a mix of songs written by the band and contributions from Canyon songwriters like Carole King and Harry Nilsson. Shockingly, some of that music is actually pretty good. Even more shockingly, the movie overall is arguably the most watchable of the 1960s cult films. It is certainly a vast improvement over for example, 1968's wretched Psych Out, starring Nicholson and Durham. I do realise, by the way, that some of you out there in Readerland cringe every time that I mention the Monkees as though they were a real band. The reality, though, is that they were every bit as real as most of their contemporaries. And while the made-for-TV Beatles replicants were looked down upon by music critics and fans alike, they were fully accepted as members of the musical fraternity by the other Laurel Canyon bands. The homes of Mickey DeLenz and Peter Tork were popular canon hangouts in the late 60s for a number of real musicians. Also regularly dropping by Dolenz' party house were Dennis Hopper and Jack Nicholson. The difference in perception between their peers and the public was attributable to the fact that the other bands knew something that the fans did not. The very same studio musicians who appeared without credit on the Monkees albums also appeared without credit on their albums. And then, of course, there was the fact that so many of Laurel Canyon's real musicians had taken a stab at being part of the Monkees, including Stephen Stills, Love's Brian McLean, and the Three Dog Night's Danny Hutton, all of whom answered the Monkees casting call and were rejected. There were undoubtedly other future stars who auditioned for the show as well, though most would probably prefer not to discuss such things. Despite the persistent rumours, however, there was one local musician who we can safely conclude did not read a part, Charles Manson. Given that the show was cast in 1965 and began its brief television run in 1966, while Charlie was still imprisoned at Terminal Island awaiting his release in March 1967. There doesn't appear to be any way that Manson could have been considered for a part on the show, and that's kind of a shame when you think about it, because if he had been, we might today remember Charlie Manson not as one of America's most notorious criminals, but rather as a guy who made Marcia Brady swoon. Returning to the counterculture films of the 1960s, the most critically acclaimed of the lot, and the one with the deepest roots in Laurel Canyon, was Easy Rider, directed by Dennis Hopper, from a script co-written by he and Peter Fonda. The film starred Fonda and Hopper along with Jack Nicholson. Hopper's walrus mustachioed character in the film was based on David Crosby, who was regularly seen racing his motorcycle up and down the winding streets of Laurel Canyon. The motorcycle, by the way, had been a gift from Crosby's good buddy Peter Fonda. Fonda's absurd Captain America character was inspired either by John Phillips's riding partner Graham Parsons or by Crosby's former bandmate in the Byrds, Roger McGowan, depending upon who is telling the story. That very same Roger McGowan scored the original music for the film. His contributions were joined on the soundtrack by offerings from fellow Canaanite musicians Steppenwolf, the Byrds, Fraternity of Man, and Jimi Hendrix, and the movie's hippie commune was reportedly created and filmed in the canyons near Mulholland Drive. Since Easy Rider had such deep roots in the Laurel Canyon scene, we need to briefly focus our attention here on one other individual who worked on the film, art director Jeremy Kay, aka Jerry Kay. Before Easy Rider, Kay had worked on such cinematic abominations as Angels from Hell, Hell's Angels on Wheels with Jack Nicholson, and Scorpio Rising, Kenneth Anger's occult-tinged homage to gay biker culture. In the mid-1970s, Kay would write, direct and produce a charming little film entitled Satan's Children. Far more interest here than his film credits, though, is his membership to the 1960s in a group known as the Solar Lodge, or the Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO, which found itself in the news, and not in a good way, just after Easy Rider opened on theatre screens across America. 2 weeks after Easy Rider premiered on July the 14th, 1969, police acting on a phone tip raided the Solar Lodge's compound near Blythe, California, and found a 6-year-old boy locked outdoors in a 6 by 6 wooden crate in the sweltering desert heat. The young boy, whose father was a Los Angeles County probation officer, had been chained to a steel plate for nearly 2 months in temperatures reaching as high as 117 degrees Fahrenheit, according to an FBI report. The box also contained a can partially filled with human waste and swarming with flies. The stench was nauseating. Before being put in the box, the child had been burned with matches and beaten with bamboo poles by cult members. The leader of the cult, Georgina Brayton, had reportedly told cult members that when it was convenient, she was going to give the boy LSD and set fire to the structure in which he was chained and give him just enough chain to get out of reach of the fire. Killing the child had also been discussed and apparently condoned by the boy's mind-fucked mother. I think we're going to need to do a little bit more art in a minute, aren't we? 11 adult members of the sect were charged with felony child abuse, the majority of them young white men in their early 20s. All were brought to trial and convicted. In a curious bit of timing, the raid that resulted in the arrests and convictions coincided with the torture and murder of musician Gary Hinman by a trio of Manson acolytes. Though it is, not surprisingly, vehemently denied by concerned parties, various sources have claimed that Manson had ties to the group, which also maintained a home near the USC campus in Los Angeles. There is no doubt that Charlie preached the same dogma, including the notion of an apocalyptic race war looming on the horizon. The massacre at the Tate residence occurred less than 2 weeks after the raid on the OTO compound. Manson's Barker Ranch hideout would be raided a few months later, on October the 12th, 1969, the birthday, as I may have already mentioned, of Aleister Crowley, the grand poobah of the OTO until his death in 1947. Anyway, sorry about that little digression, folks. I'm not entirely sure how we ended up at the Barker Ranch when the focus of this chapter was supposed to be on the Young Turks. So having now established that those Turks were a fully integrated part of the Laurel Canyon Sunset Strip scene, and also that they played an important role in luring the public out to the new clubs to check out the new bands, our next task is to get to know a little bit more about these folks, who were and who they were and where they came from. Let's begin with Mr. Bruce Dern, who has some of the most provocative connections of any of the characters in this story. It is probably safe to say that Dern's parents had rather impressive political connections, given that baby Bruce's godparents were sitting First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt and future two-time Democratic presidential nominee Adlai Stevenson. He lost both times in 1952 and 1956 to Eisenhower. Bruce's paternal grandfather was a guy by the name of George Dern, who served as a Secretary of War under President Franklin Roosevelt. For the youngsters in the crowd, Secretary of War is what we used to call the Secretary of Defense in a slightly less Orwellian era. George had also served as governor of Utah and chairman of the National Governors Association. Bruce's mother was born Jean McLeish, and she happened to be the sister of Archibald McLeish, who also served under Franklin Roosevelt as the Director of War Department's Officer of Facts and Figures and the Assistant Director of the Office of War Information. In other words, Archibald McLeish was essentially America's Minister of War Propaganda. He also served at various times as an Assistant Secretary of State and as the Librarian of Congress. Perhaps the most impressive item on his resume, however, was his membership in everyone's favourite secret society, Skull and Bones, class of 1915, 1 year before Prescott Bush was taped in 1916. Was tapped, sorry. I said taped because there is a recording, isn't there, of some shenanigans going on inside that club. It would appear then that, even by Laurel Canyon standards, Mr. Dern has friends in very high places. Let's turn our attention next to the guy who shared the screen with Dern in The Trip, Mr. Peter Fonda. Of course, we all know that Fonda is the son of good old Hank Fonda, lovable Hollywood liberal, an all-round nice guy, and certainly even a contrarian such as myself would not be so bold as to suggest that Henry Fonda might have some skeletons in his closet, right? Just for the hell of it, though, there are a few chapters of the Hank Fonda saga that we should probably review here. We can begin, I suppose, by noting that Hank served as a decorated US naval intelligence officer during World War II, thus sparing Peter the stigma of being the only member of the Laurel Canyon in-crowd to have not been spawned by a member of the military intelligence community. Not too many years after that, not too many years after the war, Hank's wife, Frances Ford Seymour, who claimed to be a direct descendant of Jane Seymour, third wife of King Henry VIII, was found with her throat slashed open with a straight razor. Peter was just 10 years old at the time of his mother's alleged suicide on April the 14th, 1950. When Seymour had met and married Hank, she was the widow of George Brokaw, who had curiously enough previously been married to prominent CIA cooperative Claire Booth Luce. Fonda rebounded quickly from Seymour's unusual death, and within 8 months he was married once again to Susan Blanchard, to whom he remained married until 1956. In 1957, Hank married yet again, this time to Italian Countess Alfreda Franchetti, who followed up her 4-year marriage to Fonda with a rumoured affair with newly sworn-in President John Kennedy. Francetta, as it turns out, is the daughter of Baron Raimondo Francetta, who was a consultant to fascist dictator Benito Mussolini. The Countess is also the great-granddaughter of Louise Sarah Rothschild, of the Rothschild banking family. Perhaps you've heard of them. He's funny. Before moving on, I should probably mention that Hank's first wife, Margaret Sullivan, who was yet another child of Norfolk, Virginia, also allegedly committed suicide on New Year's Day 1960. 9 months later, her daughter Bridget followed suit. In 1961, very soon after the deaths of first her mother and then her sister, Sullivan's other daughter, Brooke Haywood, walked down the aisle with the next young Turk on our list, Dennis Hopper. For those who may be unfamiliar with Hopper's body of work, he is the guy who was once found wandering naked and bewildered in a Mexican forest, and the guy who, after divorcing Haywood in 1969, married Michelle Phillips on Halloween Day 1970, only to have her file for divorce just 8 days later, claiming that Hopper had kept her handcuffed and imprisoned for a week while making unnatural sexual demands. Brilliant. Without passing judgment here, I think it's fair to say that Michelle Phillips has been around the block a time or two, if you catch my drift. So even if she thought Hopper's demands were a bit over the top, then one can only wonder just how unnatural they might have been. For what it's worth, Hopper once told a journalist that he didn't handcuff her, he just punched her out. In his mind, apparently, that made him somewhat less of a troglodyte. These people, man, are, well. Most official biographies of Hopper would lead one to believe that he was a son of a simple farmer. Dennis recently acknowledged, however, that this was clearly not the case. My mother's father was a wheat farmer, and I was raised on their farm. But my father was not a farmer. To the contrary, Hopper's dad was a working person in intelligence, who, during World War II, was in the OSS. He was in China, Burma, India. Hopper has proudly proclaimed that his father was one of the 100 guys that liberated General Wainwright out of prison in Korea, which might be a little more impressive were it not for the fact that it was actually the Red Army that freed Wainwright and other prisoners. The US intel team just came to pick them up, debrief them, and transport them home. But that, I suppose, isn't really relevant. After the war, according to Hopper, his dad routinely carried a gun, which I suppose is what most lay ministers in the Methodist Church do. The family also left the farm in Kansas and relocated to San Diego, California, home of the Imperial Beach Naval Air Station, the United States Naval Radio Station, the United States Naval Amphibious Base, the North Island Naval Air Station, Fort Rosecrans Military Reservation, the United States Naval Training Center, the United States Marine Corps Recruit Depot, and the Miramar Marine Corps Air Station. And just north of the city sits a massive Camp Pendleton Marine Corps base. Other than that, though, San Diego is just a sleepy little beach town where Hopper's dad ostensibly worked for the post office. The more recent incarnation of Dennis Hopper, by the way, was wildly at odds with the hippie image that he had at one time tried very hard to cultivate. Before his death on May 29, 2010, Hopper was an unapologetic cheerleader for right-wing causes, who proudly boasted of having voted straight Republican ticket for over 30 years. To briefly recap them, we have thus far met three of the Young Turks, and we have found that one of them is the nephew of a bonesman. Another is a son of a naval intelligence officer who was once married to a Rothschild descendant, and the third was the slightly deranged son of an OSS officer. Come to think of it, we have actually covered one of the Turkettes as well, since Jane Fonda obviously came from the same family background as her younger brother Peter. As for the other female members of the posse, Sharon Tate was the daughter of Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tate, a career US Army intelligence officer, and Nancy Sinatra is, of course, the daughter of Francis Albert Sinatra, whose known associates included Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Sam Giancana, Carlo Gambino, Gaetano Lucchese, and Joseph Fischetti, a cousin of Al Capone. Frank Sinatra was also a client of hairdresser to the stars Jay Sebring, as was Henry Fonda, who at one time, strangely enough, lived in the guest house at 150 Celio Drive. Yet another client of Sebring's was the next young Turk on our list, Warren Beatty, whose father, Ira Owens Beatty, was ostensibly a professor of psychology. Young Warren, however, spent all of his early years living in various spooky suburbs of Washington, D.C. He was born in Richmond, Virginia in 1937, sorry, after which his father moved the family to Norfolk, Virginia, which I think I may have mentioned is home to the world's largest naval facility. The reason for that, by the way, is that Norfolk is a gateway to the nation's capital. The family later relocated to Arlington, Virginia, home of the Pentagon, where Warren attended high school and where he was known on the football field as, recalls John Phillips, who attended a rival school, Mad Dog Beatty. Ira Beatty's relatively frequent relocations and the fact that those relocations always seemed to land the family in DC suburbs that are of considerable significance to the military intelligence community would tend to indicate that Warren's dad was something other than what he appeared to be, though that is, of course, a speculative assessment. But if Ira Beatty was on the payroll of some government entity working within the psychology departments of various DC area universities, then it wouldn't require a huge leap of faith to further speculate that what type of work he was doing, given the wholesale co-opting of the field of psychology by the MK Ultra program and affiliated projects. The next young Turk up for review is the one who went on to become arguably the most acclaimed actor of his generation, Mr. Jack Nicholson. Before getting to him, though, let's take a look at a biographical sketch of serial killer Ted Bundy as presented by Wikipedia. Bundy was born at the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers in Burlington, Vermont. The identity of his father remains a mystery. To avoid social stigma, Bundy's grandparents, Samuel and Eleanor Cowell, claimed him as their son. In taking their last name, he became Theodore Robert Cowell. He grew up believing his mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, to be his older sister. Bundy biographers Stephen Meichard and Hugh Ainsworth state that he learned Louise was actually his mother while he was in high school. True crime writer Anne Rule states that it was around 1969, shortly following a traumatic breakup with his college girlfriend. Now, if we just change a few names here and there, we come up with an accurate bio of Jack Nicholson, which goes something like this. Nicholson was born at some indeterminate location to an underage, unwed showgirl. The identity of his father remains a mystery. To avoid social stigma, Nicholson's grandparents, John Joseph and Ethel Nicholson, claimed him as their son. In taking their last name, he became John Joseph Nicholson Jr. He grew up believing his mother, June Frances Nicholson, to be his older sister. Reporters state that when he learned June was actually his mother in 1974, when he was 37 years old. By then, June had been dead for just over a decade, having only lived to the age of 44. It is said that Nicholson was born at St. Vincent's Hospital in New York City, but there is no record of such a birth either at the hospital or in the city's archives. As it turns out, Jack Nicholson has no birth certificate. Until 1954, by which time he was nearly an adult, he did not officially exist. Even today, the closest thing he has to a birth certificate is a certificate of delayed report of birth that was filed on May 24, 1954. The document lists John and Ethel Nicholson as the parents and identifies the location of the birth as the Nicholson's home address in Neptune, New Jersey. It appears then that there is no way to determine who Jack Nicholson really is. He has told journalists that he has no interest in identifying who his father was, nor, it would appear, in verifying his mother's identity. What we do know is that the nucleus of the 1960s clique, known as the Young Turks and Turkettes, was composed of the following individuals: the nephew of a bonesman, the son of an OSS officer, the son of a naval intelligence officer, the daughter of that same naval intelligence officer, the daughter of an army intelligence officer, the daughter of a guy who openly associated with prominent gangsters throughout his life, the son of a possible psychologist, and a guy whose early years are so shrouded in mystery that he may or may not actually exist. I should probably also mention here that Henry Fonda scored his first acting gig through Dorothy Dodie Brando, the director of a local theatre and the mother of Jack Nicholson's future neighbour. Marlon Brando. Oh, sorry. Being the small world that it is, Marlon's mum happened to be a good friend of Hank's mum, Elmer Fonda. Truth be told, the families had likely had close ties for a very long time. A very long time. The ancestors of both Marlon Brando and Henry Fonda, you see, arrived in New York at nearly the same time, roughly 3.5 centuries ago. Marlon Brando is in a direct line of descent from French Huguenot colonists Louis Dubois and Catherine Blanchard Dubois, and no, I'm not making that up, who arrived in New York from Mannheim, Germany, circa 1660, and promptly founded New Rochelle. Other descendants of Dubois include former U.S. Senator Leverett Saltonstall, former Massachusetts Governor and Council on Foreign Relations member William Weld, former California First Lady Maria Shriver, and quite likely U.S. Presidents Jimmy Carter and Zachary Taylor. Henry Fonda, on the other hand, is a direct descendant of Jealous Douw, don't know how you say that, Douw, circa 1650, and settled near what would become Albany. The Fondas had sailed out of Friesland, Netherlands, on a ship dubbed the Valkeneer, which happened to be co-owned by a very wealthy Dutchman. by the name of Jean-Baptiste von Rensselaer. And Mr. van Rensselaer, as those who have been paying attention in class will recall, happened to be from the bloodline that would one day produce a guy by the name of David Van Courtard Crosby. It would appear then that Peter Fonda kind of owed Crosby that Triumph motorcycle that he gave him back in the 60s. What with David's ancestors having been cool enough to give Peter's ancestors a lift over to the New World and all, let's wrap up this chapter with a quick review of what we have learned about the people populating Laurel Canyon in the mid to late 1960s. We know that one subset of residents, with a large group of musicians who all decided nearly simultaneously to flood into the canyon. The most prominent members of this group were, to an overwhelming degree, the sons and daughters of the military intelligence complex. We also know that mingled in with them were the young stars of Hollywood, who also were, to an astonishing degree, the sons and daughters of the military intelligence community. Finally, we know that also in the mix were scores of military intelligence personnel who operated out of the facility known as Lookout Mountain Laboratory. I've got to say that, given the relatively small size of Laurel Canyon, I'm beginning to wonder if there was any room left over for any normal folks who might have wanted to live the rock and roll lifestyle. Chapter 9. Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. This is a quote. There were a lot of weird people around. There was one guy who had a parrot called Captain Blood, and he was always scrawling real cryptic things on the inside walls of my house. Neil Young's too. That was Joni Mitchell describing the Laurel Canyon scene toward the end of the 1960s. As it turns out, Laurel Canyon was large enough to accommodate at least a few more strange characters. Two of them were guys named Jerry Brown and Mike Curb. Actually, it's unclear whether Curb ever lived there, but he was very much part of the scene in the 1960s and 70s. Edmund G. Jerry Brown, Jr. had a decidedly conservative upbringing. Born into a politically well-connected Republican family, Jerry devoted his early years to pursuing a career in the Jesuit priesthood. His father, a very active Republican Party operative, was an aspiring politician who initially had no luck in getting himself elected to public office. He ultimately succeeded, though, in capturing the coveted California governor's seat in 1959, and he did it by employing a simple gimmick. He changed the R after his name to a D and was reborn as a Democrat. He held the seat for 2 terms, through to 1967, and then he was replaced by a guy who had employed the exact same trick in reverse. He had replaced D after his name with an R. That gentleman, of course, was Ronald Wilson Reagan, and he would govern the state through 1975. After which he handed the reins back over to the Brown family, this time to the younger Edmund Brown, who, like his dad, had decided that he was a Liberal Democrat. In fact, according to the consensus opinion of the media at the time, Jerry was an ultra-liberal extremist whose politics fell somewhere to the left of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. During Laurel Canyon's glory years, Jerry Brown resided in a home on Wonderland Avenue, within easy walking distance of the Wonderland Death House and the homes of numerous singers, songwriters, and musicians. His circle of friends in those days, as was widely reported, including the elite of Laurel Canyon's country rock stars, including Linda Ronstadt, with whom he was long rumored to be romantically involved, Jackson Browne, and the Eagles. Another figure making the rounds in Laurel Canyon during the same period of time was Mike Curb. At various times, Curb worked as a musician, composer, recording artist, film producer, and record company executive. He also had the notable distinction of serving as the musical director on the notorious documentary feature Mondo Hollywood, which ostensibly chronicled the emerging Laurel Canyon Sunset Strip scene. Filmed from 1965 through 1967, the film featured representatives from the Manson family, Bobby Beausoleil, the Manson family's victims, Jay Sebring, the Freak Troupe, Vito, Carl, Sue, and Goddo, and Laurel Canyon's musical fraternity, Frank Zappa, along with his future wife Gail Sloatman. It also featured acid guru Richard Alpert, Jerry Brown's father, Pat Brown, and Princess Margaret, a good friend to John Phillips and a rumoured lover of Mick Jagger. As noted, Mondo Hollywood was the creation of filmmaker Robert Carl Cohen. It turns out he, too, had an interesting background for a guy destined to capture on film the emerging 1960s counterculture scene. In 1954, Cohen served in the US Army Signal Corps. The following year, he was on assignment to NATO. Following that, he served in special services in Germany. The next year, he produced, directed, edited, and narrated a documentary entitled Inside Red China. 2 years later, he wore all the same hats of a documentary entitled Inside East Germany. A few years later, he put together another documentary entitled Three Cubans, a decidedly unsympathetic take on the Cuban Revolution. Cohen was proudly Cohen has proudly proclaimed that he was the first, or at least among the first, Western journalists or filmmakers allowed to enter and shoot footage in each of those ostensibly communist countries. In the case of Cuba, and likely the others as well, he did so under the direct sponsorship of the US State Department. Mr. Cohen would like us to believe that he undertook those projects as nothing more than he outwardly appeared to be, an independent filmmaker. But a great deal of naivety is required to believe that a private citizen not working for the intelligence community could land such assignments. The Los Angeles Times, in a lengthy critique of Cohen's counterculture film, published on October 1st, 1967, offered up some curious and long forgotten facts about the documentary feature. I cannot presume to guess how much real life pokes through Mondo Hollywood. In violent, sudden ways, real death did intrude during the 18 months of picture making. 3 people were killed in automobile crashes. One of them was Jayne Mansfield, whose brief appearance as a celebrity in a montage of premieres remains in the final movie. The other 2, including a bona fide philosopher, were scheduled to appear but died before filming. A writer who was to play himself died of drugs. A 3-year-old child died of a fall through a trapdoor, although he and his parents are still in the picture. A pilot who had agreed to fly in the film died of a mid-air crash. In all, 6 people, none of them old, none of them in bed, died before Mondo Hollywood was released. Several buildings were also destroyed in its impermanent place. And the Goodyear blimp, which provided the platform for some spectacular aerials in the finished movie, crashed one day after its chores were done. It appears then that just as in the real Laurel Canyon, Cohen's celluloid version masked a backdrop of violence, destruction, and death. As for Mike Curb, in addition to his work on Mondo Hollywood, he also served as a song producer on another key countercultural film of the era, Riot on the Sunset Strip, which, despite its title, had little to do with the actual event. In addition, Curb scored a slew of cheaply produced biker flicks, including The Wild Angels, Deviled Angels, Born Losers, The Savage Seven, and The Glory Stompers. Along the way, he worked alongside many of Laurel Canyon's young Turks, including Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper. It is unclear whether the paths of Jerry Brown and Mike Curb crossed during Laurel Canyon's glory years, but as fate would have it, they were to cross in 1979 in Sacramento, California. Mike Curb, as it turns out after being encouraged by Ronald Reagan to venture into politics, was elected to serve as Governor Jerry Brown's second-in-command. And so it was that these 2 men, both veterans of the 1960s Laurel Canyon scene, came to sit side by side in the governor's mansion, one sporting a D after his name and the other an R. Governor Brown, however, had little time to spend on actually governing the state of California. Tossing his hat into the presidential ring, he spent much of his time out of the state, working the campaign trail. That allowed Lieutenant Governor Curb, as acting governor of the state, to sign into law a withering array of reactionary legislation that was very far removed from what the people of California thought they were getting when they elected Governor Moonbeam. This arrangement allowed the nominal Liberal of the Laurel Canyon tag team, Jerry Brown, to keep his hands clean even as his administration moved far away from its originally stated goals, and even as he made little effort to rein in his underling. Brown and Kerb weren't the only up-and-coming politicos who managed to find living space in Laurel Canyon back in the day. In July 2008, the venerable Washington Post revealed that a former reporter and novelist by the name of Alex Abella had written a history of RAND, which was founded more than 60 years ago by the Air Force as a front of ideas on how that service might fight and win a nuclear war with the USSR. Abella focuses on Albert Holzletter, I don't know, a mathematical logician turned nuclear strategist who was a dominant figure at RAND starting in the early 1950s, and whose influence was extended beyond his death in 1997 into the current Bush administration. Holzletter epitomized what became known as the RAND approach, a relentlessly reductive, determinedly quantitative analysis of whatever problem the independent non-profit think tank was assigned. Whether the design of a new bomber or improving public education in inner city schools. The Rand Corporation is a lot of things, but independent has never been one of them. Also, in the post book review, we find that it was not so much I can't say it, Wohlstetter Holzletter himself as his acolytes, who had a major impact in Washington. Most of these most of those acolytes need a little introduction. Former Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Pearl, who once dated Holzletter's daughter. Former US Ambassador, President of the World Bank, and Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz. Former US Ambassador to Iraq, Afghanistan, and the UN, Zalmay Khalilzad, and Andrew Marshall, who has served as a director of the United States Department of Defense Office of Net Assessment for 40 years, and who served as a mentor to Dick Cheney, Ronald Rumsfeld, and Paul Wolfowitz. If you understood that, then well done, honestly. In the latter half of the 1950s and into the 1960s, while Wall's letter was with the Rand Corporation and also serving as a professor at UCLA, and while his wife Roberta also worked as an analyst for Rand, Albert and his followers, the men who would serve as the architects of US foreign policy during the George W. Bush administration, regularly met in a heavily wooded neighborhood in Los Angeles known as Laurel Canyon. As Greg Herkin wrote in his review of Abella's book, those bright, eager, and ambitious young men had sat cross-legged on the floor with their mentor at his stylish house in Laurel Canyon, just as, not far away, Vito's eager young followers sat cross-legged with their mentor, and just as, also not far away, Charles Manson's eager young followers would sit cross-legged on the floor with their mentor. Paul Young, writing in LA Exposed, revealed that in the late 1960s and early 1970s, there was another curious group calling Laurel Canyon home. The most infamous male madam throughout LA's sordid history would have to be Billy Briers, the wealthy son of an oil magnate and part-time producer of gay porn. Briers was said to have a stellar group of customers using his brothel at the summit of Laurel Canyon. In fact, some have claimed that none other than J. Edgar Hoover, the founder and chief executive officer of the FBI, was one of his best clients. When Briers fell under police scrutiny in 1973, allegedly for trafficking in child pornography, officers obtained a number of confessions from some of his hustlers, and some of them identified Hoover and Clyde Tolson as Mother John and Uncle Mike, and claimed that they had serviced them on numerous occasions. It appears that the top law enforcement officials in the nation were also part of the Laurel Canyon scene, along with various other unnamed persons of prominence. And we also find, perhaps not too shockingly at this point, that Laurel Canyon was a portal of child pornography. In January of 2011, the San Francisco Chronicle reported on the passing of Ron Patterson, the flamboyant, free-spirited creator of the Renaissance and Dickens fairs, who had died January the 15th at a friend's house in Sausalito after an illness. He was 80. As staff writer Caroline Jones noted in the article, Patterson's creation was sort of a medieval precursor to Burning Man. And Burning Man is, of course, a rather explicitly occult ritual first performed on the summer solstice in 1986 and now performed every summer in Nevada's Black Rock Desert before an audience of over 50,000. In the beginning, the Renaissance Fair was an experiment in Mr. Patterson's backyard in the early 1960s. Mr. Patterson and his wife Phyllis, who were both interested in theatre and art, began hosting children's improvisational theatre workshops at their Laurel Canyon, Los Angeles home. One naturally wonders whether aspiring thespian and golden child Godo Paulikas, originally cast, it will be recalled, to play the lead in Kenneth Anger's Lucifer Rising, was involved in those workshops. In any event, there is something decidedly creepy about children's workshops being hosted in a small, tight-knit community that was home to a child pornography ring and more than its fair share of paedophiles. Yet another curious character to take up residence in Laurel Canyon was producer Paul Rothchild, who played a key role in shaping the sound of both The Doors and Love. In June 1981, Sports Illustrated publisher Philip Howitt penned a short piece to introduce readers to new writer Bjorn Rostang. Born in Lincoln, New York, Rostang grew up in various places in Connecticut, where he attended what he recalls as an even dozen schools. I got my BA and Masters in English from the University of Connecticut, he says. Then I did part of a PhD at the University of Washington before going into the Army Intelligence Corps in 1959. We had Paul Rothchild, who later became producer for The Doors, and Janis Joplin, to give you some idea of what the unit was like. It was, in all likelihood, like countless other intelligence units, designed to churn out shapers of public opinion, whether actors, novelists, newsmen, or in this case, sports writers and producers of popular music. It is quite shocking, of course, to learn that the handler of two of Laurel Canyon's most influential and groundbreaking bands had a background in intelligence work. Apparently, the search is still on for anyone of any prominence in the Laurel Canyon scene who didn't have direct connections to the intelligence community. Bjorn Rostang would, perhaps not surprisingly, develop his own indirect connections to the Laurel Canyon music scene. His most notable contribution to the field of literature was penning the mass-market paperback version of Phantom of the Paradise, the campy tale of Phil Spector-inspired music producer who had sold his soul to the devil for fame and fortune and who subsequently manipulated a disfigured young singer-songwriter into likewise selling his soul. The theatrical version, released on Halloween Day 1974 and carrying the tagline "He Sold His Soul for Rock and Roll," starred Laurel Canyon's own Paul Williams as Swan, the demonic producer who surrounds himself with nubile young women eager to do his bidding. Williams, who lived on Lookout Mountain alongside numerous other singer-songwriters, also scored the film. It is, I'm sure, entirely coincidental that two guys who emerged from the same intelligence unit in the early 1960s would follow such curious career paths. One, Paul Rothchild, becoming what many on the scene in those days would have described as a demonic rock music producer, and the other, Bjorn Rostang, penning a novel about a demonic rock music producer. There was one person who, while he never took up residence in Laurel Canyon, had a profound influence on the scene. This guy was Augustus Owsley Stanley III, the premier LSD chemist of the hippie era. No one, not Ken Kesey, nor Richard Alpert, nor even Timothy Leary, did more to turn on the youth of the 1960s than Owsley. Leary and his cohorts may have captured the national media spotlight and created public awareness, but it was Owsley who flooded the streets of San Francisco and Laurel Canyon with consistently high quality, inexpensive, readily available acid. By most accounts, he was never in it for the money, and he routinely gave away more of his product than he sold. What then was his motive? According to Martin Lee and Bruce Schlein, writing in Acid Dreams, Owsley cultivated an image as a wizard chemist whose intentions with LSD were priestly and magical. Owsley is reserved by many as but Owsley is revered by many as something of an icon of the 1960s counterculture, a man motivated by nothing more than an altruistic desire to turn on the world. But his rather provocative background and family history suggest that his intentions may not have necessarily been so altruistic. Augustus Owsley Stanley III was the son, naturally enough, of Augustus Owsley Stanley II, who served as a military officer during World War II aboard the USS Lexington, and therefore found work in Washington, D.C. as a government attorney. He raised his son primarily in Arlington, Virginia. Young Owsley's grandfather was Augustus Owsley Stanley, who served as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from 1903 through 1915, as the governor of Kentucky from 1915 through 1919, and as a U.S. Senator from 1919 through 1925. Senator Stanley's father, a minister with the Disciples of Christ, served as a judge advocate with the Confederate Army. Owsley's mother was a niece of William Owsley, who also served as a governor of Kentucky from 1844 through 1848, and who lent his home to Owsley County, Kentucky. During Owsley III's formative years, he attended the prestigious Charlotte Hall Military Academy in Maryland, but was reportedly tossed out in the ninth grade for being intoxicated. Not long after that, at the tender age of 15, Owsley voluntarily committed himself to St. Elizabeth's Hospital in the nation's capital, St. Elizabeth's. It should be noted, I didn't read that right. Owsley voluntarily committed himself to St. Elizabeth's Hospital in the nation's capital. St. Elizabeth's, it should be noted, had a far more sinister name upon its founding in 1855, the Government Hospital for the Insane. He remained confined there for treatment for the next 15 months. During that time, his mother, in keeping with one of the recurrent themes of this saga, passed away. Owsley apparently resumed his education following his curious confinement, but he had reportedly dropped out of school by the age of 18. Nevertheless, he apparently had no trouble at all gaining acceptance to the University of Virginia, which he attended for a time before enlisting in the U.S. Air Force in 1956 at the age of 21. During his military service, Owsley was an electronics specialist working in radio intelligence and radar. After his stint in the Air Force, Owsley set up camp in the Los Angeles area, ostensibly to study ballet. During that time, he also worked at Pasadena's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which was undoubtedly the primary reason for his move to LA in 1963. Owsley moved once again, but this time to Berkeley, California, which just happened to be ground zero of the budding anti-war movement. He may or may not have briefly attended UC Berkeley, which is where he allegedly cribbed the recipe for LSD from the university library. Owsley soon began cooking up both methadone and LSD in a makeshift bathroom near the campus of the university. On February 21st, 1965, the lab was raided by state narcotics agents who seized all his lab equipment and charged Stanley with operating a meth lab. As Barry Miles recounted in Hippie, Berkeley was awash with speed, and Owsley was responsible for most of it. Nevertheless, Owsley walked away from the raid unscathed, and with the help of his attorney, who happened to be the vice mayor of Berkeley, he even successfully sued to have all his lab equipment returned. He quickly put that equipment to work, producing some 4 million tabs of nearly pure LSD in the mid-1960s. Immediately after the raid of February 1965, Owsley and his frequent sidekicks, the Grateful Dead, moved down to the Watts area of Los Angeles, of all places, to ostensibly conduct acid tests. The group rented a house that was conveniently located right next door to a brothel, curiously paralleling the modus operandi of various intelligence operatives who were, or had been, involved in conducting their own acid tests. The band departed the communal dwelling in April 1965. It was a fortuitous departure, as it turned out, since just a few months later Watts exploded in violence that left 34 corpses littering the streets. Owsley had been with the Dead from the band's earliest days as both a financial backer and as their sound engineer. He is credited with numerous electronic innovations that changed the way live rock music was presented to the masses, and likely not in a good way, given that his work as a sound technician undoubtedly drew heavily upon his military training. In 1967, Owsley unleashed on the Hate a particularly nasty hallucinogen known as STP. Developed by the friendly folks at Dow Chemical, STP has been tested extensively at Frank Zappa's former home, the Edgewood Arsenal, as a possible biowarfare agent before being distributed to hippies as a recreational drug. Owsley reportedly obtained the recipe from Alexander Shulgin, a former Harvard man who developed a keen interest in psychopharmacology while serving in the US Navy. Shulgin worked for many years as a senior research chemist at Dow and later worked very closely with the DEA. In 1970, Owsley began serving time after a conviction on drug charges. This time was served, appropriately enough, at Terminal Island Federal Correction Institution, the very same prison that had, just a few years earlier, housed both Charlie Manson and Flying Burrito Brothers road manager Phil Kaufman. A few years later, it would also be home to both Tommy Leary and his alleged nemesis, G. Gordon Liddy. After his release, Owsley continued to work as a sound technician, eventually graduating to a new medium, television. Owsley eventually moved to Australia in the 1980s, becoming a naturalised citizen in 1996. On March 12, 2012, the aging chemist was reportedly killed in an automobile accident near his Queensland home when his car veered off the road in a storm and ploughed into some trees. Chapter 10. Helter Skelter in a Summer of Swelter, Return of the Death List. Everybody was experimenting and taking it all the way. It opened up a negative force of energy that was almost demonic. That was Frank Mazzola, editor of the film Performance. It is now sad to say, time to add some more names to the ever-growing Laurel Canyon death list. The first new name is Mr. Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones, who purportedly drowned without assistance in his home swimming pool on July 3rd, 1969 at the age of 27. Jim Morrison would allegedly die precisely 2 years later, also at the age of 27. Just 3 days after Jones's tragic death, the Stones, with the Hells Angels providing security, played a previously scheduled concert in Hyde Park, footage of which appears in Kenneth Anger's Invocation of My Demon Brother. Despite being the founder of the Stones and being widely regarded as the main creative force within the band, Jones had been unceremoniously dumped by the group on June 9th, less than a month before his death. He was replaced just 4 days later by Mick Taylor, who in turn was later replaced by Ron Wood. It would later be claimed that Jones was booted from the band due to his chronic substance abuse problems, although Keith Richards' legendary drug intake never seemed to pose a problem for the group. The Rolling Stones were not, to be sure, a Laurel Canyon band, but they did spend a considerable amount of time there, and they were very closely tied to the scene. As Barney Hoskins writes in Hotel California, in the summer of 1968, the English band was flirting heavily with Satanism and the occult, and spending a lot of time in Los Angeles. A lot of that time in and around Laurel Canyon. And during that time, Mick Jagger was involved in 2 occult-drenched, Crowley-influenced film projects, Kenneth Anger's Lucifer Rising and Donald Cammell's Performance. Jagger was the first musical superstar tapped by Anger to compose a soundtrack for his Lucifer Rising project, which at the time was to star Mansonite Bobby Beausoleil. Anger would later solicit a soundtrack for the long-delayed film project from Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page, the proud owner of one of the world's largest collections of Aleister Crowley memorabilia, including Crowley's notorious Boleskine estate on the shores of Scotland's Loch Ness. When ultimately released, however, the film featured a soundtrack by neither Jagger nor Page, but rather one that was composed, recorded, and arranged inside a prison cell by convicted murderer Bobby Beausoleil. The footage that Anger had shot of Beausoleil, meanwhile, ended up in a different film, the aforementioned Invocation of My Demon Brother. Co-starring in Lucifer Rising as Osiris was performance writer and co-director Donald Seaton Campbell, who happened to be a good friend of Roman Polanski. Campbell, who some described as a master manipulator, was the son of Charles Richard Campbell, who happened to be a close friend and biographer of notorious occultist Aleister Crowley. Donald himself was, or at least claimed to be, Crowley's godson. Campbell's decidedly Crowellian film was originally to star his good friend Marlon Brando, but the role ultimately went to actor James Fox. Brando and Campbell did, however, find time to write a novel together. Speaking of Brando, he somehow found himself at the centre of a curious string of deaths that began on May the 16th, 1990, when Marlon's son Christian gunned down Dag Drollett, the father of his sister Cheyenne's unborn child. In Marlon's Laurel Canyon adjacent home, though convicted, Christian got off with a rather light sentence, thanks primarily to Marlon having had his own daughter, the prosecution's potential star witness, locked away in a mental institution in Tahiti, safe from subpoena. A few years later, on April 14th, 1995, 25-year-old Cheyenne was found swinging from the end of a rope, her death unsurprisingly ruled a suicide. The next year, Christian Brando was released from prison and promptly became involved with a woman by the name of Bonnie Lee Backley, who caught a bullet to the head on May 4th, 2001, while in the company of new hubby Robert Blake, her 10th husband. Marlon dropped dead next, on July 1st, 2004, though his death wasn't particularly shocking given that he was getting on in years. His home was promptly purchased by good friend and neighbour Jack Nicholson, who immediately announced plans to bulldoze it, declaring the structure to be decrepit. He never did, though, explain why a man wealthy enough to own his own Polynesian island was purportedly living in a derelict home. A few years later, on January the 26th of 2008, Christian Brando dropped dead at the relatively young age of 49. Returning now, after that brief digression, to our discussion of Donald Campbell's performance, we find that Mick Jagger was cast to play the role of Turner, a debauched rock star, which obviously was a real stretch for Mick. James Fox played Chaz, a violent, organised crime figure. He was trained for the role of David Livitnoff, a real-life crime figure and associate of the notoriously sadistic Kray brothers. I was going to say that earlier, where all this was going on and they were building nightclubs. There was nightclubs being built by those, weren't there, in London? Litvinov reportedly sent Fox to the south of London for a couple of months to hang out with his gangster buddies. When he returned, according to various accounts, Fox had literally become the violent character he portrayed in the film. After completing work on the project, Fox reportedly suffered a massive nervous breakdown, suspended his acting career, and withdrew from public view for over a decade. Recruited to create the film's soundtrack was Bernard Alfred Jack Nitsch, an occultist and the son of supposed medium. Nitsch, along with Sonny Bono, had begun his music career as a lieutenant for gun-brandishing producer Phil Spector. Nitsch was one of the architects of Spector's famed Wall of Sound. Nitsch was also a familiar presence on the Laurel Canyon scene, collaborating with such noted bands and artists as Buffalo Springfield, Neil Young, Randy Newman, Michelle Phillips, The Turtles, Captain Beefheart, Carole King, David Blue, Ricky Nelson, and Tim Buckley. Nitsch's performance soundtrack was composed, according to author Michael Walker, in a witch's cottage in the canyon. I'm not actually sure what a witch's cottage is, but it's nice to know that Laurel Canyon had one. One of the musicians hired by Nitsch to play on that soundtrack was Lowell George, who we will also be adding to the Laurel Canyon Death list. For now, let's add Donald Camel to the list, since on April the 24th, 1996, he became yet another of the characters in this story to catch a bullet to the head, and yet another to allegedly die by his own hand. David Levintoff, performance's director of Authenticity, reportedly also committed suicide. Nitsch died of a heart attack, or Niche died of, I don't know, I don't care, of a heart attack on August the 25th, 2000. A few years earlier, he had made an appearance on primetime television as a gun-brandishing drunkard arrested on the streets of Hollywood on cops. The next name on the death list is Steve Brandt, who was a close friend of both John Phillips and one of the victims of 150 Celio Drive. Brandt allegedly overdosed on barbiturates in late November of 1969, some 3.5 months after the Manson murders. In the days and weeks following those murders, Brandt had placed numerous phone calls to the LAPD. Those calls became increasingly frantic in nature, and Brandt became increasingly fearful that his own life might be in jeopardy. He soon decided to put some distance between himself and LA, so he headed for New York City. On the night of his death, according to Phillips's autobiography, Brandt attended a Rolling Stones concert at Madison Square Garden, where he attempted to run on stage but was repelled and beaten by a security guard. He then went home and, according to official mythology, overdosed. It seems obvious that if someone had information that desperately needed to be made public, and if it was the kind of information that authorities had, say, willfully failed to act upon, and if the information was of the type that could not be taken to the mainstream media, and if the year was 1969 and the mass communication technology that we now take for granted did not exist, then grabbing the mic at a Stones concert at Madison Square Garden might just be one of the most effective means of disseminating that information. Brandt failed in what may have been an attempt to do just that, and he turned up dead just hours later. Next up is David Blue, another of the forgotten talents of Laurel Canyon. Blue was born Stuart David Cohen on February the 18th, 1941. Shortly thereafter, his father was deployed overseas. According to David, his dad came hobbling home on crutches and stayed depressed all his life. Not unlike, it seems fair to say, the family situation of our old friend Phil Ox. David and his slightly older sister Suzanne endured a hellish existence consisted of altering periods of rages and silences. Suzanne got out first, only to end up busted for prostitution in New York City in 1963. Suzanne's next stop, just a few months later, was at the county morgue. David, meanwhile, had gotten out of the house as well, by dropping out of school and joining the US Navy at the age of 17, just as Lenny Bruce had done. And like Jimi Hendrix, Blue was purportedly booted out of the service, after which he decided to become a folk singer. His first album was released in 1966. A later effort was produced by Graham Nash, who also, as previously noted, produced a record for the forgotten talent Judy Sill, with whom Blue had much in common. Like Sill, David Blue was one of the Laurel Canyon stars who never quite shone as brightly as they should have. And also like Sill, Blue was one of the first few acts signed by David Geffen's fledgling Asylum label. Finally, as with Judy, David was long forgotten by the time of his death on December the 2nd, 1982, when the 41-year-old Blue dropped dead while jogging in New York's Washington Square Park. The former rising star and occasional actor lay in the morgue for 3 days before anyone noticed that he was missing. Next on the list is Ricky Nelson, who, like Brandon DeWild, Kenneth Angers, Mickey DeLenz, and Van Dyke Parks, began his Hollywood career as a child actor. He was the son, as everyone surely knows, of America's favourite 1950s TV mum and dad, Ozzie and Harriet Nelson. Ricky began his rock and roll career in 1957 when he was just 17. By 1962, he had scored no fewer than 30 top 40 hits, trailing only superstars Elvis Presley and Pat Boone. Speaking of Elvis, sorry, he arrived in LA in 1956 to begin what would prove to be a prolific film career that would continue throughout the 1960s and would result in the inexcusable creation of nearly 3 dozen motion pictures. In the early years of his film career, Elvis reportedly spent his off hours hanging out with his two best Hollywood pals, a couple of young roommates and Canyonites named Dennis Hopper and Nick Adams. In later years, Presley's backing musicians, considered to be among the best session musicians in the business, were in high demand among the Laurel Canyon crowd. Elvis's bass player, for example, can be heard on some of the Doors' tracks. The entire band was recruited by Papa John Phillips to play on his less than memorable solo project. Mike Naismith's critically acclaimed post-Monkees project, The First National Band, featured Presley's band as well. Graham Parsons also hired Elvis's band to back him up on 2 solo albums he recorded at what proved to be the twilight of his life and career. Those 2 solo efforts by Parsons, by the way, prominently featured the voice of a young singer-guitarist named Emmylou Harris, a relatively late arrival on the Canyon scene. Harris was the daughter, brace yourselves, here we are for a real shocker, of a career US Marine Corps officer. As with so many other characters in this story, she grew up in the outlying suburbs of Washington, D.C., primarily in Woodbridge, Virginia, which happens to be the home of an imposingly large Army research and development installation known as the Harry Diamond Laboratories Woodbridge Research Facility. In 1972, during the time that Parsons and Harris were recording and performing together, columnist Jack Anderson revealed that experiments to mind control human behavior with science fiction devices are being conducted secretly at the Army's high-fenced Harry Diamond Laboratories in Washington. Ultimately, human guinea pigs will be used to test the devices. Although a classified memorandum in our hands specifies the tests are for riot and civil disturbance control, the memo admits the general purpose is short time span control of human behavior. It sounds as though Emmylou Harris probably fit right in with the rest of the Laurel Canyon crowd. But here I seem to have digressed from our discussion of Elvis, which was, if I remember correctly, itself a digression from our discussion of Ricky Nelson. Given though that he had only peripheral connections to Laurel Canyon, I guess I don't really have much to say more about Elvis other than he reportedly died on August 16, 1977, a victim of a drug overdose at the young age of 42. As with Morrison, however, there have been persistent rumours that Elvis didn't actually die at all, but rather reinvented himself to escape from the fishbowl. Also, as with Morrison, Elvis apparently had a keen interest in the occult, particularly the writings of Madame Blavatsky. As for Nelson, in the mid-1960s, he successfully shed his teen idol image and emerged as a respected pioneer of the country rock wave that Canyonites Jackson Browne, Linda Ronstadt, and the Eagles would soon ride to dizzying heights of commercial success. One future member of the Eagles, Randy Meisner, played in Nelson's Stone Canyon Band. As the name of the band would seem to imply, Nelson had moved to one of the many neighboring canyons, but he had previously lived on Mount Olympus in Laurel Canyon, and he and his band were very much a part of the early country rock scene that included bands like the Byrds, Poco, the Flying Dorito Brothers, and the First National Band. Nelson was killed on New Year's Eve, 1985, in a rather unusual plane crash, according to Nelson's Wikipedia entry. The original NTSB investigation long ago stated that the crash was probably due to mechanical problems. The pilots attempted to land in a field after smoke filled the cabin. An examination indicated that a fire originated in the right-hand side of the aft cabin area at or near the front line. The passengers were killed when the aircraft struck obstacles during the forced landing. The pilots were able to escape, though, through the cockpit windows and survived. Nothing unusual about that, I suppose. Shit happens. For the final 8 years of his life, Nelson lived in a rather unique home. In 1941, swashbuckling actor Errol Flynn had purchased an 11.5-acre chunk of the Hollywood Hills just off Mulholland Drive and had a sprawling home built to his specifications. According to Laurie Jacobson and Mark Wanamaker, writing in Haunted Hollywood, the mansion featured several mysterious secret passageways and more than a few peepholes. The home appeared to have been designed to allow for surreptitious observation of guests in the home's numerous bedrooms. P. Diddy, anyone? Epstein, anyone? It is claimed that Flynn incorporated the unusual design features so that he could satisfy his own voyeuristic impulses. Yeah, right. Blackmail, more like. Researcher-writer Charles Higham, however, has cast Flynn as a Western intelligence asset, there we go, and if true, then it is far more likely that the home was built not so much for Flynn's personal pleasure, but rather as a mean of compromising prominent public figures. It's been going on for years. After Nelson's death, the palatial home stood vacant until a curious incident took place. Referring once again to Jacobson and Wanamaker, we find that a gang broke in and murdered a girl in the living room. Then a mysterious fire burned half the house. The ruins were torn down. Like I said, shit happens. Moving on to the next name on the list, we find that on December the 31st, 1943, precisely 42 years before the plane crash that would claim the life of Ricky Nelson, Henry John Dutschendorf Jr., Deutschendorf, better known as John Denver Brilliant, was born in Roswell, New Mexico. A few years later, the town of Roswell would make a name for itself and become something of a tourist destination, but that is not really the focus here, though it should be noted that Henry and John Denver Sr. might well have known a little something about that incident, given that he was a career U.S. Air officer assigned to the Roswell Army Airfield, later renamed the Walker Air Force Base, which was likely the origin of the object that famously crashed in Roswell. After spending his childhood being frequently uprooted, as did many of our cast of characters, Denver attended Texas Tech University in the early 1960s. In 1964, he apparently heard the call of the Pied Piper and promptly dropped out of school and headed for LA. Once there, he joined up with the Chad Mitchell Trio, the group from which Jim McGinn had recently departed to co-found the Byrds. By November 1966, Denver was front and center in the so-called Riot on the Sunset Strip, alongside folks like Peter Fonda, Sal Mineo, and a popular husband and wife duo known as Sonny and Cher. A decade later, in the later half of the 1970s, Denver could be found working alongside a spooky chap by the name of Werner Erhard, creator of so-called EST training. After graduating from the training program, Denver penned a little ditty that became the organization's theme song. In 1985, Denver testified alongside our old friend Frank Zappa at the PMRC hearings. 12 years later, in autumn of 1997, Denver died when his self-piloted plane crashed soon after taking off from Monterey Airport, very near where the Monterey Pop Festival had been held 30 years earlier. The date of the crash, curiously enough, was one that we have stumbled across before, October the 12th. The next name we need to add to the list is one that has already worked its way into the narrative a time or two, Sonny Bono. As previously noted, Bono began his Hollywood career as a lieutenant for reclusive murderer Phil Spector. In the early 1960s, Bono hooked up with an underage Sherilyn Sarkisian LaPierre to form a duo known first as Caesar and Cleo, and then as Sonny and Cher. Underage. The pair, hold on, got 2 pages stuck together. The pair were phenomenally successful, first on the Sunset Strip and later on television. Bono, of course, ultimately gave up the Hollywood life and found work in a different branch of the federal government, the US House of Representatives. On January the 5th, 1998, Sonny Bono died after purportedly skiing into a tree. At the time, he occupied a seat on the House Judiciary Committee, which was about to come to sudden prominence with the investigation and impeachment of President Clinton. The ball was already rolling by the time of Bono's death, and on January the 26th, 1998, just 3 weeks after the alleged skiing incident, Clinton held his now notorious press conference. By that time, Bono's seat on the panel had been set aside for his robo-wife. Let's turn our attention now to Phil Hartman, the Saturday Night Live alumni, who was murdered in his Enrico home in May the 28th, 1998. It's always May or October. Not always, but, pops up a lot. That much is not in dispute. Decidedly less clear is the answer to the question of who was it that actually shot and killed Hartman. The official story holds that it was his wife Bryn who shortly thereafter shot herself with a different gun, naturally, and reportedly after she had left the house and then returned with a friend, and after the LAPD had arrived at the home. There is a strong possibility, however, that both Phil and his wife were murdered, with the true motive for the crime covered up by trotting out the tired and ever-popular murder-suicide scenario. In most people's minds, of course, Phil Hartman is not associated with the Laurel Canyon scene of the late 1960s and early 1970s, but as it turns out, Hartman did indeed have substantial ties to that scene. To begin with, during the time that Jimi Hendrix lived in LA, in the spacious mansions just north of the log cabin on Laurel Canyon Boulevard, Hartman worked for him as a roadie. Soon after that, Phil found work as a graphic artist, and he quickly found himself much in demand by the Laurel Canyon rock royalty. In addition to designing album covers for both Poco and America, Hartman also designed a readily recognizable rock symbol that has endured for over 40 years, the distinctive CSN logo for Crosby, Stills and Nash. Hartman was also the brother of record executive club proprietor John Hartman, who was an associate of David Geffen. Hartman had begun his career as a protege of Elvis's handler, Colonel Tom Parker, who in the 1940s had worked with cowboy actor, log cabin owner Tom Mix. And Tom Mix, in turn, had frequently used the Span movie ranch as a filming location. That same ranch became the home of Charles Manson and his girls, including Lynette Squeaky Fromm, who happened to have been a high school chum of Phil Hartman. Curiously enough, the log cabin's guest house, also known as the Bird House, was designed and built by architect Robert Bird, who also, according to one report, designed the house at 150 Celia Drive, where Sharon Tate and friends were murdered. It's not 150, it's 10050, but I can't be bothered to say all that. Were murdered, and the house at 5065 Enrico Avenue, where Phil Hartman was murdered. Phil Hartman was not the only Laurel Canyon luminary who had past school ties to Squeaky Fromm. Mark Volman, co-lead vocalist for the Turtles, knew Ms. Fromm from their days together in Westchester, where they attended Orville Wright Junior High School. During the days of the Manson clan's stay at the now infamous Spahn Ranch, there was a similarly dilapidated movie set which was located right across the road. Its name, being the small world that it is, was the Wonderland Movie Ranch. Speaking of Wonderland, let's turn our attention next to the 4 individuals whose names will probably not be familiar to most readers. Ronald Lowney, of course, Billy Deverell, Barbara Richardson, and Joy Miller, all died on July the 1st, 1981, all by bludgeoning and all at the same location, 8763 Wonderland Avenue in Laurel Canyon. All were members of a gang that trafficked heavily in cocaine and occasionally in heroin. The leader of the group was Ron Launis, Launrius, don't know, who reportedly embarked on his criminal career and established his drug connections while serving for Uncle Sam over in Vietnam, which is also where he began to build his carefully crafted reputation as a merciless, cold-blooded killer. At the time that he became a murder victim himself, Lowness was a suspect in no fewer than 27 open homicide investigations. He was also a drugs supplier to various members of the Laurel Canyon aristocracy, including Chuck Negron of Three Dog Night. Victim Billy Deverell was Lowness's second in command, and victim Joy Miller was Billy's girlfriend, as well as the renter of the Laurel Canyon drug den. Victim Barbara Richardson was the girlfriend of another member of the gang, David Lind, who conveniently was not at the home at the time of the mass murder. That could well have been due to the fact that Lind was, according to various rival drug dealers, a police informant for both the Sacramento and Los Angeles police departments. He was also a member of the ultra-violent prison gang known as the Aryan Brotherhood, as is, by several accounts, Bobby Beausoleil. Lint, who met Launius when the two had served time together, is alleged to have overdosed in 1995, though it is widely believed that he actually went into a federal witness protection program. A year and a half earlier, another drug dealer with close connections to the music scene was brutally murdered in his Laurel Canyon home, though his death was dismissed by LAPD as a suicide. Lawrence Eugene Larry Williams was a singer, songwriter, musician, producer, and actor born on May 10, 1935, in New Orleans, Louisiana. He achieved some success in the late 1950s as a solo artist before being convicted and sent to prison on drug dealing charges in 1960. Following a 3-year prison stint, he returned to the music business, working frequently with longtime friend Little Richard. He also continued to spend a good deal of time in the violent world of drug trafficking and prostitution. Williams had no shortage of fans among the Laurel Canyon and British invasion bands. The Beatles scored a hit with his Dizzy Miss Lizzie, and the Rolling Stones covered his She Said Yeah. In the late 1960s and the early 1970s, Williams also tried his hand at acting, including a co-starring role alongside O.J. Simpson in 1974's The Klansman. He failed to achieve significant success in the entertainment business. His lavish lifestyle, however, indicated that he did very well for himself as a pimp and drug trafficker. On January 7, 1980, Williams was found dead in his Laurel Canyon home with a gunshot wound to his head and his blood splattered all over his garage walls. Though ruled a suicide, no one who was familiar with Larry's violent lifestyle was much convinced of that. In a bizarre turn of events, another blues singer named Martin Albritton appropriated his name before Williams's body was even cold. He continues to this day to claim that he is the real Larry Williams and even tours and performs under the name Big Larry Williams. The next name on the list is Brian Cole, bass player for the Association, a Laurel Canyon folk rock band known for the hit songs Along Comes Mary and Never My Love. The association was formed by Terry Kirkman and Jules Alexander. Kirkman had formerly played in a band with Frank Zappa, while Alexander was fresh from a stint in the US Navy. Jerry Yester, a guitarist and keyboardist with the band, was formerly with the Modern Folk Quartet, a band managed by Zappa manager Herb Cohen and produced by Byrds manager Jim Dixon. Guitarist Larry Ramos had formerly been with the New Christy Minstrels, which also produced Gene Clark of the Byrds. On June 16, 1967, Cole and his band were the first to take the stage at the Monterey Pop Festival, followed by such Laurel Canyon stalwarts as the Byrds, Buffalo Springfield, and the Mamas and the Papas. 5 years on, late on August 2, 1972, Cole was found dead in Los Angeles home. The cause of death was reportedly a heroin overdose. Cole was 1 month shy of his 30th birthday at the time of his death. Another new name on the Laurel Canyon Deaf List is Lowell George, the founder and creative force behind the critically acclaimed but largely obscure band known as Little Feat. George was the son of Willard H. George, a famous furrier to the Hollywood movie studios. Lowell's first foray into the music world was with a band known as The Factory, which cut some demos with a guy by the name of Frank Zappa. The Factory evolved into the Fraternity of Man without George, who had left to serve who, who had left to serve as lead vocalist for the Standalls. George returned, however, to join the band in the studio for the recording of their second album. By that time, as we have already learned, the Fraternity of Man had taken up residence in the log cabin, alongside Carl Franzoni and his fellow freaks. George next joined up with Frank Zappa's Mothers of Invention, though his tenure there was destined to be a short one. Like so many others, Lowell left embittered by Zappa's dictatorial approach to making music and his condescending treatment of his bandmates. After parting company with Zappa, George formed Little Feat, a band composed mostly of musicians from the Fraternity of Man sessions. Lowell, who is credited with being a pioneer of the use of a slide guitar in rock music, served as singer, songwriter, and lead guitarist for the band, which released its debut album in 1970. Though well regarded within the industry and by critics, the band's albums failed to sell, and George ultimately announced the demise of the band and recorded a solo album. In playing a show on June 29, 1979, at George Washington University in support of that album, George was found dead in an Arlington, Virginia hotel room, very near the Pentagon. Cause of death was said to be a massive heart attack, though George was just 34 years old at the time. According to Barney Hoskins, writing in Hotel California, a regular social stop-off for George was a Laurel Canyon house on Wonderland Avenue belonging to Three Dog Night singer Danny Hutton. A drop-in den of debauchery, the Hutton house featured a bedroom with black walls and a giant fireplace. Lowell would often swing by and entertain the likes of Brian Wilson or Harry Nilsson. Nilsson and his regular drinking buddy John Lennon were frequent guests at the den of debauchery. Former Beatle John Lennon is, to be sure, one of the most famous names to be found on the Laurel Canyon Deaf List. Lennon also had the distinction of being one of the few Laurel Canyon alumni whose cause of death is acknowledged to have been homicide. The ex-Beatle, of course, never lived in the canyon, but he was a fixture on the Sunset Strip and at various Laurel Canyon hangouts, frequently in the company of Harry Nilsson. Lennon was, as is fairly well known, murdered on December the 8th, 1980, in front of New York's Dakota Apartments, which had been portrayed by filmmaker Roman Polanski in his film Rosemary's Baby as a den of satanic cult activity. So he was filmed in front of that. He was killed in front of that hotel. Not long before Lennon's murder, assassin Mark Dave Chapman had approached a cult filmmaker, Kenneth Anger, and offered him a gift of live bullets. As you do. Just days after Lennon was felled, Anger's long-delayed final cut of Lucifer Rising made its New York debut, very near the blood-stained grounds of the Dakota Apartments. Precisely 3 weeks after Lennon's death, Tim Hardin, Canyonite folk musician, close associate of Frank Zappa, one-time tenant in Lenny Bruce's Laurel Canyon adjacent home, and former United States Marine, died of a reported heroin and morphine overdose in Los Angeles. At the time of his death, on December 29, 1980, Hardin was just 39 years old, 1 year younger than Lennon. 8 years on July 18, 1988, singer-songwriter, keyboardist Krista Pafkin, better known as Nico, died of a reported cerebral hemorrhage in Ibiza, Spain, under unusual circumstances. After achieving some level of fame as a vocalist with the Velvet Underground, Nico had left the Warhol stable and migrated west to Laurel Canyon, where she formed a bond with the then unknown singer-songwriter named Jackson Browne, who contributed a few songs to Nico's 1967 debut album Chelsea Girl. The title was derived from New York's Chelsea Hotel, where Devon Wilson took a dive and where the persona of John Train murdered the persona of Phil Ox. Chapter 11. Detours, Rustic Canyon and Greystone Park. This is a quote from Barney Hoskins writing in Hotel California. By the time Manson shifted base from Rustic Canyon to an old ranch in Chatsworth, he'd begun formulating the notion that he and his followers had to prepare themselves for a race war with Black America. We must now temporarily relocate to Rustic Canyon, which lies about 9 miles west of Laurel Canyon in the Hollywood Hills. It was there, in Lower Rustic Canyon, that Beach Boys' Dennis Wilson lived in the late 1960s in what Stephen Gaines described in Heroes and Villains as a palatial log cabin style house at 14400 Sunset Boulevard that had once belonged to humorist Will Rogers. The expansive home sat on 3 lushly landscaped acres. In summer of 1968, as is fairly well known, Charles Manson and various members of his entourage moved in with Wilson. Considerably less well known is that Charles Tex Watson, for reasons that have never been really explained, was already living there. As many as 24 members of Manson's clan spent the entire summer there, with Wilson picking up the tab for all expenses. The Mansonites, mostly nubile young women, regularly drove Wilson's expensive cars and demolished at least one of them. Dennis didn't seem to mind. He was busy recording Manson in Brother Brian's home studio and inviting fellow musicians like Neil Young over to the house to hear Charlie perform. Young was so impressed that he urged Mo Austin to sign him. Dennis would later claim that he had destroyed all the Manson demo tapes, that he remembered almost nothing of his time with Charlie and the family, and that he certainly knew nothing about the Tate and LaBianca murders, which were committed in the summer of 1969, about a year after the family had vacated the Rustic Canyon residence. At some point in time, though, Wilson had a change of heart and decided that maybe he did indeed know a little something about the murders. "I know why Charles Manson did what he did," said Dennis. "Some day I'll tell the world. I'll write a book and explain why he did it." That book, however, was never written, and Wilson's story, if indeed he had one, was never told. Instead, Dennis Wilson drowned under questionable circumstances on December the 28th, 1983, in the marina where his beloved yacht had previously been docked. But this story isn't really about Dennis Wilson, it's about Charlie Manson and his alleged motive for allegedly ordering the Tate and LaBianca murders. According to the helter-skelter scenario popularized by lead prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi, who later penned a wildly disinformational book on the JFK assassination, Manson was hoping to spark an apocalyptic race war. It is said that Charlie believed that America's black population would prevail over whitey, but that, having won the war, the victors would be incapable of governing themselves, and that, alas, is when Charlie and his retinue would emerge. Retinue? Never heard of that word. Would emerge from the shadows to take command. According to Barney Hoskins, Manson began formulating his race war theory during his stay in Rustic Canyon. If true, then Charlie appears to have been following in the footsteps of a long-forgotten former Rustic Canyon guru, one who preceded him by a few decades, and who, like Manson, had a certain fondness for swastikas. Just to the north of Dennis Wilson's former home is a vast wilderness of undeveloped canyon lands. Lower Rustic Canyon soon gives way to Upper Rustic Canyon, and all signs of human civilization abruptly vanish. The land remains wild and undeveloped, save for an old, unpaved fire road that winds along the summit between Rustic Canyon and a neighboring canyon. That road is closed to the public and vehicle traffic is non-existent, aside from an occasional hiker wandering in from nearby Will Rogers State Park. There is nary a human to be seen. He went a little bit, I don't bloody know, what's her name? Jane Austen, then. The farther in one hikes, the more wild and untamed it becomes. Along with the sights of the city, the sounds and the scents quickly disappear as well. Within a very short time, it is surprisingly easy to forget that one is still within the confines of the city of Los Angeles, and in its full splendor, the canyon looks nothing like the Los Angeles that most Angelinos know and don't quite love. It is beautiful, serene, pastoral, and yet filled with mist and heavily overgrown. It is also vaguely ominous. If one knows where to look, there is a narrow concrete stairway that is accessible from the fire road. The stairway descends down to the floor of the canyon, and it is a very, very long descent, 512 steps long to be exact. As one makes the descent, this stairway, which seems to go on forever, seems wildly out of place. With time to kill on the way down, one may find oneself pondering how many man-hours it took to set forms for 512 poured concrete steps, and how truckloads of concrete were poured out here in the middle of nowhere. Reaching the canyon floor, one finds that, though the native flora has struggled mightily to reclaim the land, remnants of a past civilization can be seen everywhere. Some structures remain largely intact, a nearly 400,000-gallon spring-fed reservoir serving a sophisticated portable water system, a concrete walled structure that once housed twin electrical generators capable of lighting a small town, more concrete stairways, hundreds of steps long, each snaking its way up the canyon walls, weathered livestock stables, professionally graded and paved roads, countless stone retaining walls, an incinerator, concrete foundations, and skeletal remains of former dwellings, the rusting carcass of a Mansonesque Volkswagen bus, and, at the former entrance, an imposing set of electronically controlled wrought iron security gates. It is a kind of place that seems tailor-made for Charlie and his family, remote and secluded, yet accessible by the family's custom-built dune buggies, with just enough crumbling infrastructure to provide rudimentary shelter for the clan, and with elaborate security provisions, including sentry positions and a formerly electrified fence completely encircling the 50-acre compound, as well as, by some reports, an underground tunnel complex. And it was located just a short hike up the canyon from the place that Charlie Manson called home in the summer of 1968. While exploring this place, obvious questions begin to come to mind. Who developed this remote portion of the canyon, in what feels like the middle of nowhere? The goal appears to have been to create a hidden and completely self-sustaining community, and an extraordinary amount of money was invested in infrastructure development. But why? Very few Angelenos know of the curious ruins in Rustic Canyon, and fewer still know the history of those ruins. Every now and then, though, a local reporter will pay a visit and the story will make a one-time appearance in a local publication, briefly casting some light on a bit of the hidden history of Los Angeles. In May 1992, Mark Norman of the Los Angeles Business Journal was one such reporter. According to Norman, county records show Jessie Murphy, a widow, purchasing 50-plus acres north of Will Rogers' property in 1933, but the owners were actually named Stevens. Norman, an engineer with silver mining interests, and Winona, the daughter of an industrialist and a woman given to things supernatural. Local law has it that Winona fell under the spell of a certain unnamed gentleman. This trio, along with unnamed others, began a 10-year construction program costing $4 million, starting with a water tank holding 375,000 gallons and a concrete diesel-powered generator station with foot-thick walls, both of which are still visible. The hillsides were terraced for orchards, an electrified fence circled the boundaries, and a huge refrigerated locker was built into the hillside. The one thing Murphy Stevens couldn't seem to get right was their main house. The first architect hired was Welton Beckett, but there are also sketches by Lloyd Wright, and in 1941 Paul Williams drafted blueprints for a sprawling mansion with 22 bedrooms, a children's dining room, a gymnasium, pool, and a workshop in the basement. 13 years later, in September 2005, Cecilia Rousman of the Los Angeles Times added a few details to the story. Southern California has been made the cradle to many odd cults, credos, utopias, and dystopias. Among the most mysterious are the ruins of a rustic canyon enclave once known as Murphy Ranch. On Rustic Canyon's secluded and woodsy floor stand the eerily burned out and graffiti-scarred remains of concrete and steel structures, underground tunnels and stairways leading from the top of the canyon to the bottom. Behind the locked and rusted wrought iron entrance gates and flagstone wall stood the traces of a small community that had the capacity to grow its own food, generate its own electricity, and dam its own water. The hillsides were terraced with 3,000 nut, citrus, and olive trees and fitted with water pipes, sprinklers, and an elaborate greenhouse. A high barbed wire fence discouraged intruders. Research indicates that it could have been home to home Research indicates that it could have been home to up to 40 local Nazis from about 1933 to 1945. Armed guards patrolled the canyon, dressed in the uniform worn by Silver Shirts, a parliamentary group modelled after H's brown shirts. A man known through oral histories only as Herr Schmidt supposedly ruled the place and claimed to possess metaphysical powers. Herr Schmidt, needless to say, was a gentleman whose spell Winona Stevens fell under. According to Mark Norman, Schmidt convinced her that the coming World War would be won by Germany and the United States would collapse into years of violent anarchy, and that the chosen few, the certain gentlemen, and the other true believers, would need a tight spot in which to hole up, self-sufficient until the firestorm had passed. Then they could emerge not only intact, but, thanks to the superiority of their politics, rulers of the ant-hill and, not incidentally, the origin of its new population. Sound familiar? Murphy Ranch also reportedly featured a 20,000-gallon diesel fuel tank, livestock stables, and dairy and butchering facilities. Along both sides of the compound rise 8 crumbling, narrow stairways of at least 500 steps each. As the LA Times noted, those stairways apparently led to sentry positions high on the canyon walls. For the record, they are not actually crumbling, though most are overgrown, with impenetrable vegetation. During Murphy's Ranch years of operation, nearby residents reportedly complained of late-night military exercises and the sounds of live gunfire echoing through the canyons. To summarize them, it appears that the city of Los Angeles was home to a very secret militarized Nazi compound that was in operation both before and during World War II. Remnants of that blacked-out chapter of LA history can be seen to this day, though few make the trek. The purpose of the decaying compound was to write out an anarchic apocalyptic war so that the chosen few could emerge as the rulers of the new world. It was all so very Manson-esque, and ironically enough, Manson and his crew spent an entire summer camped out at a home that was within a 2-mile hike of this curious place. In the late 1940s, after the close of the war, Murphy Ranch was reportedly converted into an artist's colony. Architect Walton Beckett, who designed several of the structures at the ranch, would go on to design 2 of LA's landmark structures, the Capitol Records Building and the Music Center. In 1973, the property once known as Murphy Ranch was purchased by the City of Los Angeles. As far as is known, the city has no plans to reopen the facility. This is a quote by Maury Terry writing in The Ultimate Evil in reference to the cult behind the Son of Sam murders. Von Coulthard and Untermeyer functioned as outdoor meeting sites for the cult. Nestled in between the mouths of Laurel and Coldwater Canyons lies a large estate known as Greystone Park, home of the long vacant Greystone Mansion. The home and the grounds it sits on is said to be to this day the most expensive private residence ever built in the city of Los Angeles. Constructed in the 1920s, the home and grounds carried the then unfathomable price of $4 million. By the way of comparison, the Lookout Inn, built a decade and a half earlier, was projected to cost from $86,000 to $100,000. In other words, the single-family residence cost at least 40 times that the lavish 70-room inn cost, and the inn required bringing infrastructure and building materials to a remote mountain top. The massive 46,000 square foot edifice sits amid 22 lavishly landscaped acres of prime Hollywood Hills real estate. This rather ostentatious home was built by uber-wealthy oil tycoon Edward L. Dehaney as a wedding present for his son Edward Ned Dehaney Jr. Junior, they always put Junior on there, they always forget to say it. If that plotline sounds vaguely familiar, it is probably because Edward Dehaney was the inspiration for Upton Sinclair's Oil, and thus for the homicidal Daniel Plainview character in There Will Be Blood. Some of the interior shots near the end of the film of expansive marble-floored rooms appear to have been shot in the real Greystone. Upon the home's completion in September 1928, young Ned Dehaney and his new bride moved into the humble abode. Within months, the home would be bloodstained. Soon after, it would be permanently abandoned. Poor Ned, you see, was found dead in the cavernous home on February the 16th, 1929. Near him lay the lifeless body of his assistant personal secretary, Hugh Plunkett. Both men had been shot. Despite an inordinately long delay in reporting the deaths, and an admission that the bodies had been moved prior to the arrival of police, who were called only after the family doctor and numerous relatives, all of whom arrived at the home before the LAPD. No formal inquest was ever conducted, and the case was written off in less than 48 hours as a murder-suicide arising from a gay lovers' quarrel, despite an unlikely lack of fingerprints on the gun. Plunkett was said to be the triggerman, and the media quickly went into a frenzy, playing up the scandalous homosexuality angle and portraying young Plunkett as positively demented. It is anyone's guess whether or not the two really were gay lovers, but it little matters. The rest of the story was almost certainly a work of fiction. In reality, both men were likely murdered as part of the massive cover-up damage control operation that followed the disclosure of the Harding-era Teapot Dome scandal, which the Dehaney family, as it turns out, was very deeply immersed in. Both Ned Dehaney and Plunkett had been scheduled to testify before a Senate investigating committee, as was Dehaney's father, one of the wealthiest men in the world at the time. Due to manufactured public sympathy for the grieving father, however, the congressional investigation was shelved. News reports of the tragedy contained no mention of the victim's deep involvement in the scandal, and the tired murder-suicide scenario was trotted out because, as is so often in more modern times, if the alleged perpetrator is already dead, it pretty much eliminates the need for things like an investigation and trial. Some 40 years after those gunshots rang out in the opulent Greystone mansion, a new Ned Dehaney, scion of the very same Dehaney oil clan, joined the ranks of the Laurel Canyon Singer-Songwriters Club. Like fellow Canyonites Terry Melcher and Graham Parsons, Dehaney was viewed by many as a pampered trust fund kid. His closest circle of friends included country rockers Jackson Browne, J.D. Souther, and Glenn Frey. Souther? I don't know. In addition to recording his own solo albums, his self-titled debut was released in 1973. Dehaney contributed to albums by such Laurel Canyon superstars as Frey, Brown, Don Henley, Linda Ronstadt, and Graham Nash. Strangely enough, New York City once had a large estate known as Greystone as well. That Greystone was donated to the city as parkland, and it thereafter became known as Untermeyer Park. The same Untermeyer Park identified by Maury Terry as one of the two principal ritual sites used by the Process faction behind the Son of Sam murders. The other site used by the cult was Van Cortlandt Park, named for Jacobus von Cortlandt, here we go, a former mayor of New York and one of David Van Cortlandt Crosby's forefathers. Another of Crosby's forefathers lent his name to Schuyler Road, I can't say these words, which happens to run alongside the western boundary of the Greystone estate in the Hollywood Hills. I have no idea what, if anything, any of that means, but I bought it to best that I thought it best that I toss it into the mix. Chapter 12. Riders on the Storm, The Doors. So this is a quote by David Crosby describing the synthetic manufactured nature of today's rock bands. By that I mean, get me a lead singer. He's got sort of an androgynous blonde hair, very pretty. We need a guitar player, sort of hatchet face, wears a hat, plays very fast, very dramatic. He must be very dramatic. Get me a pound of bass player, pound of drummer. They're making little cardboard cutouts. They hire a producer, they hire writers, and in the current stuff now, they don't even bother getting people to play. Don't bother with the guitar player, bass player, drummer, nonsense. The people in those bands can't write, play, or sing. At the very beginning of this journey, it was noted that Jim Morrison's story was not in any way unique. That, however, is not exactly true. It is certainly true that Morrison's family background did not differ significantly from that of his musical peers, but in many other significant ways. Jim Morrison was indeed a most unique individual, and quite possibly the unlikeliest rock star to ever stumble across a stage. Morrison essentially arrived on the scene as a fully developed rock star, complete with a backing band, a stage persona, and an impressive collection of songs, enough in fact to fill the Doors' first few albums. How exactly he reinvented himself in such a radical manner remains something of a mystery, since before his sudden incarnation as singer-songwriter, James Douglas Morrison had never shown the slightest interest in music. None whatsoever. He certainly never studied music and could never read nor write it. By his own account, he never had much of an interest in even listening to music. He told one interviewer that he never went to concerts, one or two at most. And before joining the Doors, he never did any singing. I never even conceived of it. Asked near the end of his life if he had ever had any desire to learn to play a musical instrument, Jim responded, "Not really." So here we had a guy who had never sang, who had never even conceived of the notion that he could open his mouth and make sounds come out of it, who couldn't play an instrument and had no interest in learning such a skill, and who had never much listened to music or been anywhere near a band, even just to watch one perform, and yet he somehow emerged, virtually overnight, as a fully formed rock star, who would quickly become an icon of his generation. Even more bizarrely, legend holds that he brought with him enough original songs to fill the first few Doors albums. Morrison did not, you see, do as other singer-songwriters do and pen the songs over the course of the band's career. Instead, he allegedly wrote them all at once, before the band was even formed. As Jim once acknowledged in an interview, he was not a very prolific songwriter. Most of the songs I've written I wrote in the very beginning, about 3 years ago. I just had a period when I wrote a lot of songs. In fact, all of the good songs that Morrison is credited with writing were written during that period. The period during which, according to rock legend, Jim spent most of his time hanging out on the rooftop of a Venice apartment building consuming copious amounts of LSD. This was just before he hooked up with fellow student Ray Manzarek to form the Doors. If I said that wrong, it's tough, because I don't care. Legend also holds, strangely enough, that, that their chance meeting occurred on the beach, though it seems far more likely that the pair would have actually met at UCLA, where both attended the university's rather small and close-knit film school. In any event, the question that naturally arises, though it does not appear to have ever been asked of him, is how exactly did Jim the Lizard King Morrison write that impressive batch of songs? I'm certainly no musician myself, but it is my understanding that just about every singer-songwriter across the land composes his or her songs in essentially the same manner, on an instrument, usually either a piano or guitar. Some songwriters I hear can compose on paper, but that requires a skill that Jim did not possess. The problem, of course, is that he also could not play a musical instrument of any kind. How then did he write his songs? He would have had to have composed them, I'm guessing, in his head. So we are to believe then that a few dozen complete songs, never heard by anyone and never played by any musician, existed only in Jim Morrison's acid-addled brain. Anything is possible, I suppose, but even if we were to accept that premise, we are still left with some nagging questions, including the question of how those songs got out of Jim Morrison's head. As a general rule of thumb, if a songwriter doesn't know how to read and write music, he can play the song for someone who does, and thereby create the sheet music, which was the case, for example, with all of the songs that Brian Wilson penned for the Beach Boys. But Jim quite obviously could not play his own songs. So did he, I don't know, maybe hum them? And these are, it should be clarified, songs that we are talking about here, as opposed to just lyrics, which would more accurately be categorized as poems. Because Jim, as is fairly well known, was quite a prolific poet, whereas he was a songwriter only for one brief period of his life. But why was that? Why did Morrison, with no previous interest in music, suddenly and inexplicably become a prolific songwriter, only to just as suddenly lose interest after mentally penning an impressive catalogue of what would be regarded as rock staples? And how and why did Jim achieve the accompanying physical transformation that changed him from a clean-cut, college-gate and rather conservative-looking young man into the brooding sex symbol who would take the country by storm? And why, after a few years of adopting that persona, did Jim transform once again, in the last year or so of his life, into an overweight, heavily bearded, reclusive poet who seemed to have lost his interest in music just as suddenly and inexplicably as he had obtained it? It wasn't just Morrison who was, in retrospect, a bit of an oddity. The entire band differed from other Laurel Canyon bands in a number of significant ways. As Vanity Fair once noted, the Doors were always different. All four members of the group, for example, lacked previous band experience. Morrison and Manzarek, as noted, were film students, and drummer John Densmore and guitarist Robbie Krieger, whatever, were recruited by Manzarek from his Transcendental Meditation class, which is, I guess, where one goes to find musicians to fill out one's band. That class, however, apparently lacked a bass player, so they did without, except for those times when they used session musicians, and they claimed that they did without. Anyway, the point is that none of the four members of the Doors had any real band credentials. Even a band as contrived as the Byrds, as we shall soon see, had members with band credentials. So too did Buffalo Springfield, with Neil Young and Bruce Palmer, for example, having played in the Minor Birds, backing a young vocalist who would reinvent himself as Rick Superfreak James. Goldie McJohn of Steppenwolf, oddly enough, was a Minor Bird as well. The Mamas and the Papas were put together from elements of the Journeymen and the Mugwumps, and so on the rest of the Laurel Canyon bands. The Doors could cite so much band lineage. They were just four guys who happened to come together to play the songs written by the singer who had never sung, but who had a sudden calling and a magical gift for songwriting. And as you would expect, with four guys who had never actually played in a band before, they didn't really play that well. And this is a kind of understatement. Don't take my word for it, though. Let's let the band's producer, Paul Rothchild, weigh in. The Doors were not great live performers musically. They were exciting theatrically and I can't say it. But as musicians, they didn't make it. There was too much inconsistency. There was too much bad music. Robbie would be horrendously out of tune with Ray. John would be missing cues. There was bad mic usage too, where you couldn't hear Jim at all. As fate would have it, I have heard some audio of a young and quite inebriated Jim Morrison at the microphone, and I would have to say that not being able to hear him at all might have, in many cases, actually improved the performance. But performing poorly as a live band, of course, did not really set the Doors apart from its contemporaries. Another thing that was unusual about the band, however, is that from the moment the band was conceived, the lineup never changed. No one was added, no one was replaced, no one dropped out of the band over artistic differences, or to pursue a solo career, or to join another band, or for any other reasons that bands routinely change shape. It would be difficult to identify another Laurel Canyon band of any longevity that could make the same claim. After their first two albums, the Byrds changed lineups with virtually every album release. Frank Zappa's Mothers of Invention were in a near constant state of flux. Love and Steppenwolf changed lineups on a regular basis, with leaders John Kay and Arthur Lee routinely firing band members. Laurel Canyon's country rock bands were also constantly changing shape, usually by incestuously swapping members amongst themselves. But not the Doors. Jim Morrison's band arrived on the scene as a fully formed entity with a name taken from the Aldous Huxley's The Doors of Perception, a stable lineup, a backlog of soon-to-be hit songs, and no previous experience writing, arranging, playing, or performing music. Other than that, they were just your run-of-the-mill, organic, grassroots 1960s rock and roll band, albeit one with a curious aversion to political advocacy. Jim Morrison was, by virtually all accounts, a voracious reader. Former teachers and college professors expressed amazement at the breadth and depth of his knowledge on various topics, and at the staggering array of literary sources that he could accurately cite. And yet he was known to tell interviewers that he hadn't studied politics that much really, but that was okay according to drummer John Densmore, since a lot of people, at our concerts at least, they're sort of, it seems like they don't really come to hear us speak politics. That's the way it was in the 1960s, you see. The young folks of that era just didn't concern themselves much with politics, and certainly didn't want their anti-war icons engaging in anything resembling political discourse. During the Doors' glory days on the Sunset Strip, Morrison struck up an intimate relationship with Whiskey A Go-Go owner Elmer Valentine. According to a Vanity Fair article published in September 2006, at the time, Valentine was also, coincidentally of course, very close to his own secretary booking agent Gail Sloatman, whom Jim had known since kindergarten, through naval officers' circles. Valentine was also, by pretty much all accounts, including his own, a made man. Valentine arrived in LA by way of Chicago, where he had worked as a vice cop, a decidedly corrupt vice cop. By his own account, he worked as a police captain's bagman, collecting the filthy lucre on behalf of the captain. He also boasted that, even while working as a vice cop, his night job was running nightclubs for the outfit, for gangsters. One very close friend from his days in Chicago was Felix Aldariccio, also known as Milwaukee Phil, who was arguably the most feared hitman in the country in the 1950s and 60s, carrying out at least 14 murders for Sam Giancana and other Chicago bosses. Valentine was ultimately indicted for extortion, through the natu- though the naturally managed though he naturally managed to avoid prosecution and conviction. Venturing out to LA circa 1960, he soon found himself running PJ's nightclub at the corner of Crescent Heights and Santa Monica Boulevards, which, as you may recall, was co-owned by Eddie Nash and was the favoured hangout of early rocker murder victim Bobby Fuller. It wasn't long before Valentine had his very own club to run, the legendary Whiskey A Go-Go, where numerous Laurel Canyon bands, including the Doors in the summer of 1966, served their residency. Valentine obviously had considerable financial backing to launch his business empire, and it wasn't much of a secret on the Strip where that backing came from. Frank Zappa once cryptically referred to Valentine's backers as an ethnic organization, while Chris Hillman of the Byrds simply noted that whoever financed Elmer, I don't want to know. Valentine received far more than just financial backing to launch the whiskey. He got a generous assist from the media as well. As Vanity Fair noted, within months of the whiskey's debut, Life magazine had written it up. Jack Parr had broadcast an episode of his post-Tonight weekly program from the club, and Steve McQueen and Jay Mansfield had installed themselves as regulars. Legendary actor McQueen, it should be noted, was a former U.S. Marine who had served in an elite unit tasked with protecting President Harry Truman's private yacht. Turning now to the Byrds, the band that started the folk rock revolution, we find that they were, by any reasonable assessment, an entirely manufactured phenomenon. As a fledgling band, they had any number of problems. The first and most obvious was that the band's members did not own any musical instruments. That problem was solved, though, when Naomi Hirshhorn, better known for funding quasi-governmental projects such as the Hirshhorn Museum in Washington, D.C., stepped up to the plate to provide the band with instruments, amplifiers, and the like. But that didn't solve a bigger problem, which was that the band's members, with the notable exception of Jim, later Roger McGowan, didn't have a clue as to how to actually play those instruments. Cast to play the bass player was Chris Hillman, who had never picked up a bass guitar in his life. As he candidly admitted years later, he was a mandolin player and didn't know how to play the bass. But the other band members didn't know how to play their instruments either, so I didn't feel too bad about it. On drums was Michael Clarke, who had never before held a set of drumsticks in his hands, but who bore a resemblance to Rolling Stone Brian Jones, which was deemed to be of more significance than actual music ability. As Crosby co-author Carl Gottlieb recalled, Clarke had played beatnik bongos and conga drum, but had no experience with conventional drumming. Richie Unterberger noted in Turn, Turn, Turn that the guys in the Byrds had barely known each other before getting thrown into the studio, were still learning electric instruments, and in a couple of cases had never really even played their assigned instruments at all. Actually, Michael Clarke didn't even have an instrument to start with. On his first rehearsals and even some recording sessions, he kept time on cardboard boxes. Gene Clark, though by far the most gifted songwriter in the band and a talented vocalist as well, could barely play his guitar and so was relegated to banging the tambourine, which was Jim Morrison's and various non-musically inclined members of the Partridge Family's instrument of choice as well. David Crosby, tasked with rhythm guitar duties, wasn't much better. Crosby himself admitted in his first autobiography, does anyone really need to write more than one autobiography, by the way, that Roger was the only one who could really play. The band had another problem. With the clear exception of Gene Clark, the group was a bit lacking in songwriting ability. To compensate, they initially played mostly covers. Fully a third of the band's first album consisted of covers of Dylan songs, and nearly another third was made up of covers of songs by other folk singer-songwriters. Clark contributed the 5 original songs, 2 of them co-written with McGowan. As for Crosby, who emerged as the band's biggest star, his only contribution to the Byrds' first album was backing vocals. Carl Franzoni perhaps summed it up best when he declared rather bluntly that the Byrds' records were manufactured. The first album in particular was an entirely engineered affair, created by taking a collection of songs by outside songwriters and having them performed by a group of nameless studio musicians. For the record, the actual musicians were Glenn Campbell on guitar, Hal Blaine on drums, Larry Knechtel on bass, Leon Russell on electric piano, and Jerry Cole on rhythm guitar. After which the band's trademark vocal harmonies, entirely a studio creation, were added to the mix. As would be expected, the Byrds' live performances, according to Barney Hoskins, Waiting for the Sun, weren't terribly good. But that didn't matter much. The band got a lot of assistance from the media, with Time being among the first to champion the new band. And they also got a tremendous assist from Vito and the Freaks and from the Young Turks, as previously discussed. We shall return to the Byrds and to the ubiquitous Vito Palucci, whatever his name is, in the next chapter. For now, I leave you with the curious little story about Byrd Chris Hillman's initial arrival in Laurel Canyon, as told by Michael Walker in Laurel Canyon. In the autumn of 1964, a 19-year-old bluegrass adept and virtuoso mandolin player named Chris Hillman stood at the corner of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Kirkwood Drive contemplating a for rent sign on a telephone pole across from the Canyon Country Store. It didn't take him long to find a place to stay, and in the canyon's emerging mythos of enchanted serendipity, one presented itself as if by magic. This guy drives up and he says, "You looking for a place to rent?" Hillman recalls, "I said, yeah." And he said, "Well, follow me up." It was this young guy who was a dentist. It was his parents' house, a beautiful old wood house down a dirt road, and he lived on the top, and he was renting out the bottom part. I just went, wow, perfect. The guy ended up being my dentist for a while. It was the top of the world, a beautiful, beautiful place. I had the best place in the canyon. In the Los Angeles of the 1960s, you see, it was quite common for a very wealthy person to offer exquisite living accommodations to a random scruffy vagrant. We know this to be true because it happened to Charles Manson on more than one occasion. In any event, Chris Hillman's former mountaintop home no longer exists because, as tends to happen in Laurel Canyon, it burned to the ground on what Walker describes as a hot, witchy day in the 60s. According to Hillman, Crosby was at my house an hour before the blaze. I can't connect it yet, where the Satan factor came into play with David, but I'm working on it.